To a wet and windy Worcestershire. How nice is it to have joined Durham?
Yeah, it's a good opportunity to me. It's my first time for the county cricket, so it's very different weather, different country, so I really excited to play here.
You've had a week or so to get settled in Chesley Street. How's that been? Tell us a bit about what you've been up to so far.
Yeah, we done 3-4 practice session. It's go very well. So I ball in the center wicket as well. So I'm ready to go.
Touching on the weather, it's been a bit wet and windy. How have you found that compared to being back in Sri Lanka?
Yeah, these days same in Sri Lanka. It's rainy, so we can't control the weather. So hopefully it's good weather condition. If it's not raining, it's windy, it's very friendly to fast bowler, so we'll see how it's going.
This spell with Durham should have been 3 games. Obviously it's going to be now 2 today against Worcestershire and Leicestershire next week. Just tell us a bit about how this move came about to join Durham.
Yeah, we have another 2 games left, so already we are win champion, so have to finish like a champion, so everyone ready to go well, so looking forward to win these matches.
Your first spell in county cricket, how much are you looking forward to performing here in England and having a go at the English first class game?
So it's a very as I said earlier, it's a good opportunity to me, so I try my best in first match.
Left arm quick bowler, what can the Durham members expect to see from you over the next 2 games?
Yeah, we had a meeting yesterday as well, so from me so my swing, and they're looking for some wickets. Worcestershire have a lot of right-handers, so I'll look in some swing and take a wickets.
Just finally, happy memories at Durham 2016, that Sri Lanka 8-2 with 5 wickets you took against Durham's second team. Just take us back to that day, that week. What memories can you remember from that game?
Yeah, actually it's a really good game for me, so it's my first time I played in England, so it's nice game, it's a nice wicket. Actually I don't have wicket in my first spell, and I came after 30 overs and maybe 30 overs, so in that time maybe ball a bit old, so that time ball goes some reverse. I had some reverse swing, so I got the opportunity from that old ball, and I got 5 wickets in just 6 overs. I got 5 wickets. It's a really good match.
For sure. All the best, and look forward to seeing you in action over the next 2 games.
Thank you very much.
In comes Pennington, that's edged down through the slip cordon and away to vacant third man for 4, down next to the pear tree. Pennington in, driven, that's a nice shot from Lees, that's away past point 44 towards the ladies' pavilion. Van Beek coming in here, and it's driven, that's a lovely shot that from Alex Lees, get after that, straight through the covers for 4.
Allison in to Borthwick, who plays this well, runs it down to third man, and it's going to come down, hit the boundary.
Well, Alex Lees, the Durham opening batsman, top run scorer in the country, has dominated things here this morning. He's just hit a lovely boundary through mid-wicket off Ben Allison to move on to 49.
Well, good morning and welcome to Chesley Street for the final game of the season. How have we got here so quickly? It only seems like yesterday we were walking through the gates at Hove for the first match of the season, which incidentally, which remains Durham's only defeat this year in the County Championship. They are champions, they got enough points last week despite what the weather was trying to do at Worcester to win the title, and having restricted Worcestershire to less than 400 runs, they did enough to secure the Division 2 title, with Leicestershire not faring so well at home to Yorkshire, both matches badly affected by the weather as well, and particularly from a Leicestershire point of view in terms of points gained. Worcestershire looks set to join Durham in Division 1 next year. The pairs only need 2 more points from their game in Leeds, while the Foxes arrive here needing to bag maximum points and hope the best Worcestershire do against Yorkshire is fail to turn up, I presume, or at least bag only the 1 point, and can't see mathematically how that can happen. So last week Durham bowled Worcestershire out for 313, only 27 overs possible on day 1, none on day 2. Scott Borthwick then made 134 not out, and Ollie Robinson 84 in Durham's first innings score of 371 for 4. The game ended after more weather interruptions at 4 p.m. on Friday, and after the match I spoke to the Durham coach Ryan Campbell. Well, Ryan, you've won the title, you've equalled the batting record for the season. Getting a bit greedy.
It's a bit like that, isn't it? Look, we came down to Worcester knowing what we had to do to win the title, and you know, I don't think this team is like, they're just not satisfied at the moment because they want to get better, and you know, just being promoted wasn't good enough. They wanted to make sure we won the title, and they've gone about their business so well. Even today, the way they batted. On a wicket that was, you know, offering a little bit to the bowlers, they again totally outstanding, and very, very proud of this group of players.
Scott Borthwick did a really good job with the bat today, got 134 not out, his second century against Worcestershire this year, and it wasn't an easy start for him. I think it was 15-16 balls before he got off the mark, difficult conditions, and a cracking partnership, him and Ollie Robinson, 159 as well, just steered Durham comfortably into the lead. Yeah,
100%. You know, that's what has been so pleasing throughout the whole year. It hasn't just been the Alex Lee show. It's also been, you know, guys, every week someone stood up. If it's not Scott, it would have been Ollie or, you know, Jonesy, and we've seen Graham Clark as well. And that's starting to show what a really good cricket team can do. So yeah, we're very proud of, like I say, I keep using the word proud, but I do feel a bit like a proud dad at the moment, because this team took on board what we wanted to do at the start of the year. They had a goal in mind. They had a, I guess I brought in a style of play that I thought could win the competition, but they needed to believe in it as well. And I think what's happened is these players have just grown and grown, and you know, it's all credit to them. It's been a pretty easy show to coach, to be honest.
So you've got 49 batting points. You've still got a game to go against Leicestershire next week at home, so you can break that record and increase your lead at the top of the table as well. Worcestershire are probably going to go up with you. It's going to be quite difficult for them to throw it away now. But I think a few people are wondering what sort of team you'll put out against Leicestershire and what Durham performance it will be against Leicestershire. But I would imagine not for 1 minute will you want to sit on your hands. You'll want to go after them.
Oh, mate, 100%. What you'll see is the Durham that you've seen all year. We're coming home to lift the trophy in front of our home crowd, and you know, our members have suffered for a little while, so you know, it's our obligation to come home and play a magnificent game of 4-day cricket in front of our home crowd. And you know, I have no doubt we're going to bring our A game. If Leicester want to beat us, and you know, say they've beaten the champs, then that's great, but they're going to have to bring an amazing game of cricket to the Riverside, because we're going to be ready.
So that was the Durham coach Ryan Campbell. So interestingly, the weather forecast this week is what you might call mixed. There's a suggestion of possibility of some rain today, maybe a shower this afternoon, but tomorrow, Storm Agnes, I think they're calling it, the first named storm of the year. So might be bringing our swimming trunks and our waders tomorrow, I'm not sure. Anyway, Martin Emerson with you here from BBC Radio Newcastle, Richard Ray from BBC Radio Leicester. Your lot have won the toss, Richard, and they've decided to have a dart.
Traditionally,
Oh, hang on, I'll turn you up.
traditionally in September,
Yeah.
not much choice about it really. Leicestershire, as you've mentioned already, have to really pick up maximum points from this game, an unlikely prospect in and of itself. And even if they do so, Worcestershire would need only 2 points from their game against Yorkshire. So very, very long odds against the Foxes at pulling that off. But I suppose you never quite know. But first step to try and take those 9 wickets as quickly as possible, which is not going to be easy given the way that Durham have been batting of late.
Well, Durham have 49 batting points for the season, so that's a joint record equalling their season in 2009. That was a 16-match season, and what's more remarkable about it this year, although that was Division 1 back then, but this year they've moved the goalposts as far as batting points are concerned. You've got to score an extra 50 runs before you get your first point compared to then, so the first point these days is 250, goes up to 450, whereas before it was 200 to 400. Some other milestones, just looking through my notes here, Alex Lees continues to lead the way in the country in terms of runs. He has 1,341 at 74.5. Leas Deploy of Derbyshire has 1,176 at 84, and then Leicestershire's Rishi Patel 1,052 at 47. Now, if Lees is to beat Michael Di Venuto's club record of 1,654, and that was in that 16-game season in 2009, he'll need to score another 314 runs in this final game. Keaton Jennings managed to make 1,548 in 2016, so you'd break that if he scored another 208. And Jennings also scored a record 7 centuries that year as well. Lees currently has 5. Weather-wise this year, it's been awful. Durham went past 1,000 overs lost mark the other day. There's only about 2 days of play really possible at Worcester, and they lost more than half the game at Scarborough a few weeks ago. So I make it 1,053 overs gone this year. I don't know if you're counting Leicestershire's lost overs and where they are in the general scheme.
I know it was we're only 147 possible last time out against Yorkshire, and yet went into that sort of last morning effectively with Yorkshire 62 for 4 in their second innings. So at one stage, that is, only 62 ahead with only 6 wickets left. But then the rain returned, unfortunately, and any chances of victory slipped away. But it wasn't so much the Yorkshire game as the Worcester away game that is the big regret as far as the Foxes are concerned. Out come the umpires, Tom Lungley and Rob Bailey, of approximately the same height and indeed build. So from this distance, and they've even inconveniently got exactly the same hat on with the same black band, sort of Panama. They look identical. Thanks, chaps.
Well, I've got my binoculars out so I can look at both of them and then not be able to tell you who they are.
That's a bit harsh on Tom Lungley, isn't it? Rob Bailey must be 25 years older, so I should be able to.
Yeah. So Rob Bailey's the furthest one, and he's slightly taller.
He is, yeah, as they get into our line of sight.
Now, here's this thing. Rob Bailey's having a chat with Victor Main, the groundsman here. You've got your shorts on, Richard. Vic nearly always has his shorts on, even when it's snowing, and he's in a beanie hat today, full waterproofs and tracky bottoms. So,
but it's lovely now. Just when that mist was out, just a sort of half an hour ago, it was definitely autumnal, pretty mildly, not mildly.
It's lovely on the Roker Riviera.
I'm a bit worried about your Storm Agnes. Did you call it?
Yeah.
I haven't heard.
I didn't call it that. The Met Office called it that.
I like the name Agnes.
We had Storm Nigel the other day. Nigel's not really the name you give to a storm, is it?
No, that'd be a bit...
Not really up there with Storm Decker, is it? Anyway, the clock says it's 10:28, and Alex Lees and Michael Jones are out there ready to face a ball. Just that's your volume control there. So that one there. So here we go. The sides, by the way. Durham, Alex Lees, Michael Jones, Scott Borthwick, the skipper. Then it's David Bedingham, Ollie Robinson, the keeper, Graham Clark, Johnny Bushnell in for Baz Deleda, who's away at the World Cup, Ben Rain, Paul Coughlin, Vishwa Fernando, the Sri Lankan left armour, and Matt Parkinson. playing in his last game of a loan spell from Lancashire before he heads off to Kent next year, playing against his twin brother, Callum. In fact, he's not, because Callum's not on the list. He's in the squad, but he's not playing. Right, starts the day. Bowling to Lees. That's gone down the leg side from the Finkel end, and it's away for 4 byes to the north stand, which has nobody in it because the side screen is covering about 3/4 of the seats in there, and that stand is closed off. Tarpaulin just along the bottom of that stand. They're playing on pitch 18, I think it is, this one. So there is nobody on as far down the square as it can get, really. Probably a couple of wickets away from the eastern edge of where they'd be able to play. So the boundary to the river side of the ground, I would say, is about 60 yards. Maybe just a little bit less. As that right comes in and bowls. This is turned away down towards long leg by Lees for 1. The boundary on the other side of the ground looks a lot bigger. You've got to have a minimum of 120 yards across, but I think maybe 50 yards to the Riverside's boundary, 55, and it's probably about 80 or more the other way. But the boundary rope, the sponge, is, I would say, about 30 yards in from the fence at the front of the pavilion. So the people who are sprinkled around the pavilion are a long way from the action, which means the stand just down to our right in the corner there, that's quite busy. And 1 or 2 who'd normally be up the far end have had to decamp to this end because their seats are under the sight screen covering. All right, comes in again here to bowl to Jones. That's gone down the leg side and is taken by Ben Cox, who has left Worcestershire after 14 years. Former Bromsgrove school pupil who was called out of his classes while studying his A-levels to go and make his debut for Worcestershire down at Somerset, I think in a long time ago. I'm trying to remember what year it was. Well, 14 years ago, probably. 2009. That spits off the glove. As Jones goes forward to play it. So he's left Worcestershire. He's signed a 3-year deal with Leicestershire, so technically on loan at the moment. And then, where's that come on? And then it becomes permanent next year. I reckon he's one of 4 wicketkeepers playing in this Leicestershire 11 today. Right, pound in again and bowls, and that's off the splice of the bat and down to 3rd slip via the floor. No run there. Chris Wright's off to Sussex at the age of 38. That's quite an interesting move for him.
Many people return to the south coast at advance.
All right, so
He's not ring, of course, isn't it? Have I not turned up the right one?
You need yeah, it's
Spectacular piece of equipment on the desk. It's like mixing a number 1 single.
well, it is. This is going to be the difficult second album. Right, to Jones. Jones pushes it short on the offside and goes for a quick single. The sun is shining here in Chesley Street, and that is the end of the first over.
Yeah, it'd be strange not to see the Leicestershire attack being led by Chris Wright. 5 years at Grace Road, the Upton County ground. Likewise, it'll be strange to see the side without the likes of Colin Ackerman, Callum Parkinson being around, although Callum, I think it's fair to say, has not played as much as he would have liked this season. He's out there at the moment with his big black Leicestershire anorak on, handing Chris Wright something. He's on acting 12th man duties, but he has promised Durham supporters and Leicester supporters, you'll be pleased to know, to come up and join us at some stage during the game, perhaps even today, and talk about his impending move to the northeast. Talking of which, I think he's already found somewhere to live. Low Fell, somewhere. Is that a nice, smart part of the world up here?
Well, Low Fell is actually high up, but there is a higher fell than Low Fell. It's where Gateshead Fell play. It is just along the road from the Gateshead Angel. You know the Angel of the North?
Yeah.
It's Margaret North territory. They all live along there. Grey Munions.
Josh Hull is going to open the bowling for the Foxes from that far end of the ground. Bowl slightly short and up towards not quite the waist, around about the hip of the right-handed Jones. She just drops it back down the pitch. Doesn't look already to be a huge amount of pace in the pitch. It's got slightly greenish tinges, but compared to the greenish tinges that have been left on the pitches at the Upton Steel of late, as Leicestershire sought to prepare sort of result in inverted commas wickets, it is very pale indeed. Hull, 19-year-old left armour, turns, runs in and bowls outside off stump. It doesn't quite die into the gloves of Ben Cox, but again, there's no great bounce or carry as it goes through.
Paul Chubb's messaged, we're in our usual spot in front of the Collingwood Pavilion, but I reckon this might be our last day this season. Alison's tuned in to the commentary while I am scoring as usual. I've been given a cake by one of the...
A very nice lady came up with
Yes. Well, you see, it's guilt. That's what's brought up here, guilt.
I cannot believe it.
Yeah.
She didn't look to have any sort of guilty air about her. As Hull is in, bowls Fuller. Jones is waiting for it, just dabs it out into the offside, drops it out. Will Davis picks up. Davis again, getting game bowled really nicely last time out against Yorkshire. As far as I'm aware, no announcement on his future as yet either. End of his contract this season.
Yeah, I'm not a big cake person, so but it's a wonderful gesture. So I'll take that upstairs later on, and it'll get demolished. By
Oh
all the
no,
greedy
no, you
people.
just leave. We'll have it.
Oh, right,
We'll
okay.
have it down here, mate. Don't
Right.
worry. I'm sure it'll last.
Yeah.
Hull is into Jones. No ball, says umpire Bailey. Was it bullish delivery? Clearly inside part of the bat from Jones, waiting for it in his crease.
It's
Rehearses the defensive push.
Martin Emerson from the muffin worshipper for ingredients. See over tamarind date cake. Wow,
Well, that sounds absolutely splendid.
got eggs in it. Can you eat eggs?
Absolutely can
Yeah.
eat eggs, yeah, absolutely.
Wow.
Hull with 3 slits. Push it across. Jones comes in and bowls. Good bounce that time, but again, it is a little bit loopy. And although it reaches Cox sort of above waist height, it's on the way down as it does so. Jones obviously let it go through, wanders down, trots at the pitch, which at the moment is in shade. It's shade of one of the floodlight pylons. We have the pitch that is cut well across to the sort of Lumley Castle side of this lovely ground.
And the sun's out. The mist's burning away. Pleasant day.
Holt turns, runs in and bowls outside off stump. It was a tempter, and Jones sort of got in position to crack it away through the offside. Thought better of it at this early stage, but he rehearses several shots that at a later stage in his innings he might well be tempted to play. Punching it away towards the temporary permanent stand.
Chris Millman says, enjoy the cake. A great season and entertaining and informative commentary as always. Thank you. Thank you, Chris. I'll tell you the story behind the cake in a minute. It's come from Edinburgh, by the way.
Ooh. In goes Hull and bowls straighter this time. Jones half forward, thick inside part of the bat, squirts the ball out towards square leg. Tom Scriven runs around from mid-wicket field. Jones takes 1. 9 without loss. Jones has a couple. Lees has just the single. First ball of the day disappeared down to the fine leg boundary from Chris Wright. Swinging away, Cox couldn't get there. 4 extras resulted. 9 without loss after 2 overs, Durham. No alarms.
No. Yeah, so the lady in question comes down from Edinburgh for the home games, and the last home match against Sussex, she said, I've got you a muffin. And I was like, oh, right. Not really a cakes person, but she had a box of 4 muffins, and then when I went out later on, they'd all been eaten.
Do you know the lady's name?
I don't. I will find out. I talk to her all the time. Right bowls, and this is pushed off to mid-on. And there's so many people here. Well, it's got from the muffin worshipper there, but I don't think she was questioned that. There's a number of people who I talk to regularly here, and I'm hopeless for names. And I will find out. Chris Wright always impressed me over the years. He's had a few clubs now. Originally, he played for Cambridge University. Right arm over, he comes in and bowls to Jones. That's away down towards third man. Chase on towards the boundary and the car park at the far end of the ground. 2 runs there.
Tamarind date cake, did you say?
Yeah, the ingredients are on the back. There you are. So right,
Walnut.
Cambridge Uni, Middlesex, Essex, and then he was with Warwickshire from 2011 to 2018. In 2012 here, an explosive spell of bowling. One of the best encounters I've seen, duels on a county cricket match between him and Paul Collingwood. Comes in and bowls. That swings away sharply there. Playing a miss from Jones. And it was a really bruising encounter. It was middle of the summer in 2012, which was the wettest summer on record, and Durham just couldn't get a game finished, so they were bottom of the table. And he came in and he was peppering Paul Collingwood, and Paul Collingwood was standing up to him. It was like something you'd see in a test match, and then he bowled this ball, which was just slightly short of a length, and got Collie on the hand, and his hands just went boom. And that was that. He couldn't play any more part in that game. Right in, bowls. That's a good ball as well. Bit of swing there. It's come through to the keeper. Anyway, Durham had Warwickshire on the ropes in that match, and then the final 2 days were washed out. And unfortunately for him, Phil Mustard was relieved of the captaincy duties, and they went to Paul Collingwood, but he couldn't actually play for a few weeks because of his broken hand. So I think the first match he couldn't play in, Durham went down to Arundel in the pouring rain. Lost a low-scoring epic. In comes Wright again and bowls. And that's well wide of off stump, left alone. And then eventually Collingwood got into the team. They started winning matches. They beat Middlesex here and Surrey. And then I think they won 5 of the last 6. And then the following year, I thought, well, that's championship form. And everybody else predicted them to go down. And they won the title in 2013 under Collingwood's leadership. And next season, they'll be back in the top flight for the first time in 7 years. There was an irony to their title the other day. He comes in to bowl the last ball of the over. A slightly slower ball there, and I'm not sure if that was a leave or if Jones just gave up on the shot and tried to let it go.
Ooh.
I think he's played it, hasn't he?
Indeed, yeah.
Yeah, last week, the day they won the title at Worcester, it was 7 years to the day that Durham beat Hampshire and believed they'd relegated Hampshire at the end of the 2016 season. But what they didn't know at the time was Hampshire had been told by the ECB 2 weeks earlier they were going to stay up and Durham were going to be relegated instead because of their financial situation. Hopefully, back in Division 1 next year, they'll be more than able to hold their own. "11 without loss. 3 overs gone here on the BBC.
Good turnout of members looking across at the pavilion. As Holt over the wicket to the left-handed. Lees bowls. Doesn't really move too much, the delivery on the back foot. Lees solid. Back down the pitch on the onside. Holt picks it up and throws it to Wright, who promptly drops it to do a spot of polishing. Patel at first slip. Imber at second. Harry Swindles at third. One of the aforementioned wicket keepers in the Leicestershire side. As he is out of contract at the end of the season, has, we understand, had an offer, has refused it already for next season. Obviously wants to play. Don't blame him. As in goes Hull and bowls. Good line, good line and length. Lees is equal to it. Push the ball back down the pitch to Josh Hull. A lot of things to kind of sort out at the Leicestershire playing wise, and it might go well into the close season, I suspect. But Harry Swindles has made his case spectacularly in the last couple of weeks. First of all, obviously in the One Day Cup final with his unbeaten century, and then with a very good half century last time out against Yorkshire, playing obviously purely as a batsman. Oh, is in. Bowls to Lees, who's looking to turn on the leg side. It's going well down the leg side, and Patel, characteristic howl at first slip as it thumps into the pad of Lees, and then drops his sunglasses off his cap.
Harry Swindell's one of 4 keepers in this lineup.
So we've got Cox, Swindells, Kimber can keep, and
Hill.
Hilly, of course. But he says his keeping days are done. Although they did think seriously, I think, about him keeping Wicket in the One Day Cup final. Hull is in and bowls down the leg side. Least tries to flick it on its way down towards backward square. Doesn't get anything on it. Our old friend Ben Rain wanders pads on towards the nets. Big smile on his face. Been another great season for Rainey. Now very much a bowling all-rounder, I guess. Seen as you would comment. He was kind of very much sort of half and a genuine sort of all-rounder, but he's done so well with the ball that, and Durham's batting is so he goes in number 9 now, almost sometimes.
Something like that, yeah.
8 or 9. Still a pretty good bat, but a very good bowler too. Hull goes in, bowls, finds a thick inside part of Lees' bat as he leans forward, pushes out to mid-wicket. Scriven, arguably Leicestershire's player of the season, or one of them certainly, fields at mid-wicket.
I think when he went to Leicestershire, he was considered more of a top-order batsman.
He was, yeah, he was.
Not much of a bowler, really, and then redesigned, reimagined in Leicester, and he's now the leading wicket-taker in the division, 54. Matty Potts has 51, and then Joe Leach, Worcestershire 46. Leach didn't get a wicket last week against Worcestershire, but Rain managed to get 3. So it's the 4th time he's got 50 in his season.
Hull is in, bowls. Lees again is pushing into the leg side again. Thick inside part of the bat, in control as he turns it off his legs down towards wide, sort of long leg, where Sam Evans is the fielder.
Rain's best season in a championship came in 2015 at Leicestershire when he took 59 wickets. Then in 2018 he got 51, and then he took 54 in the 2019 season, having moved here.
Not inconceivable then that he could break his own record. Be a stretch, but you never know. You never know. Against his former team.
Just looking on the stats for the division. So Alex Lees, top batsman. Leas Deploy, 2nd. Rishi Patel of Leicestershire, 3rd. Rain and Potts, the leading wicket takers with Leach. And then at the top of the best batting strike rates, Miguel Pretorius. And I'm thinking, did he actually play in a county championship match for Durham? He did. He had 2 innings, so 1 game. Strike rate of 131.5.
Miguel Pretorius. That's a name to conjure with.
He is right. Comes in, right arm over, and that's steered through the covers. Nice shot from Lees. It was slightly overpitched, and he has played that to the foot of the Castle stand on the right-hand side there. Ben Mike's on that list as well. Got a strike rate of 100 from 1 innings.
Yeah, Benny played for Yorkshire in the championship at Grace Road last week. Presumably, we assumed that they wanted to have a look at him as a bowler. Didn't get a bowl. I think he was as nonplussed as everybody else.
And in the best bowling economy rates, Bayan Mulder, 2.77 from 9 innings.
Yeah.
Playing one-day cricket in South Africa now, isn't he?
He is. Did you see the scores the other day?
He got nearly all of them, didn't he? Right, in bowls. This is played back to him by Lees. His team made 116.
He got 96 of them. Yeah. Vian, as I tweeted at the time, doing Vian things. Ridiculous player, really.
Doesn't matter though if somebody's getting the runs at one end. It doesn't matter if you're not at the other. But I can't remember if they lost.
No, they lost, unfortunately. So he did need somebody to hang around a bit longer. Just one of them.
Yeah,
would have done.
Right, comes in and bowls, and that's worth a shout. And that's the end of Lees. He's gone LBW. Didn't really move his feet at all there. His feet were absolutely planted in the crease, and it's hit, I think, both front and back pad. So Lees is out for 6. So you'd think that's the end of him catching either Keaton Jennings as total or indeed Michael Di Venuto's. A rare failure from Alex Lee.
Indeed.
Got centuries in both innings in June at Leicester.
There was just a little bit of shake back in, but as you said, he was rather anchored in his crease on that occasion. A little bit of shake back in. My only question was whether it was just a touch high, but looking at the replay, Tom Longley, probably fair enough.
Scott Borthwick, the skipper, coming in, and he got 134 not out at Worcester last week, and 108 not out against, or 108 against Worcestershire. I think that was not out as well, earlier in the year. So a tremendous season from Alex Lees. Hopefully we'll see him one more time this week. So he departs, and as a result of that dismissal, he now has 1,347.
Is that all? An average of, well, that won't have helped, will it? He came in averaging 74.5, but it's probably averaging about 70 now, something like that. Not too dusty in the circumstances. The sun has gone, there's a few sort of misty clouds have drifted back across. Hopefully they'll burn away again. Be strange not coming here it's not quite a done deal yet as far as Leicestershire are concerned, but it would be strange not to come here for 4 days. I guess we'll come up for the T20, assuming they leave that. The group's there on Chase. Talk about that a bit. The group's up a little bit.
When Tim Bostock, the Durham chief exec, was in with us a few weeks ago, and he said that the league, the calendar's going to change next year. So I think what they're planning to do is you're going to have top sort of front-loaded county championship, back-loaded county championship, but from about the end of June right the way through to August, there's going to be majoritively white ball cricket. And I think the plan is to stop jumping between different formats so much. So the T20 may start later in the year and spread over a longer period of time.
What, interspersed with one-day cup matches then? Sort of 50 over matches?
I think so, yeah.
Part of it.
So Borthwick placing this ball from right. He leaves that one. It goes through to the keeper. It was a difficult start for Scott Borthwick last week. In damp conditions, the ball seaming around at Worcester, and I think it was something like 15 deliveries before he got his first run on the board. And then got a century, but batted really tenaciously. I can't think of any scares. It was just trying to time the ball and get his eye in after so much rain. In comes right, bowls. That's whipped away off the hips there by Borthwick, and it's gone away for 4 to the deep square leg boundary. In front of the TV scoreboard, I'm thinking this is a bit gloomy here, Richard. I reckon the floodlights might come on in a minute.
Well,
I could stick me light meter out the window, but
casting a shadow from the sun. The floodlights not being on yet. I think they'll wait a bit. That was a shot of a man in form, wasn't it? Beautiful timing. Didn't try and overhit it. Just waited for it, clipped it away. Talking about landmarks, Chris. That was Chris Wright's 46th wicket of the season. So he could get to 50 again. That would be something on his final season at Grace Road.
Comes in and bowls, defended by Borthwick. That's his 586th wicket in first-class cricket.
Career, that,
and he's got a lot against Durham as well. That's his 50th wicket against Durham in his 17th match.
I wonder if that's his best in terms of performance against another county. I can't imagine he's got more against any other county. 50 is not too bad. 3 a game. Needs to do slightly better than that to get to that 50 mark. Out comes the sun again. Glorious.
What was the score when the wicket fell?
16. So just that Scott Borthwick 4 has been added to it. Michael Jones is a sort of hiding up on the pitch, licking a couple of bits of dust around. Holt, a youngster, will continue. He's had a pretty good first full season, really, in the Leicestershire first team setup, played plenty of cricket, has had a couple of rests of late, goes in and bowls to Jones, who at the very last minute decides not to play at that one, probably wisely. Josh Holt. Just the 8 first-class wickets. He played throughout the One-Day Cup and played very well, and as you know, bowled the final over in the final, and managed to defend. What did we need? Well, what did Hampton need? Was it 8 off 6 at the end? I think it was 8 off the last. Look back through my notes to check. Holt turns. He comes and bowls on off stump. Jones again on the back, just drops it down behind square on the offside. Swindles jogs in from third slip to field, and there is no run. Remind me, which am I at the Finkel end?
You are.
I am at the Finkel end.
The Lumley end's the other end.
Lumley and Finkel.
Whenever I see Hull, I think to Hull and back. Yeah, and then I tweeted this one last night. No context, but she's had a hard life. There was a lady on BBC Breakfast yesterday called Helen Back. So she's got Helen back. Anyway, then we got Josh Hullenback.
In he comes, the youngster, and bowls outside off stump, goes for the drive. It's as well that Jones missed that shot for Hull's peace of mind, because taken by Cox, no ball. Had he edged it, he would have gotten away with it, but he was drawn into looking to drive there. And a little bit of extra bounce and pace perhaps from Hull, who's just getting into his stride. Beat the outside edge, but he had overstepped as well.
Ash Thorpe popped in. You got how much coaching you got on today, Ash?
Oh, a little bit on.
A little bit?
Yeah, a little bit.
You never want too much, do they?
No, absolutely.
Are they in classes or what are they doing?
The group are actually that are here are watching the cricket right now, which is excellent.
Part of their education.
Hull is in, bowls outside off stump this time. Jones leaves wisely, lets it go through to Cox behind the stumps.
Alistair says, listening to you mention Vic, the groundsman, earlier on, how about a big well done to all of the ground staff this year? A lot of wins at home for Durham as well. I'd like to think their pitch creation helped Durham. I think it's been a tough year for ground staff right around the country. All the rain that's fallen.
Yeah, the outfields look nice and green, don't they? But the squares, well, the squares will look pretty green as well, understandably.
It looks like April again.
It does.
Well, they couldn't uncover this one for most of last week, could they?
Absolutely right.
Indeed. Hull. Past umpire Bailey in, bowls to Jones outside off stump. Doesn't do too much. Jones does just half a stride forward and lets it bounce through to Cox again.
Second team game here last week. One of the days they couldn't get started purely through the wind, which I think was
later in the week,
country, wasn't it?
Yeah. Certainly Monday when I left here, they hadn't started because I came to do an interview and then drove off to Worcester. But as I was going down the motorway, the rain was clearing and it looked like it was going to be a nice sunny afternoon.
Yeah, they struggled in the first day at Leicester with the high winds. They couldn't get the covers off.
Yeah,
that was one of the issues. Safety, health and safety. Is and goes Hull. Bowls. Jones tries and misses. I think at that one. I think we'll have to give that one to Hull. And Jones looks down. Yeah, definitely.
It's a lovely challenging line, that, isn't it? Pitching right off stump and going across with the angle. And as the right-hander, you've got to play at that, because if that shapes back, it's either hitting the stumps or the pads. So it's a really good area, that, from Hull.
Was it as windy as when Abbas bowled Durham out for 61 and 66 in 2018?
That was Storm
Helena,
yeah. Was it? Yeah.
The roof tiles were lifting that week, weren't they?
What have we got this week? Agnes.
Again, I agree.
Tomorrow.
The roof tiles, it doesn't take much to lift those polystyrene roof tiles on the commentary box, or in the commentary box. Hull is in, bowls straighter, and Jones again on the back drops it out into the offside. Thinks about possibility of a single, but only to keep the fielders honest. End of a over from Hull, no ball notwithstanding. Found a good line and beat the bat a couple of times. 22 for 1 after 6.
Ash, what about this sky?
It's weird, isn't it?
Would you have the lights on?
As I walked in, it felt, if it was a little bit warmer, it'd be eerie, but it actually just feels properly like autumn. Actually, it's gloomy, it's grey, and that wind is fresh. So, not the greatest of conditions for cricket, but some good skills on display already this morning. But yeah, if I was the batting team, it just goes through phases of gloom and then it brightens up again, doesn't it?
Wright comes in with his head bobbing about as he bowls, and this is flicked away by Borthwick off towards long leg. It's not going to get there, is it? Cut off. Pull comes round, all 6'7" of him. The throw has only reached the square leg umpire.
Par 2 or par 3. That's with the wind as well.
Yeah.
So, but it is a long boundary out there. You're probably talking the best part of 75 to 80 yards away across to the electronic scoreboard. The pitch situated right across to the Lumley Castle side of the ground. And it's a shame the weather isn't a little bit better, but there's quite a healthy crowd in to celebrate Durham's homecoming and returning with the title, which is brilliant news, the Division 2 title.
He is right. Here's something in my ears which I just don't know how to describe that noise. Can you hear that?
I haven't got any
No.
output from my headphones.
He is right. And again, that's gone down the leg side. They're appealing for a catch, but the bowler isn't joining in, crucially.
Yeah.
So
The old strangle.
you can hear that now.
No, I've got nothing.
Nothing.
Nothing at all. I can't even hear us, which is a good thing.
You
I'm
can.
there. I'm there.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Got your cue.
Right, the news is starting on BBC Newcastle, so I'll be doing an update in 3 minutes or so.
Paul Cogling having a wander back to the change rooms after having a hit. Liam Travascus on one of his last days in the Riverside office, looking at his new teammates.
Wright comes in and bowls, and then is defended. Rolls up to mid-on. I was talking to Liam at, he was playing for Burnham Field at Whitburn a couple of weeks ago. Said he might pop up and say hello this week.
That'd be good. Sad week for him, but obviously exciting time, new opportunities.
Said he's looking forward to getting down to Leicestershire and playing regular first-team cricket, which is what he needs, isn't he? What is he, 24, 25 now?
It's what he wants. And you just wish him all the best of luck there.
Just turn your mic up a bit.
Okay, mate. No worries. How's that? So good?
Yeah, you sound a bit Australian.
I'm a bit weird.
Right in. And that's a hot volley, and it's driven. It's wide of off stump, and Jones sends it to the boundary, wide of mid-off for 4.
Yeah, there was a bit of width on offer there, and it was nice and full, and Jones punished that through extra cover. Beautiful flow of the bat and timing from the right-hander. Moves the score under 29 for 1. Moves him on to 8. But yeah, gloomy. It's gone gloomy again here, hasn't it? I wouldn't be surprised if the umpires call for the lights.
It's a bit sort of sea-ready to me, but the gloom's drifting in from the southwest rather than the east.
Yeah.
So I wonder if it's just a bit of mist that's rolling down off the hills. But yeah, it's really gloomy. Right to Jones, and Jones clipped that one, and that's gone through the slip cordon somehow and away for 4.
Yeah, a little bit of width on offer and flashed, and third slip actually
ducked out the road.
Yeah, so I'm not sure he's actually picked that up.
Harry Swindells didn't see it, so he ducked.
Yeah, I'm not sure how close it was to him, but he definitely took evasive action. And that one flashed away, and another boundary for Jones, who moves on to 12 and the score to 33 for 1. Wright's disappointed. He's got the double teapot on and a trudge back to his mark.
He's just taking his 50th wicket against Durham, by the way.
He's a good operator, isn't he, and has been for a long time.
I've always liked watching him.
Yeah,
him and Keith Barker at Warwickshire were a nightmare, weren't they?
He's a canny bowler. A bit like what you would describe Rushworth as from a Durham point of view. He knows his art.
Would he get in the Chester Street first team?
No, not at all.
No. Last ball of the 7th over, right to Jones. Ooh, Jones plays and misses at that one. Tries to drop his arms away, I think, late on.
Yeah, he had a flirt at that one for sure.
So that's not been a bad over from a Durham point of view. 2 4s and a 3. And they are 33 for 1.
Yeah, Wright will feel a little bit aggrieved there. He probably could have picked up the wicket. Is it just coming up to sport now for Marty's update?
Oh, Harvey Barnes out for a few months this year. Newcastle's Harvey Barnes. They've got Man City. Is it tomorrow?
Tomorrow night, yeah.
Is that the League Cup?
In the is it the Carabao Cup, the League Cup? Yep. The Milk Cup, whatever.
There'll be commentary on BBC Radio Newcastle for that one. It's at St James's, isn't it?
It is indeed.
Are you going?
No, I'm having a night off.
a night off. Oh, here we go. Here's the cricket. It's a little bit gloomy here. Durham have been put in by Leicestershire, who really won't have enough points, I don't think, to be able to join them in Division 1 next year. Looks like it will be Durham and Worcestershire going up. And they've lost 1 wicket early doors. That was Alex Lee, LBW to Chris Wright, 4-6. Wright's 50th wicket against Durham in his first-class career. Durham currently 33 for 1. We're wondering, though, if the floodlights might be coming on here in a moment or two, because it's quite gloomy here in Chesley Street.
Yeah, busy week. They're involved with Chesley Street United as well, football and a bit of grassroots stuff. And we're up at Newcastle Blue Star tonight. And,
yeah.
And yeah, and then
Canny Ground, that's up near the airport.
it is indeed. So yeah, so looking forward to that. And then I think there's an NEPL meeting on Thursday night.
Wow.
So
Never ending. Oh, turn your thing back up.
Oh, is it?
Technology.
Oh, 3 times. Oh, we said definitely from Hull.
Yeah.
Away. Short outside off stump and up on his toes. Borthwick looking to steer it away behind square on the offside.
It's a Ryder Cup this week as well.
That's Friday, yeah, absolutely.
In Rome, of all places. When in Rome.
The Solheim celebrated a draw, a bit like the Ashes from the Australian point of view. They retained the trophy.
Turns a big streak of dirt down one of his trousers as he comes and bowls outside off some cut down into the ground towards backward point by Scott Borthwick again. Looked a nice shot, didn't quite time it as well as he would have liked. So Umar Amin able to move to his right to make the stop.
I think the outfield there, if you hit the ball hard like that, as Borthwick has done, it's just missed the square. And that'll take a lot of heat out of it, yeah. You hit that on the square.
Grass, can't you?
Absolutely.
I think your boys just leading the stand, by the way.
Have they?
They look old.
Yeah.
They just had the shirts on, T-shirts on.
Yeah,
what have you.
About to do some sprint tests, 10, 20 and 30 metres. I'll leave them to it.
That'll get them warm again.
Absolutely.
Oh, still with the 3 slits. Turns. Sky is filled in a little bit, comes running in and bowls. Borthwick is, they're appealing for leg before. Hull isn't.
The
Good
bowler
lead
isn't.
from Cox. Absolutely nothing at all from Hull. It sounded very wooden.
That's
very high.
hit him in the box there.
Well, if it's hit him in the box, he's reacted extremely well because he's a bigger man than me.
I think it was,
Maybe a bit more thigh paddy, I think.
it sounded wooden.
Very
He was
very
animated,
excited,
wasn't he?
wasn't he?
He's a good appealer. Jumps into the air.
I was
Keep himself warm, wasn't
I
he?
was wondering if Cox would be recalled by Worcestershire this week because Gareth Roderick broke a finger against Durham last week.
I think he said his goodbyes.
Right.
As Hull is in bowls, Borthwick is going slightly, just very slightly across the line, but pretty much got the full face as he pushed that one out from middle and leg out towards mid-on.
Excuse my ignorance, but is Cox coming to Leicester next season?
Yes, he's
Excellent
signed
signing.
a full-term 3-year deal.
Brilliant.
So this is just a sort of
Yeah.
loan period.
Happens more and more now, doesn't it? The transition into next season.
Once the deal is done.
Yeah.
14 years with Worcestershire.
Yeah, been a good
Man
servant.
boy.
Had his
Time for a change.
wife and little baby in the dining room last week.
No.
And he was cooing over him during the lunch interval. In goes Hull and Bowles comes back in, bounces a little bit, and Bowles taking his bottom hand off the pad as he looks to push it away, cuts back in, comes in off the pads, bounces out into the offside again. Decent over from Josh Hull, 4 overs, none for 6. A couple of no balls have been in there, but you may see now why we sort of like the look of this
Yeah.
19-year-old. He's got plenty about him.
There's a lot to like. There's height for one. That he's a big, strong boy, and his left arm, and he's going to challenge batters for a long time to come. There's definitely a bright future ahead of him. Really exciting.
Hopefully, that's for sure. And they've managed him quite well, I think, this year. He's, I say, mostly played in the Royal London Metrobank FA Cup, but he's played a few Champo games. Missed a couple just to make sure his workload is managed.
I'd imagine with his physique and what he offers, that he's probably being looked at from higher as well.
Right, starts a new over. And that
That's lovely.
swings away from Jones. Good ball.
Lovely,
Well, this is
lovely,
there, isn't he?
lovely new ball bowling. That beautiful
He's
shape.
38 years old.
Just a pup.
There's something sort of, it's old, something slightly old-fashioned about it, but it is, as you say, wonderfully sort of pleasing and sort of, what is it, about 80 miles an hour maybe, getting it through at a reasonable length, but just that lovely shape today.
And apart from the umpires, I reckon we've got the best seat in the house.
In comes right again. This is pushed away up to mid-off to Tom Scriven.
And that little bit of movement the ball before saw Jones just walk at that one a little bit, trying to combat the swing. And Wright will be happy with that. He troubled Jones a little bit in the last over, apart from that wide half volley. He got the outside edge, and who was saying it was Swindles? We think over Swindle's head the way he ducked.
It was hard to see, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I looked up, saw it whistling past Swindles to the boundary, but
it was a
how
flat.
close it was to him, I'm not sure.
In comes Wright. That's in the air, and that's away from Jones, who is living a bit of a charmed life here. He's just steered that in the air, fairly catchable height, but it's just gone wide of Will Davis. Short extra cover, diving across to his right, and away for two.
It was nearly a diving effort in the commentary box there. And it wasn't from the two Durham voices, that is for sure. That was airborne. For a while, it just seemed to hang in the air, didn't it? And,
it did.
Yeah. And Jones gets away with it. Moves on to 14.
Comes in again. Jones takes a step down the track and then wants to go through to the keeper. Why are the lights not on?
It's a good question. There must be, the walkie-talkies must be coming out. I don't know if they're talking to the batsman now. You're going to get the meter out, aren't you?
The line meter.
Marty loves the luxometer.
It's odd one though, isn't it? Because the heaviest stuff's moving quite quickly. There's a bit blue behind it, and the sun was out just a few minutes ago. But a couple of seasons ago, developed this sort of ball that really jagged back.
He tried there, hasn't he?
Outswinger after outswinger, and then jag one back. It took loads of wickets.
Balls again. Jones behind that firmly. No.
Marty's on it. Marty loves a bit of tech.
What
What happened to your old gimbal, mate? We'll talk about that when he comes back on air. He had this gimbal thing.
I thought a gimbal kept things level in a boat.
So this keeps it keeps it level with the camera.
Right.
So we're on the borderline, Marty reckons.
It was curious. We had them on at the start of last week at Grace Road, and then of course the sun came blazing.
Yeah.
Balls again. And that is played back to the stumps at the bowler's end of the over.
Just seems to have brightened up a little bit there in the last 30 seconds after you took that light reading.
The gimbal is in the house somewhere. It was working, but then the app stopped working for a while and it became a nightmare to operate it. But it is a good piece of kit when it works. Basically, it comes with a little tripod. You can sit your phone on it, and it's got this automatic thing where it can follow you around. So you're doing pieces to camera, it will follow you and pan around. But the app was updated and didn't work.
Ah, there you go.
So it's in the cupboard. I need to get it out again, to be honest with you. My wife reckons I've just got too many bits of kit and tech.
You never have too much toys. Too many toys, should I say.
Well, Hull's going to continue. He's bowled 4 overs, Wright 5. I would imagine this might be Hull's last. Wright likes to bowl sort of 6 or 7 normally. First up, over the wicket, of course, to the left-handed Scott Borthwick. Outside off stump, steered beautifully down to the wide third-man boundary. For did sit up quite nicely. There was that bit of width from Hull, and Borthwick just leant back, waited for it, and again with the timing and confidence that comes from form, just steered it away through the vacant gully area.
As if by magic.
There we are. The lights are on.
We have light. Ironically, it's probably as bright as it's been for the last probably 5 to 10
You
minutes.
guarantee the sun will be out within the next 5 minutes.
A good old-fashioned late cut, that wasn't it, from Borthwick? Just let the ball come all the way in, and probably saw the difference there. That one cut down into the square a little bit more than into the outfield, and it raced away down to the vacant third-man area for 4. And Borthwick's going in a runner ball on 11. As you said, continuing on his good form from last week. He was a centurion.
Just bobs at the knees there as he waits for Hull. Comes in, bowls. That one comes back in towards Midland leg. He looks to try and work it away. Doesn't get anything on it. Comes off the edge of the pad. Trickles down towards sort of deep backward square, stroke wide, long leg. Evans comes into field. The leg by is taken. 40 for 1. Durham overcoming the relatively, for him, early loss of Lees on 16. Beginning to build a foundation for their innings now. Remember, Leicestershire absolutely have to take the 9 wickets, have to get maximum bonus points from this game to have any chance. I'll win it as well, of course, as well, but have any chance of promotion. I think they haven't quite written them off, but they know it's highly unlikely. Hull is in to the right-handed Jones, who's driving, bounces. Don't think that was a chance. It hit it down into the ground, I think. Hull, Evans, two-handed to his left, sort of half stopped it. It burst through his hands, ran another 10 yards back, and a single is taken.
I think he thought that was coming a bit quicker than it actually did there. It kind of ballooned again, as we talked about, off the outfield.
It does look soft,
a little bit of a
doesn't it? You can feel the sort of either drill holes or whatever.
Yeah.
Just
off the edge of the covers there, where the water will have run off over the, like I said, the pitch has been, both pitches, the practice one as well, over in the middle, they've been undercover for a week. Undercover all day yesterday.
Hull turns. Runs in past umpire Bailey Bowles down the leg side. Did he get anything on it? Did he help it on its way? He did help it on its way. And it was in the air as it sort of went past Cox, who dived away to his right. He's down on one knee, sort of contemplatively. Cox at the moment, wondering whether he could have got to that. It was a fine glance, but it was an effective one. And it was in the air, but well wide of Cox. He would have had to perform athletic miracle, really, to get there. And he wasn't able to do so. So 4-15 apiece to Messrs Borthwick and Jones now. Borthwick over 100% strike rate now. 15 off 13 for him. The light's beginning to take full effect.
Yeah, they've just warmed up, haven't they?
Oh, gone for a couple in this over. Comes running in and bowls outside off stump. He'll go for 4 more there because that's sat up. They dragged it down outside off stump, and Borthwick needed no second invitation, seeing it pretty well out there. Cracked it away in front of square, saw it early. And picks up another boundary. He moves on to 19 of 14, 49 for 1.
A couple of tired deliveries there at the back end of this spell from Hull, dragged down. That was the second one that's been wide outside the off stump, and Borthwick not late cutting this one, putting that one in front of point with a lot of power. The one down the leg side can happen, but I think those 2 balls, maybe the cut shots might be an indication of a little bit of tiredness from young Holt. Heavy outfield as well running in on. It'll not be easy out there.
Does look a touch laboured as he runs up. He's pounding slightly short of a length on off stump. Borthwick defends. A howl from somebody in the crowd.
Yeah,
It's Jamie.
we've got Jamie who loves wickets. He's even got his own sign there, a wicket for Jamie, just next to the players' pavilion.
Is he sitting there today? I can't see him.
He will be. He'll be there. He's
He's got his white cricket top on.
Yeah, every day.
You recognise the voice anyway.
Absolutely. Yeah, he doesn't miss Jamie. He avid supporter of cricket and football in the local area.
Good lad. 49 for 1 off 10.
He was. I went to watch Sunderland RCA playing in the winter, and he was the mascot.
Yeah,
and he came into the stands carrying the ball, and he was saying to everybody, "I'm the mascot. You know, I'm the mascot." And his dad said, "We all know, because you've told us 10 times." And then he came up to me and he said, "Do you know me?" And I said, "Everybody knows you, and everybody who listens to my cricket commentaries knows you all around the world." Chris right in. Well, that was quite tight. That was a good leave. It's come through to the keeper.
Get a little bit of so we've got Jamie in, who's also a regular, and our other regular is the Jack Russell in the pushchair. He's in as well today. I saw him coming round the back.
Can't see
give you way down to the bottom there.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there behind the green bin.
There you go.
Yeah. The Jack Russell in the push was the talk of the ready to go forums a few weeks ago because somebody had seen them get on a bus.
Incredible. Only cricket.
All right, comes in. Bowls. That's left alone. He's got this sort of floppy hairstyle going on, hasn't he?
It pretty much always has, Chris, one
He's
way or another.
channeling. You know what he's channeling?
Gone for 80s curtains.
4 weddings and a funeral.
Yeah.
Hugh.
There's something.
Hugh Grant.
He grew a moustache to go down to Hove
Love it.
2 weeks ago. Looked very much the part, but then he gave it off last week. I said, "Mrs. not keen." He said, "She wasn't sure." So off it came.
Comes in. Jones turns it off towards that square leg. 4-2.
It's good running.
Yeah. He's been in a little bit of a dip of form of late as Michael Jones.
Brings up the
That's the
50.
50 up for Durham. He's run out for 8 last week in a total mix-up with Alex Lees. Both ended up at the same end.
Yeah, it was awful.
I did wonder if they'd been on the Guinness the night before celebrating the title, but well, I was told it was just he was called through and then Lees changed his mind. But
So that 2 there is a result of really good batting for our listeners there. He's left 2 balls outside the off stump, and Wright's tried to get a little bit tighter, and that one didn't swing, and it got onto Jones's hip, so he tucked that away for a couple. So that's really good opening batting. Oh my God.
that's an absolute snorter and a half. It's gone right through him. How's it missed the stumps?
It's gone over.
Oh, it's gone over the
Over
middle
leg,
leg stump.
Yeah,
That is a peach.
just too good.
So Wright has swung the ball away beautifully, as we've talked about all spell, and there's a couple of balls that have nipped back, but nothing with the venom of that. And he deserved a wicket there, to be fair. That's just gone over the leg stump.
The BBC website is asking you to choose your county championship 11 of the season.
Ooh.
It's an interactive thing. They launched it last week, so go and have a look.
Is it by division or just in general?
No. In comes right again, and that leaves Jones. He looks to try and dab at that one and then changes his mind at the last minute. Just swings away.
Quality
Pull the
bowling.
bat inside the line there.
Quality. bowling.
I think you can choose. You've got to choose a 1 or 2 or 3, and it's interactive,
okay.
and then you select your team and have a look.
They limit your choices, though. They? Yeah,
Oh,
you
there's
get a
all-
choice.
Why
Yeah.
can't they just
Is it like all-rounders?
You can't just choose whoever you want. They
Mhm.
they give you a certain number of players to choose from.
Do they limit it from clubs and stuff like that, a bit like fantasy football?
Right balls to Jones. Jones steers this to mid-wicket no run there.
It's a good over
Under
that.
the over. 2 from it, but I think the 5 other deliveries were the bowlers, weren't they?
Yeah, from a cricket purist point of view, that's a battle. That's a really good over of cricket. Some good batting from Jones and a little bit of luck, as you'd expect as an opening batter, and Wright asking some really good questions, getting the ball to swing away, and then a couple to nip back off the seam.
They're going to miss him, Leicestershire, and there's no obvious, really, replacement at the moment. They need another very good seamer. Sussex are getting a very good player, even at 38.
Yeah, he's a good
2-year
operator.
deal. Yeah, he'll do them a good job.
Are you in the cricket writers or not?
Yeah, sort
Yeah.
of.
Have you voted for your players of the year? No. Just had a reminder email. I voted last week, I think.
Going to see a bowling change.
Will Davis is going to come on from our end of ground, the Lumley end of the ground.
Cricket Writers' dinner this year has been moved way back into late November instead of the week after the season finishes because of the World Cup.
All the important people are away, are they?
Yeah. Yes. Us plebs don't count.
Davis is in, bowls outside off stump. Good line, and ball. I think we're going to give him credit there and say he withdrew the bat, just railed it back inside the line, but not much in it. It was a very good line from Davis, who picked up a wicket with his first ball last week, and picked up a good wicket too out of Adam Lythe, who's going well.
John Pick has emailed. It's entitled End of Season Awards. As a great season draws to a close, I would like to hand out my prestigious and much sought after awards.
Davis, very chest on, comes in and bowls, finds a thick outside edge, but he'd gone on top of the bounce there, Borthwick, and he'd say that's a good slip from Jones there, and it is a big slide from Kimber, who takes half the Toblerone with him, but quite a long way back, picks it up and gets his throwaway, keeps it to 3.
On a really wonky boundary now.
I think Kimber's got every jumper that he owns on right now.
Yeah.
Yes.
John says it's been such a team effort that I don't really want to award a Player of the Year, but it's probably Alex Lees, who also takes the award for Batsman of the Year. Bowler of the Year, Ben Rain. but please can we sign Matt Parkinson for next year? And he's already off. He's already off.
Yeah, we've got his brother.
You've got his twin brother. Signing of the season is Baz the leader, and Ollie Robinson is signing of the decade. Ooh,
Wow,
interesting.
he's been impressive, to be fair.
Yeah.
And Buss has really come into his own in probably in the latter half of the season, learning his red ball trade, predominantly a white ball cricketer.
Yeah, bowled well, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's done really well.
He's not here this week. Him and Colin Ackerman are with the Netherlands squad at the World Cup in India.
Davis over the wicket to the right. Andy Jones bounces and it looks a bit high to me. Comes back in. Davis turns, starts to appeal.
It's done a lot.
It wasn't too high actually, but it, as you say,
the line of off them in the end, wasn't it?
jagged, not where it hit him, but it jagged back a long way. So
Moved
it's
a lot
probably
off
going
the seam.
down, possibly going down, and an indication from Jones. Jeepers, that did a bit.
It did.
And, it did.
That's similar to the ball that Wright bowled at him actually in the last over, but that one smashed into his pads there. Good appeal, worth an appeal, but I think it's the right decision there. I think it's probably just done too much.
Knew his fate as soon as he turned towards umpire Bailey. Davis is in and bowls. Punched sort of, but with control. Didn't really put his weight into the shot. Bullish delivery off middle and leg out towards mid on, and there's no run. Tom Scriven also starting to warm up, so double change in the offing.
Jones has got 594 runs so far this season going into this game. 1 century, 121 run out, and 4 50s.
Davis turns, runs in and bowls on off stump, and walking forward into the defensive push there is Jones. Again, an indication of the movement that Davis has already obtained. Robinson has kind of done for Durham what Hanscom did. They bring so much balance, don't they, when the two aspects to the game. And
absolutely allow you to give the leader at 7, for example, for us. Or if you're going somewhere, you might be able to pick that extra spinner as well.
To bat him be able to bat him up at 5. In goes Davis, bowls, and again he's got his hands into the air. He's squared up Jones just a touch there. He got plenty on it and hit it firmly out into the offside and rehearses the expansive cover drive. But plenty of encouragement for Davis in that over. No breakthrough though. 12 overs have been bowled. That is leaving us. It is 54 for 1 after 12. Interesting first hour of play.
Lights firmly blazing away now. 12 overs gone in this 55 minutes or so. Ash is just stepping aside for a moment or two, and Marcus North, the Durham Director of Cricket, is joining us. I never saw you at Worcester last week, but you were there, weren't you?
It's floating around. Good morning, everyone.
Yeah.
Good morning, Marty.
All turned out nicely in the end, didn't it? Despite the weather.
Hope to have for the celebrations.
Yeah.
The most important part.
Was it drinking responsibly?
Very much so.
I gather the lads just had a quiet night, didn't they?
Well, it didn't affect their batting the next day.
Oh. Well, decision-making processes. Going to see Scriven in then. Right arm over from the Finkel end. Comes in and bowls, and this is turned away nicely by Borthwick down to the square leg boundary for 4 in front of the pavilion. Now, young Scriven, some of you who watch cricket in the northeast might know a bit about him, because for the last 2 years he's been playing for Saltburn in the North Yorkshire South Durham League. And just to counterbalance that, Henley in the Home Counties Premier League. So just a young lad. 16th, this is his 17th first class match.
Swindle's also playing
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah. They've lost quite a few of the core of the team, Leicestershire, going into the last couple of matches, as bowler comes in here and bowls. So Hanscom's back in Australia. Mulder's back in South Africa. Ackerman's gone to the World Cup with Basteleda. Durham have brought Johnny Bushnell in the absence of Deleda. How's your search going for an Australian fast bowler for next year then? Have you sorted it out?
Australian fast bowler.
Yeah.
That our head coach letting it on, wasn't it?
No, that was what you said. Scriven comes in, bowls, and this is played up to mid-off the run there. I think it was you who said Australia don't have any test matches between February and November next year.
Very true.
Yeah.
South Africa also have a break in test match.
So the Australian search isn't going very well. We've now moved our attention to South Africa. Yeah. Scriven turns. Comes in from the Finkel end, bowls to Borthwick. That angle's back in, but he's left it. Managed to leave that alone. Shape back as it was passing the stumps.
Work in progress, Marty.
Yeah.
Hopefully, sooner rather than later, I can have some good news to share you and our members and our playing staff.
I'll tell you what I did notice last week. The moment that it was announced that, well, the moment it became, Durham became the Division 2 champions, it was within 30 seconds the email landed on my computer for membership renewals. That was good work, that.
Good marketing.
This has gone off to point, no run there. So there's been a few people in the ticket office today renewing for next year, haven't there? Starts this week.
Look, our support this year has been fantastic, as every year really, since I've come back to the club 5 years ago. That it's one thing that is unwavering is our fantastic membership support. Very loyal and passionate about Durham and the North East cricket, and we feel that, and it's great to finally be able to reward them with success of winning the second division championship.
Scriven in. This is turned away by Borthwick down towards long leg for one. So there will be a trophy presentation at the end of this game. We don't know when that will be, of course, but Dave Bracegirdle got his hands on that trophy at Nottingham last year. The BBC commentator there, so you might want to give it a bit of a clean. But that will be at some point this week.
You'll have to come down and get a picture with it, Marty.
Yeah? Well, see, Bracegirdle would think I was copying him then. Was there a prize money for winning the division or not?
Yeah. I think it's it's not as considerable as the first division.
Yeah, there is something.
There is something, yeah.
59 for 1, 13 overs gone here on the BBC. Davis to bowl his second over. The first went for 3. Scriven's first over's gone for 5. He's coming right on round to Borthwick. That's gone down the leg side and is taken by Cox, the keeper. So, in terms of the county championship, one more batting point. That's a new club record. So, on 49 at the minute, which is what they achieved in 2009.
Harder back in 2009,
well, yeah.
Marty, wasn't it? Because the points start at
harder now.
50.
Yeah.
Harder now, sorry, than it was back then.
Yeah. Davis comes in, bowls, Borthwick cuts at the ball, and it rolls out to the cover area. No run there. It's picked up in the end by Scriven, who gives the ball a bit of a wipe, having got some sweat from between his shoulder blades. So, back where they belong. You know, when they got relegated, I mean, 7 years ago when they got relegated, but there was quite a lot of support from other parts of the country, and people who were members of other clubs took membership out at Durham just to try and help support them. Davis in, a leading edge there from Borthwick has gone down. That's the slip cordon behind, deep point for 2. Good running there. Is fielded in the end by Umar Amin. I wonder how many of those hunters from other parts of the country who just took out memberships in support still have them. Do you have any idea?
I have no idea. Good question, Hammer.
Be worth looking into, wouldn't it?
One for Callum Thorpe in the membership department. He's probably listening now on the feed.
3 balls left of the over. Scriven in, and Borthwick turns this to mid-on for 1. Oh, no, we were having a discussion on air last week talking about player of the year and that kind of thing, and bumping into so many Durham players around Worcester, Durham supporters around Worcester last week, and the amount commenting and just how good Scott Borthwick's captaincy's been this year, the decision making, the putting the pressure on teams, keeping them thinking. The funky fielding, as Bryden Cast calls it.
I think tactically he's grown tremendously this summer. Even having to captain with an out-and-out spinner in your side changes your tactics completely.
This is played by Jones up to mid-off, dot ball.
We played on really good services here, prepared by Vic and his team, really consistent ones that you feel that, it's not just about putting the ball in the right area and letting a little bit of movement do the work. There has to be huge amounts of pressure build up, as a bowling group tactically with the field placements and bowling changes is critical to how that unfolds. And I think Scott, each game has just shown that real growth in his leadership.
Let's see, final ball of the over. That's a dot ball that's gone off to mid-off, end of the over. So 62 for one. Durham put in this morning the 1 wicket to go. Lee's LBW to Chris Wright for 6. Wright's 50th first-class wicket against Durham. He's been quite the competitor over the years. John Pick finally says the most improved player for him this year, Bryden Cast, whose relative injury-free season has helped him massively. Lazarus back from the dead, wasn't expecting that award, goes to Graham Clark's red ball career. He has adjusted his style to the team's needs, particularly creditably this year. Roll on Division 1, says John Pick. Richard's back with us.
Tom Scriven, arguably Leicestershire's player of the year. Find of the year, Lewis Hill refers to him, perhaps a little unkindly. I knew he was there. He's developer of the year, perhaps, and he really has come on as a young all-rounder Oxford boy. Via Hampshire, first real full season at Leicestershire. Established himself as a vital component of all sides, as good all-rounders tend to do. He's going to go around the wicket to the Durham skipper, Borthwick. Still with the 3 slips, goes in and bowls slightly short of a length up on his toes is Borthwick, guiding it nicely down way through this wide gully. No chance for Sam Evans at backward point to get anywhere near it. And Borthwick picks up 4, and that is the 50 partnership between Messrs Borthwick and Jones. He's come up in good time as well, just 59 balls. Captain obviously responsible for the majority of the runs, 34 of them. Jones playing the anchor role at the moment. There's still a little bit of something there, as you would hope, on the first morning for the Leicestershire Seamers, but Borthwick and Jones handling it well at the moment. Scriven kicks up his heels, runs in and bowls. Borthwick cuts really nicely for 4. Stylish shot from Borthwick, who is playing, well, I've said it already, with all the confidence of a man in form. He's moved now on to 38 of just 29 deliveries. Strike rate of 131. He's taken Durham on to 70 for 1.
This is lovely to watch from Scott. He'd probably admit the first half of the season he got a lot of starts and hadn't really kicked on. And touch wood, the last couple of weeks he's started to really hit his straps here, and he looks in great form so far today, punishing anything short.
Yeah, look, he's a good example of someone that's an incredibly experienced pro. But this year he's been working on a couple of things with Ryan Campbell and James Hilditch around his hands, and we've really seen that take to full effect in terms of outcome over the last couple of months. And he's playing beautifully. Should probably just put the mocker on, but
And there's hint bowls to him.
Yeah,
He was out towards mid-on. He got plenty of bat on that one, no worries.
But I think the positivity, and you're probably talking about hands and his balance in the last few weeks. Well, probably the last month-ish has looked so much better.
Yeah, it's getting that, as you know, Thorpe, it's about getting your hands a bit more high and a bit more engaged, where sometimes when Scotty gets a little bit maybe defensive mindset, his hands stay quite low and a bit stuck and a bit choppy at the ball.
Scriven is in both. Fuller, that's a better line and length from the Leicestershire all-round, and it was a false shot from Borthwick, who's forward, looking to defend the ball. It just perhaps held its own outside off stumps, slipped through into the gloves of Cox.
So you talked a little bit about bringing an overseas bowler in next year. Is there anything else that we really need from a squad point of view now that we have Parkinson on board also?
Yeah, look, I think our batting has been exceptional this year. And to add Colin Ackerman into the squad now, is going to put real competition for that final 6 or 7 spots.
Scriven bowls full, nice try, but only as far as mid-off from Borthwick. Ackerman has finished the season for Leicestershire in super form. Really does look a class act, and yeah, I think he'll add a lot to the Durham line. He scores quickly as well, by and large.
Well, he'll fit in well here then.
Yeah.
And then we've got our 3 all-rounders, Thorpe and Cass, Bass, the lead, and Bushy are our 3 all-rounders that can bat, that 6 or 7 position and bowl as our fourth bowler, fourth quick.
Scriven is in a little bit short of a length this time. Borthwick stays on the back, but it's straight, so he plays it straight, then rehearses the punch through the offside end of the over. Ackerman also brings his sort of occasional off spin, which can be very effective, especially in white ball cricket.
Had the record, didn't he, in T20 cricket?
He did, until it was taken away by one of the associate countries, I think, which can happen, but in sort of first class, for want of a better word, T20 cricket, yeah, 7 wickets. The only player up to that point to do that. Keeping 3 slips in.
Absolutely. As Davis comes in over the wicket to Jones, who has a nice drive for that. It's to the left of mid-off, who misfields, and it will run away to the boundary. Probably a bit of reward for Jones, who's battled hard this morning, got some really good deliveries that have seamed and swung around. And he's timed that one pretty nicely, but disappointing misfield there at mid-off from a Leicester point of view.
Skipper should have got that.
Yeah.
He did get there, in fact.
He did, yeah. Just missed it.
Yeah.
And the score moves on to 74 for 1. Jones moves on to 21. Borthwick has raced away. He's on 38. So, yeah, just back to the squad overall, mate. You feel like you've got pretty much all bases covered?
Yeah, I do. I think, we've got some really exciting young bowlers coming through.
As Davis comes in again and Jones defends this one out onto the onside to mid-on for no run.
In the next 12 months, I'm really excited about where we can actually get some of these kids to give us that real good backup within first division bowling.
Yeah.
Quality overseas quick bowler coming in complements your Cass, your Potts, your Rain, your Coglins. It's inevitable we're going to either have an injury or 2, or we're going to lose a couple to play, when...
Hopefully higher honours, yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. As again, Davis comes in, Jones walks down the crease and punches this beautifully through mid-on for 4. That is a shot of confidence. Walking into that and hitting that on the up through mid-on, a real shot of intent and class.
Good work by Borthwick to get out of the way of that one. Did the splits in mid-air.
Outstanding shot.
Ben McKinney is one of the most exciting young batting prospects who's we haven't seen a lot this year due to young Lions under 19 international duties, but I have no doubt that he's going to have a very bright future for us. It's again just managing him over the next 12 months to continue to get his progression right.
I'm going to ask you a difficult question here in a moment. As Davis comes in again to Jones. And Jones right on the up, punches this to mid-off. Hill races around, does the fielding, and Jones gets in safely. And that ends the over. Jones moves on to 26. And the score on to 79 for 1. Loan options now that you might have stacked up a little bit on say, experience in the squad. Would maybe a couple of the younger players look to go out on loan and play some second division cricket?
That's a good question, Thorpe, and that's something that I'm really open to. I don't have a closed mind to that. And if that's something that's going to suit the development of the player, which works and benefit for the player, us as a club moving forward, why wouldn't I look at that? I think that would be something that I'm very open to.
Davis is in. It's turned nicely off his legs by Borthwick down towards the sweeper, who's out there now on the square leg boundary in form of Scriven.
I think it's more changing the mindset potentially of us as counties as well, where you either get someone on loan to fill a gap through injury, or you get somebody on loan to potentially be able to recruit and purchase. So to have the mindset change to go, actually, we can get somebody on loan for development for a year. They're never going to be our player, but we can benefit.
Davis comes in again, and this time the keeper's standing up to the stumps. And Jones defends this one out into the offside, and apologies. Richard picked up a ball there. No, I was drifting away there. 80 for 1 at the end of the over. Engrossed in the conversation with Marcus, to be fair. 80 for 1. Borthwick's on 39 and Jones on 26.
And that's just a mindset change, I think, where, and again, that's maybe something that may never happen, or you will start to see some counters that might see that actually being a good option of strengthening their squad with a younger player that's not necessarily a player in their division or a player that they can get, but, they're competing and the team as a whole is being more competitive. So we see that in other sports, especially with football, where younger players tend to be loaned out to go into different leagues in Europe to get experience. So why shouldn't we look at that in cricket?
Scriven round the wicket to Borthwick, who again indicates with his left hand, having plunged forward rather at that one, that it just moved away a touch. It certainly held its line, but just a bit cross with himself probably there. The Durham skipper wanders down and prods at the pitch.
It's slightly similar, some similarities, but if you look at Matt Parkinson, where we needed to move away from an overseas spinner to get some more depth in our fast bowling, where the circumstances that a quality spinner like Matt.
Scriven bowls, half a start of an appeal as it swings back in a touch, thick inside edge, and pad keeps it out from Borthwick.
Matt became available, and has played a huge part.
Yeah, absolutely.
In us getting promotion and winning the second division title, and has felt every part of a Durham player. And I'm sure, even though that the members realise that one, he was on loan from Lancashire, two, he had signed from Kent, they would have felt that he was very much part of our team and our club for this season.
Scriven bowls, forward goes Borthwick, gets plenty of it. He's going to pick up at least one as Hill has to run back and slide. Thinks about a second, but Hill gets his throwaway. Interesting, I spoke to Matt down in Kent when he played for Kent in the one-day game against Leicestershire down at Beckenham. And I was saying is you pulled in three sort of separate directions, not really. And he's a forthright Boltonian, if that's the right word. He said, I said, well, I'm a Kent player basically now. I consider myself that. But he said, when I'm wherever I am, I give full commitment, and he undoubtedly
credit to Matt and as an individual, as a character, that it's the day he turned up here, his first day with us on loan for one match we loaned him for. He walked in the dressing room and it felt like he'd been part of our club for a year or two. So credit to him as an individual.
Yeah, they don't take a backward step, those Parkinson boys, I promise you that. In goes Scriven back over the wicket to Jones, who's squared up a touch, thick outside edge along the ground all the way. He's got it between cover and point. Runs back from point to field. Jones picks up one.
So I think they'll be back to the question. Is that there's an example of a player that's been on loan for 70% of our campaign, and doesn't feel that he's using us for anything other than actually coming and playing his best cricket and being part of a team. So, there's a good example that that loan of a season loan could really work.
Scriven is in. Lovely square cut from Borthwick behind point, but a good diving stop by Evans on the point boundary, running away to his right in front of the county stand, making the stop, keep Borthwick to a couple. And it's also a good reflection on the dressing room as well, that low knees feel immediately part of the side as well. Because
I can be biased on that, but I've got every right to be. But I know that Durham dressing room, regardless, if you look at all players that have been here before, it's one of the special things that the club has, is this uniqueness in the dressing room.
Scriven is in, bowls Fuller, and it's driven for four. Just over pitched on that occasion, looking for that extra little bit of in-swing. It did in-swing, but it was a half volley, and Borthwick saw it early and just leant into it. Again, didn't try and overhit it, just timed it away. Just wide off mid-off before. He is already on 46 off just 39 balls, 88 for one. Durham, 8, and that's Scriven over.
You've got to give full credit, obviously, to the coaching staff and the players for that. But geez, winning helps being in a change room, doesn't it?
Yeah, one or two.
I agree with that.
Dressing room is a winning dressing room.
And I think when I say the uniqueness about Durham is, regardless of team performance or what's happening out in the field, there's a camaraderie within the group, and there's a lot of northeast values that come out of that, and there's a lot of loyalty to your friend, your teammate, your pal, and that is just runs really thick within the Northeast, but certainly at our club at Durham, and it has done for generations. I speak of when I was here in 2004, the same feeling within that group.
Davis comes in, and Jones again times this nicely to mid-on, but for no run.
Ash, you would have felt that when you played here. And
Still do, bizarrely.
Still do, yeah.
I'm lucky enough to work here, and you just feel the energy and the passion. And like you say, I think playing for Durham is such a privilege because the people around are just so behind wanting success for this place. And you can see on a pretty chilly day here, there's a nice crowd in. As Davis comes in again, and Jones flashes, and Cox takes that beautifully, standing up to the stumps.
And I guess I married one, so
yeah, snap.
But that's one of the things I fell in love when I first came here, 20 odd years ago. Like I said, the Northeast, and the people and the culture and the friendships you make. They're extremely loyal up here. You don't want to cross them because they'll forget it. But the loyalty is something that's I think is fantastic, and it's a way of life that I've loved myself and my family to really get into.
Davis comes in, and Jones attempts to punch this one off the back foot through the offside, gets a thick inside edge down to fine leg. So a little bit of luck for Jones.
Just thought to keep Leicestershire fans abreast of the situation in the game between Yorkshire and Worcestershire. It hasn't actually started. They're going to start at 22-1. Only 2 points Worcestershire need from that game, obviously, to confirm their promotion, but they haven't managed to make a start yet.
And I guess from my point of view, the cool thing is being in coaching now. I'm coaching kids that I've played with, like of their parents, and I saw Ryan was in yesterday with young Jake had come through for a coaching session, and in my school setup now, I've got club cricketers and county cricketers that their kids are now in that system as well. As Davis comes in, this one's tucked away off the hip by Borthwick, down to fine leg for another single. Moves the score on to 90. Borthwick on 47 and Jones on 28. And it's just that generational thing that keeps coming through and keeps people engaged in the game. And that's probably throughout the country, but definitely a strong part of cricket in the Northeast is generations of families supporting not just the county, but the grassroots clubs as well. Davies in again, and Jones defends out into the leg side for no run.
Did you take a game to your older club, Marcus, this year? South Norths?
We did. We didn't.
I was going to say not very well.
we haven't had the last few years.
That's a tough subject.
It was Somerset this year, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Somerset, yeah. So we didn't have a very good performance on the field, but the club had a fantastic day off it with 500 plus corporate.
I was one of them. It was a good day. Davis comes in again, and Jones is beaten, and Cox, I don't know, there's hands on head from the bowler there. I'm not sure if there was an edge or not.
Might have been a nick into the arm or the hand. I don't think.
Yeah, tough one standing up to the stump, especially with the amount of seam movement that's been around this morning.
You guys must have got a better view. Was Jones caught off a no ball early on?
The nick, I wasn't sure. The reaction was different, but it looked like, I don't know if it was a player miss or not. Off hole.
Nicked it, but
yeah.
Okay.
There was no real reaction from behind the stumps. He certainly sparred away as the sun comes back out, but these two really laying a good foundation for the Durham first innings. Scriven continues round the wicket, bowls to Borthwick, defends, drops the ball out into the offside, and you heard the yeah as he saw it moving between point and cover. Harry Swindles runs across the field. By the time he does so, the single has been taken. Borthwick on to 48, 91 for 1. Leicestershire took one of their one-day games for the first time to a club called Kibworth, about 6 or 7 miles away from the county ground. It was a fantastic success, really. They really sort of put their soul into marketing it, and blessed by the weather, which always helps. Scriven over the wicket to Jones, picks him nicely away off his legs, turns him nicely away off his legs down towards deep square. It's feelers are Leicestershire already slightly on the defensive with a sweeper on the leg side.
Borthwick on 48, so 2 more.
And this will be his 4th game in a row where he's got to at least 50. Got 134 not out at Worcester last week, 56 against Sussex beginning of September. And the match before that was the final one-day cup game at Bristol. Got 57 in that one.
He's had a pretty good September one way or another. In goes Scriven, bowls to him, and again goes past the outside edge with that, just that length, that line that seems to just troubling Borthwick slightly, just outside off stump. Looks to be a bit of shape back into the left-hander. Might just hold its own off the seam. Goes past the outside edge. 2 slips and a gully now. Swindles has gone wider. Scriven just waits for Borthwick to compose himself. Comes in, bowls, slightly short though. Borthwick likes it there, cuts it away. Goes the sweeper out there, Sam Evans, so just the single. 49 now to Scott Borthwick. 35 wickets for Tom Scriven. The county championship this season.
The good news is that the mobile phone they're trying to use as the commentator cam isn't working, so you don't have to see my 5 chins close up and me scratching me here.
Sun coming back out now as Scriven is in, bowls to Jones, waits for it on the off stump, dabs it down into the offside. Swindles runs up to field at the closest your net point.
He's hit 8 fours in his 49, Scott Borthwick.
Beautiful sunshine now.
Yeah, where's that come from?
Plenty of blue sky around.
Wind's coming in the next couple of days. Yellow wind.
Yeah, it's meant to be a bit windy and wet tomorrow. Storm Agnes, they're calling this one. The first named storm of the autumn.
Scriven is in, bowls to Jones, straight. Jones straight bat. In response, in defence, everyone's out to mid-on, where Lewis Hill is the fielder. 93 for 1 now, Durham, after 19 overs. Leicestershire not getting through their overs particularly quickly, but they never do, I'm afraid. Cost them in the last match.
Lost 2 points, didn't they?
Just one.
Who's your spinner? Who's going to bowl your overs?
Yeah, good question. Umar Amin fiddles through a few overs of sort of gentle seam up. Kimber bowls some occasional off spin. Rather better than he gets credit for sometimes. But other than that.
Is that James Taylor down there?
Yep.
Yeah. He thinks it's winter. He's got a thick coat on.
It is. It's cold.
Bobble hat. It's a summer's day, this. New over from the Lumley end. Davis coming around the wicket. Right on round to Borthwick, who's on 49.
He's walking around with Scott Curry.
Scott Borthwick, in terms of his general career, has had 2,260 50s. He's had 1,500s for Durham and 44 50s for Durham. So this would be 45 unless he could convert it into 100. Davis in, balls, tries to york him, and there is the 100. Yeah, the 50, he picks that out and plays it nicely through mid-wicket. The 4, slightly over-pitched. He's got there in 45 balls and 9 fours. Excellent work. Durham are approaching the 100 mark. They're 97 for 1.
Bad news, Martin.
I know. I'd crack that, isn't it?
You're back on.
Yeah. Bowler comes in. Borthwick defends. It bounces back to him. Just what the punters didn't want. Marcus, are they still using that orange automatic grass cutter, or has it gone back?
Yeah. That was out last night. Did the whole outfield.
So does it go around the ground during the evening then? And
does. This goes directly across. You can see that.
Yeah.
I'm sure people can see it on the stream, but you can see the lines go across.
Davis bowls. Borthwick defends, or more or less dives right in front of the batsman. So it's on GPS, isn't it?
It is, yeah. So
it knows not to go near the covers.
I think Mark walks it around,
Uh-huh.
and obviously inputs where it can and can't go.
Right.
And then he sets it off. I think it got set off around between 4 and 5 yesterday afternoon, and they wake up this morning and it's parked up and it's gone to bed, and it's all the outfield's been cut.
My auntie's got one in her garden in Worcestershire, and it knows when it needs to go back to its little base and charge itself up. Davis comes in. This is defended.
Have you been told how much one of them costs?
Can't begin to imagine that one, because it's quite a size, that one you've been trying out, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a decent size. £28,000.
Oh, I would have gone for 15 grand. £28,000. Wow. And it's a trial that ECB are trying out.
Trial.
So are other clubs using them as well?
I'm not sure. But it helps this time of year because there's so much dew that Vic and his team can't cut the pitch prior to play.
Yeah. Last ball of the over. Borthwick turns this one round the corner down towards long leg for 1. Durham move on to 98 for 1. It doesn't pick the grass cuttings up though, does it?
No.
But they're only little.
They're only
they just go back in and help irrigate the sort of compost to become done, don't they? I suppose, rather than irrigate. Irrigation is drainage, isn't it? Chris Wright coming back into the attack by the looks of things. 98 for 1. Durham are after nearly an hour and a half's play. 20 overs. There's half an hour to go to lunch, and they're not going to bowl 12 overs between now and then, are they? This is as slow as Sussex a few weeks ago, when the Anudcat overs were taking more than 4 minutes each to bowl. They ended up -5 at one point before reeling it back in somehow. Right, doing a few warm-ups. Paul Mooney's doing the weather at the minute. Might see the odd 1 or 2 showers around this afternoon, the odd shower around this evening. And then build an arc tomorrow. Wright comes in, bowls. Turned away by Borthwick down towards long leg, 1 run. Tomorrow, the calm before the storm. So it'll be bright tomorrow morning and then start to get wet and windy tomorrow afternoon. And then tie yourself to a concrete block and hide in your cellar until it passes.
The start of the summer, we had a huge wind came through. And the covers were up in the stands.
Really?
Remember? Yeah, they got blown, and a couple of them got ripped to shreds. We had to get new covers.
When was that?
That was April last year, start of April. Yeah.
This year?
Sorry, this year. Yeah, sorry, this year.
Will it? Didn't know that. Wright comes bounding in and bowls, played by Jones up to mid-on for 1, and that's the 100 up. 100 for 1 in 20.2 overs. Another 150, and they've broken the points record for bonus points in a season. What's the run rate at the minute? 4.9, yeah. So what they've been going along at 4.5 all season, haven't they? Which nobody else is anywhere near that in any of the divisions. Right to Borthwick. Where's that gone? That squirts away along the floor behind point, and Amin's chasing it towards the boundary, and he comes to a halt, and it's gone for 4. I think that's it. Sorry. Yeah, he's wearing Wright's. No, it's Sam Evans. Sam Evans, I think it is. Unless he's wearing Wright's sweater. Who is that down there? I think it's Evans. He's now staying on that boundary, a deep backward point. Right, he comes in and bowls. Borthwick defence. What's this boundary? Do you know the boundary length, Marcus, to the castle stand?
Short.
Yes.
Very short.
I
don't know that.
It's probably no more than about 55 yards.
Yeah, 55, 60. It wouldn't be below the minimum.
Yeah. I know the minimum across has to be 120 yards, but this boundary looks a lot bigger than... That looks wider than 120 yards to me anyway, from one side to the other.
Well, you can go past 120 but you can't exceed 90 on one side.
Right. That's gone down the leg side from right.
That rule came in, I think, this year or last year. It enables you to play to the characteristics of your ground.
Mm-hmm.
So if we were to go 120, we'd have a huge amount of grass unused over there. So rather than having two smallish, one very short boundary and a small boundary, you're able to kind of have the characteristics of your ground, and I think that's important.
Last ball of the over. There'll be an update for Radio Newcastle any moment now. Wright comes in, bowls to Borthwick. That is left alone. And that is the end of the over. Durham Cricket stats reckon that Lee's out for single figures was the first time since July last year. Useless Durham stats on.
He won't know what to do with himself up there. He said he won't know what to do with himself up there. He's used to being out in the middle.
Yeah. Alistair Smith says, I might be alone, but I've voted for Scott Borthwick, Player of the Year. His captaincy when fielding, as well as his batting, has been top-notch for me.
I'm fascinated to see the awards this year. When you have great seasons like this, players tend to steal votes off each other through individual performances. And normally the one or two players that have been incredibly consistent throughout a campaign will rise to the top, but unfortunately I think we've got about 8 or 9 that have been incredibly consistent. So I'm intrigued to see the members Player of the Year and the Players Player of the Year, the Paul Collingwood and the respective competitions we play are done from a voting system that the players vote after each match, 3, 2, 1.
Floodlights are being turned off now in brilliant sunshine. Here we are, update for Radio Newcastle. That's a single. Oh, it's not. Oh, nearly run out there from the gully. Durham put in by Leicestershire today, and they lost Alex Lee. A rare failure from his point of view. He was out for just 6, and he's having the summer of his life. He's got 1,347 runs this year, but LBW to Chris Wright in the 5th over. Wright getting his 50th wicket against Durham in County Championship cricket, but that was the last wicket of fall because Durham are now 104 for 1. Michael Jones has 30, and Scott Borthwick 59. His 50 came in 45 balls and included 9 fours. It's the 4th match in a row the Durham skipper has managed to get at least 50 on the board. He got a century at Worcester last week as well. So Durham 104 for 1. We've had 21 overs. Driven bowling in the sunshine here to Jones. The first ball was an edge to Gully, and Jones, I think, thought he'd got it round the fielder sitting in there, Harry Swindells, and he looked like he was setting off for a single, then realised Swindells had got a hand on it, tried to ground his bat. Swindells had a go at the stumps, missed the target, might have been run out had he hit. The floodlights have been turned off, and the moment they turned off, all the starlings returned to them. But we've got brilliant sunshine now. Southwesterly breeze. And Durham 104 for 1. Scriven in bowls. Jones defends. So they haven't got started at Headingley because it's too far south. They were taking an early lunch and they were due to start at 20 to 1. Yorkshire Grumbler says this game has the same 2 umpires as the Scarborough washout. Oh, that game, sorry. The Yorkshire game has the same 2 umpires. I was thinking Tom Lungley, wasn't it? Worcestershire has the same 2 umpires that they had at Scarborough. Scriven to Jones. Bales are off. There's an appeal for a stumping from Cox, not given, says Tom Lungley, the umpire at square leg. Mind you, I think it was Scarborough started on a Tuesday. There was loads of rain on the Wednesday night. The Thursday morning, standing on that outfield, it was like being on a waterbed. It was just a giant sponge. And then it wasn't really meant to rain much on the Thursday, and it just absolutely lashed it down. Storms weren't forecast, but there were floods in Scarborough that day. All played away off to the cover area, no run there. In terms of overs lost, all the years I've been covering Durham, I reckon around about 1,053 this year. The worst year was 2012, and I think they got about 1,220 or something like that. I've got it written down in a notepad in the house somewhere. And Durham aren't the worst affected team this season, you know. Gloucestershire lost an entire match against Worcester, against Yorkshire, didn't they?
April and May, we were quite lucky.
Yeah. Scriven in, balls. This has gone off towards the covers, no run. Short extra cover, end of the over. It's a maiden. If you think about it, the weather impacted Durham at Cardiff. Second away game in the season. Lost half a match or more at Scarborough. Weather badly affected the game at Derby. There's a bit of rain and bad light around at Leicester. The only match here this year where they've lost a few overs in a county championship game, I think, was Worcestershire, the first home game of the season, when they lost about 40. So it's generally been on the road. Of course, Worcestershire last week.
We'll be both through to lunch. Leicestershire won't be too worried about his workload anymore. This is his last game. Don't mind if they break him. Round the wicket he comes. Bowls to Borthwick onto the legs. Borthwick looks to work it away off the legs. I think it was mostly pad. It trickles out towards a square leg. A little bit of inside edge as well. Clearly, because no signal from umpire Langley. So Borthwick onto 60. 105 for 1.
Wind's just getting up. The Durham School banner on the seat over there is fluttering away now. The uni one's gone. Where's that? Is it in the North Sea?
I think this one will be getting taken down tonight.
Yeah.
To try and protect it the next couple of days.
From Agnes. The Union flag on Lumley Castle, standing out very proud. Outside off stump and driven away by Jones. Had to reach for it a little bit. It was so wide, but got there, got to the pitch of the ball, steered it, didn't try and overhit it, and managed to pick up one. There is a sweeper out there. Umar Amin, single taken.
That flag on the castle looks like the wind's coming from the southeast. And when you look at the flag on the pavilion, it looks like it's coming from the southwest. So how's that happening? Is it curving round us?
It's about half a mile away, isn't it, I suppose? So.
Southerly, is it?
Slight variations.
Yeah.
Right is in, bowls to Borthwick on off stump, drops it out into the offside, and a brilliant single, really. Immediately called for it. Swindles was a little bit on his heels there at point. Ditto Scriven. They both reacted, but not before Messrs. Borthwick and Jones had completed one. Very good running.
He's got a smear of red off the ball right at the centre of his stomach there. It looks like he's got a serious injury, doesn't he? Yeah.
But no, he always does. That's where he polishes it. Right in the centre. Low down on his shirt. Jones looks around him, still sees the two slips and a gully. Sweeper out on the offside. Right is in, bowls to him, thick inside edge. That's going to run down to the long leg boundary for Hull. Ran along 15 yards to his right, in a sort of dive of sorts, but he's so tall really that it's slightly awkward for him to get down quickly. He managed to dive pretty much over the ball.
Mike Duncan tweeted earlier, he says, morning Marty, what a week we are going to have. Long celebrations, then prepare to settle some scores next year. We'll hold our own in the first division. We'll be having a decent investment on them, and I'm sure the bookies will be scared. That's Mike.
So, that's an optimistic email or tweet.
Bookies running scared.
What odds can you get on Durham winning the championship next season?
Oh, I don't know.
Should I go down there?
Yeah.
In goes right and bowls, and a little bit of movement,
back.
says Jones
See
there
what
as he
you get.
covers up on the off stump, pushes it out into the offside.
Yeah.
Who was the last? Essex would have been the last county.
Yeah, they came up and won it, didn't they?
No.
Yeah.
Lancashire, I think, did it before them.
Did Middlesex do it once as well? Not so very long ago. They come up and win it straight away. It's not unknown, put it that way. Not unknown.
Did Essex do it in 2018 or 2019?
Right is into Jones, bowls straight, pushes it out just wide of mid-on and short of Hill as well. And again, another very good call for a single. It's been good running as well as good striking of the ball between these two, and a very effective partnership. Approaching 100 now, 112 for 1. Borthwick 61, Jones 36.
Stewie Dick's got a good point here. With the weather this season, Durham's attacking batting approach has opened up the opportunities for wins. So you've got to commend the coaching philosophy, he says.
Yeah, it does. It gives your team time, doesn't it, to bowl the side out twice if they need to. Scriven will continue. Will Kimber get an over or two before lunch? Going to be a long day if he doesn't get a few overs in today, that's for sure.
Scriven, right on over, bowling to Jones from the Lumley end. It's in the keeper's gloves and he's whipped the bails off again. He does it sort of theatrically and a little shimmy, and then he always lifts the right foot as he takes the bails off.
You like that, don't you, Matty?
Yeah, it's...
Not to release Jake Ball.
Yes, he's saw that from Brace today. He's had a few injury issues, I think, hasn't he, Jake Ball?
Yeah, incredibly talented. Just struggled to stay on the park.
Scriven into Jones. And I think that might have hit inside edge onto pad. Let's have a look. Keeper's gloves. Bobbled away awkwardly down towards second slip. Even watching the replay, I can't work out what that's hit there.
I think he just played and missed it. And
Hit the
keep
keeper.
gloves,
yeah.
He's gone for a little walk, Jones, and replaying the shot. Well, it comes in again, past the umpire, and Jones defends. Emails coming in from varying corners. Stephen Holmes says, "Dear Marty, thanks to you and your colleagues for coverage this season, watching from the top of the County Durham stand." Yeah. Party sitting up there as well at the minute. Lovely bike ride around Sunderland yesterday, preparing for marshalling for the big bike ride next month. Davy Fennick's email. wearecricket@yahoo.co.uk. As that Scriven comes in halfway through this over. Jones looks to cut, and it's in the keeper's gloves again. Bails are off once more. Davey says, "Hi Marty, thanks to you and your co-commentators for the brilliant commentary this season, in which a variety of subjects have been discussed, including cricket. Hold on to your hats tomorrow, as Storm Agnes is meant to take hold and disrupt things." Tomorrow afternoon, by the looks of things now. "I'm Marty, a.k.a. the Muffin Muncher," says Paul Wilson. His band of merry men. Here comes the bowler. It's gone off towards point. Well, it's more a date cake, isn't it? I didn't get a muffin last time, so I wasn't involved in that. He says, "Greetings from a fairly sunny and mild Costa del Hartlepool. Off work this week, so should be with you for the duration. Have fun." Yes, the controversy of the muffins from a couple of weeks ago. Bernard says, "Yet again, sunshine for day one of the last game of this season." Let's ball of the over. 24th over, 112 for 1. Scriven in the sunshine, balls to Jones. Jones plays it up to mid-off, and it's a maiden over. What we got now, 14 minutes to lunch. Only 24 overs in. Slow.
Well, gents, I have to leave you. I've got a meeting with our wonderful Academy Director, John Windows.
All right, well, passing our best to John.
Pleasure as always.
A hard-working John.
Enjoy your afternoon.
Yes, thanks for coming in,
Thank you.
Marcus.
Cheers.
Marcus North, the Durham Director of Cricket.
A happy man,
Yes.
understandably. Doesn't get much better than going up, winning the division by a good margin. Chris Wright round the wicket to Scott Borthwick on off stump. Borthwick, yeah. He calls as he leans forward, pushes the delivery between cover and point. Scriven gets there first, running to his left from point, but always a single in those circumstances. And Borthwick on to 62. 62 or 57.
But you might have a thought on this, but my observation would be that these games are all live streamed now. But Bernard says, "I found it annoying the one-day cup final was covered by the main satellite TV channel, despite it not covering one game before the final at Trent Bridge."
Right is in outside off stump, looking to drive Jones, not timing it, and as a consequence, mid-off can get across to his right. Scriven to field. Yeah, it felt a bit, yeah.
Yeah, he said surely other broadcasters should have been given the chance to show the final and other games in the competition as well.
My biggest gripe about that statement is the very end of it anyway. And it was at Trent Bridge.
No, right, yeah.
Should
Yep,
still be at Lord's.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Right into Jones, who defends just outside off stump. Holds up his bat to Borthwick and does a little dance to keep his feet moving at the non-striker's end. Yes, it should. It felt, I mean, even the trophy itself is now, it feels a little bit sort of...
Meh.
Yeah.
Still nicer looking. Have you seen the Hunting trophy?
Yeah,
Is it awful?
it's
It's like something somebody would design in metalwork in third year comp.
It's interesting. But no, it must have been a great day for the Leicestershire supporters and everybody involved.
It was. Right is in and turned as it comes back into him towards square leg by Jones. Evans scrambles to his right to field. Jones takes one. Yeah, the support was... It felt like an old-fashioned final in some respects, really, and it was all the better for it, in a way.
I'll trip up the M1.
Well, just as a neutral, you're looking at that scoreboard and you go, oh, that's game over after an hour. And then, God, this is a good partnership. They've got how many? And then all of a sudden, there's pressure on here, and it was a brilliant result for Leicestershire.
Right is in. Borthwick depends on off some. That's more or less exactly what Sean Irvine was saying on commentary with us all the way through. He said, look, if they just get it up to 240, 250, they're in the game.
Did you do a joint commentary?
Yes, we did.
All right.
Yeah.
So how was Mr. James at the end of it then?
He was extremely, I have to say, extremely gracious. He is used to finals and winning things, so you know, it was a sort of fairly routine, I suspect, for him. But he and Sean were very gracious about the whole thing. I'm very grateful to them for that. Right is in. Bowles, a little bit short of a length on the back foot. Borthwick gets up on his toes, turns it out towards short leg. It's a long run in from out there for Umar Amin, but he gets there quickly enough to prevent a second. Borthwick keeps a strike. Moves on to 63, 115 for one. And, well, popping up with 3 more overs. 28 in a session is not good.
A little bit shy, especially when they're trying to push to take these wickets to get the bonus points and then eventually look to push a result, especially with a bit of weather around.
Interesting you did a joint commentary, because when we were there 2 years ago, it was never the twain shall meet, wasn't it? Radio Wales did their own thing, we did our own thing. I think 5 Live were there as well.
Yeah, yeah, you're right.
So...
Well, 5 Live did a separate one too.
Yeah,
we just did it together. Yeah, this one. So
that's sensible. Yeah.
Oh, but absolutely.
Not taking listeners off each other. That would be the sensible approach.
Agreed. Doesn't happen very often.
Scriven round the wicket, comes in and bowls.
Oh,
and Borthwick is nearly tied up there. He gets on that one late and collapses into the shot. Keeps it away though. Plays it off towards mid wicket.
Just kept it a little bit lower than he thought there, Borthwick, and probably in really that good touch at the moment. He still managed to get somewhere near the middle of the bat, but it came down beautifully straight, is what you would say. And he negotiated that really well. And Cox is again thinking, I'm going to stand up to the stumps. I was just having a look at the slip formation and how tight they are. And that might be just a reflection of how close they actually are to the stumps as well. Trying to...
Rishi Patel's almost behind the keeper, isn't he?
Yeah.
Keeper standing up. That one skids in low as well. How's he kept that out?
Might have got his flipper going, but that's definitely shot through.
Yeah.
And again, well negotiated by Borthwick.
It's doing a bit.
He's attacking the stumps. Scriven, he's really asking questions here.
Yeah.
To Borthwick, who's looked in really good touch so far this morning on 63 not out, hasn't looked in much trouble at all.
He's coming wide round the wicket to the left-hander, and Borthwick's just gone up to ask Michael Jones's opinion on what the ball's doing there.
Just taking a moment, isn't he, Borthwick, just to reassess everything and start again.
Keeper standing up as well, which puts pressure on. Scriven started a run and then gave up the wind.
The wind's blustery there. You just watch the players' shirts and things like that. They've started to billow a little bit there. As Agnes is
as well, yeah.
Agnes is threatening.
He's really wide on the crease as he bowls here. That's into the keeper's hands, and he's out LBW. Well, what a brilliant bit of bowl. Caught behind. What a brilliant bit of bowling that was. He caused him all kinds of problems with the first two deliveries. He's just got into Borthwick's mind there, and then he's edged behind. With the keeper standing up to the stumps, Borthwick is out for 63. And a good bit of bowling there, wasn't it?
Yeah, he's really attacked the stumps in that over, and that one just a little bit wider. And Borthwick maybe even playing at one that he didn't need to. He's got a feather through to Cox standing up to the stumps. And Leicestershire get a much-needed second wicket in their search for maximum points here at the Riverside. And the score is on 115 for 2.
I've said it a few times this season. Scriven is often better in his second spell than he is in his first. There was some thought about using him as an opening bowler for a while, and he was trying to push it to a little bit too fast for me. And his second spell, when he settled down and looked for the movement, he was that much more effective. I think he's taken by far the majority of wickets in his sort of second spells, so to speak.
He looks like that kind of bowler for me. I haven't seen a lot of him. He's just going to run in and try and hit the pitch as hard as he can and try and hit the top of the stumps and just get a little bit of movement.
Exactly.
Rather than maybe if he's got the new ball, he might get a little bit floaty trying to swing it and things like that. But his natural length looks like that to hit the pitch. And he's got his rewards there. He's hit the pitch hard. He got a couple to, you would say, probably shoot through a little bit low. And that got in Borthwick's mind as he's then pushed that one a little bit wider. And like I said, a good catch from Cox standing up to the stumps.
Partnership was worth 99. 115 for 2. David Bedingham, the new man in, who's having another decent season.
It was a lovely fluent knock though from Borthwick.
It was.
It's good to watch.
He's in touching distance of 1,000 runs for the season, 863 so far, 400s.
He got one down at Leicester, didn't he? I think.
Yeah.
I think, a few did.
Quite a lot of centuries in that, aren't there?
No disrespect.
Yeah.
Lee's got one in both innings, didn't he?
Yeah, and Robinson got one. Clark was run out in 92, I think. Scriven to Bedingham. Ball played short to mid-wicket. Hanscom got one. Did Ackerman get one? Who else got one?
There was a lot of runs scored. Bedingham, another one that seems to have thrived under the freedom that Ryan Campbell's given this batting lineup, where that, there just doesn't seem to be any fear. They get themselves in, and then they're quite happy to accelerate really quickly. And that suits Bedingham's style. He's definitely one of the better ones to watch.
Bedingham forward to defend this one. Plays it back to the bowler. Scorecards all over the place, all the 2020 matches. Leicestershire, Durham in the Championship, right? Durham batted first. Robinson 167 not out. Clark run out on 92. Lee's got 101. Jones 78. Durham made 517 for 6.
And Leicester returned served.
Yeah, Leicestershire 422 all out. 146 for Ackerman. Half centuries for Hanscom in the first innings, and Mulder. Wedge gone flying along the floor and hits second slip, loops up over him. Don't think that was in the air.
Just
Bounced just short, hasn't it? Hitting the ankle, I think.
Horrible. This time of year, early April, and this time of year, absolute hand stingers, finger breakers. It's really close there. That one, Kimber, I think it was, in the end, copped it on the left hand.
So Lee's got 101 in the first innings at Grace Road, 145 in the second, as did Bedingham. And then Hanscom making 136 not out for 201 balls. Kept it together because Leicestershire had been 189 for 8, chasing 439 in their second innings.
It was chaos, wasn't it? Bedingham and Lee's in that second innings, balls flying everywhere.
Yeah, and then there was a bit where it rained and they went off a bad light and all the floodlights turned off and they turned the scoreboard off and everything, said that was the end of the day's playing. Then the umpire said it isn't.
Right is in. And a very, very good lead from David Bedingham as it stays a touch low, comes back in. And that was quite
shaved
to his off stump.
Well, they say there's two types, don't they? That was a good one.
Absolutely. Seen a few leaves that have hit the stumps in the last couple of games.
It's been a lot this year, hasn't it?
Seems to have been. Right is in and bowls full, and Bedingham early in his innings doesn't look to step out and crunch it away. Make sure he gets full bat on it. pushes it out to Scriven at middle. Scriven's red streak down the back of his trousers. Conventional, if you like.
Yeah.
Right in the middle of his stomach. You can hear the wind beginning to gust even more strongly in the effects mic as right is in, bounces and leaves Beddingham, but he brings the bat back inside the line. It was a little bit too wide from right. Wasn't going to persuade David Beddingham to play at that one. 44 for righty, as he's conventionally known.
Touch and go to whether we get another over here. Yeah.
That's
3 balls remaining.
27 overs.
Last thing they need to do is lose points for an over rate.
Indeed. Right is in outside off stump, rather dies into the gloves of Cox. Grunt of effort from right. Again, it was a little bit too wide. Did sort of shape back in a touch.
Tried, didn't it?
Yeah. Didn't quite have it in him. Hopefully one more over from Leicester's point of view. It'll be Kimber. Hill doesn't tend to do that sort of thing. As his plans, tends to stick to them as a captain. Right is in and bowl straight and depended on the back foot. Turn of the wrists from Beddingham on that one. Pushing it out towards mid-wicket.
1 ball and an umpire shuffle to see if we can get in position before the clock strikes 12:30.
They're going to have to bowl Kimber a few overs after lunch at some stage, you would imagine.
They're well behind, aren't they?
Oh, can they get that far 5 behind? Maybe in the 2 wickets. They've been chasing a bit of leather, but even so. Right is in, balls, but he times it nicely off the leg off the stumps. But
look at the fielders now.
Yeah, Hill gets across at mid-on to make the stop.
They haven't made it.
It's lunch, I'm afraid. After 27 overs. Not good. Not good. But a good morning for Durham, I would suggest, after being put into bat. They finish it on 116 for 2.
Yeah, totally agree, Richard. That early loss of Lees and then the partnership between Jones and Borthwick. Some right stroke play mixed in with some really good bowling. But unfortunately, from Leicestershire's point of view, they've only picked up the 2 wickets this morning. 116 for 2. Jones 37 not out. Beddingham just new to the crease there, losing Borthwick and the over before lunch for 63. Just as the weather starts to get a bit gloomy again, and that breeze has definitely picked up. See the ground staff now coming out with their big winter jackets, and Vic, who you would normally see in shorts, is covered from
down today, hasn't he?
Is covered from head to toe and got a beanie on.
Yeah, bit chilly. Sun's gone in again. They might have to have the lights on later. And there are some showers around this afternoon. The Leicestershire players just stand aside to let the batsmen off. So we'll be back with you at 1:10. We'll see you then.
With the dawn of a new era on the horizon, it's time to awaken the sea. It's time to rise and go to war. Hear our cries now, hear us roar. A team with great prospect has now come forward. We'll fight for our tribe, we'll fight north. Together we march, success in our sight, achieving our good new heights.
Yeah, it's lunch here. Play about to get underway again in the next 5 minutes. Durham put in this morning by Leicestershire are 116 for 2. Scott Borthwick out for 63 just before the break. Caught behind by Ben Cox off the bowling of Tom Scriven. And that was after a 99-run partnership with Michael Jones, who has 37. Alex Lees earlier, LBW to Chris Wright for 6, gave Wright his 50th wicket against Durham. In Bristol, England are playing Ireland in the one-day international. They have 98 runs on the board, and we haven't even had 8 overs there yet. And playing in that one, Bryden Carse and his Durham teammate Matthew Potts. Welcome back to a really chilly more small. More murder going in. Freezes up. Just stands up and down. Apparently it's quite nice. It's around like 18, but I'm feeling a lot cooler. So a few people in ball hats today. And gloves. Gotta be mad to be in shorts on a day like this. The local pants. They would have shorts on a day like this. Shit.
Got humans in the car.
Yeah, alright. Well, yeah. You're all responding, you know. You haven't been yet. Yeah. So Durham 160 for the morning session. Alex Lee's out for 6. LB Ludicrous right. That will be the 5th over of the day. Then a partnership with 99 for the second wicket. It was out just before lunch. Caught behind by Ben Cox off the bowling of Toss Scriven. Scriven ball 2. Ball pitched on a length and got up. And then the ball over. Both clipped him behind. So he parted for 6-3. So Jones is on 37. And David Bedingham joined him briefly before lunch. He is on 1. So he's faced 9 balls for his... I think that's 9 for his single. It is, yep. So,
just 27 overs bowled this morning. So the light.
Yeah, the over 8's -3 according to the scoreboard.
Yeah, if the light allows, it could be a long old day. I expect it won't allow. Wind blowing hard now.
Start of the afternoon session then, and that is Jones bowled off stump, and he's missed the ball from Scriven, and he turns around to look at the damage, and his off stump's lying a few inches away from the other two. Not a good start from a Durham point of view. Well, a very good start from a Leicestershire point of view, and they've actually got a bowling point.
Still in the game.
Still in the game, but they still need snookers.
Yes. They need others to fail, really. But what a delivery first up from Tom Scriven. Just a little bit of outswing. Michael Jones, who battled through the morning. Got a good one first up after lunch. Loses his off stump, and Scriven has his second wicket of the day.
Didn't get across to that at all, did he?
Whether it's my camera.
Yeah, I've had to refresh it because it all went blurry.
It's a bit blurry at the moment.
Yeah, I've refreshed it now. So here's Ollie Robinson coming in.
Right, sure.
See it on the NV play. It might have the wicket up there already. No, it's still got Borthwick's wicket.
It'll get there.
Yeah.
It looked a pretty decent one. Certainly first up. 37 for Jones. 116 for 3. Yeah, here we go.
Durham have lost 2 wickets for 1 run either side of lunch. 116 for 3 now. First ball to Robinson into the keeper's mitts. The computer's gone blurry again. What's going on there? I think they need to do a reset.
Due for 25 now for Scriven.
Ball is in. Robinson forward to that one. And with Cox standing up to the stumps, there's pressure on all the time. The batsmen that can't leave the crease. Seeing some good glove work from him today.
Yeah, leg side stumping at Hove against Sussex. In fact, he got one that he insists he got one the next day as well, which wasn't given. He said, you only get one chance a season normally. He said, get 2 in 2 days.
It's very breezy all of a sudden. Scriven in, wind assisted. Actually, he's not, is he? Because which way is the wind? He's running into it. It's a sort of crosswind as he comes in.
Yeah, it's an odd one, isn't it?
It's this defender.
So I'm going to have to find things to do tomorrow, am I? Storm.
Well, tomorrow afternoon, I think it could be a bit manky.
Okay.
Bernard, by the way, in his email, which was War and Peace earlier today, said, finally, we will have more than 6 months without your commentaries, but at least next season we'll be listening to you in the top division. Scriven bowls. Robinson up on his toes, gets on top of that one, fends it safely off to short extra cover. As usual, your product each day has been truly first class, and long may it continue in 2024. Product? Never thought of it as a product before. John Hutchison, greetings from bright and breezy Bolton. Afternoon, Sunner. Just before the apocalypse happens tomorrow and Mrs. H's impending knee operation on Thursday, I just wanted to say thanks to you and all of your co-commentators this season. As that Scriven comes in to Robinson. Robinson plays that up to mid or no run there. That's a wicket maiden. Great start for Leicestershire after lunch. He said, looking forward to next season when we are mixing it with the so-called big boys. Happy hibernation and see you in April. I haven't heard my first winter well yet, have you?
A couple last week, yeah, because obviously it was the last game at the Upton Steel County Ground. One or two who weren't going to be able to make it up here. Hunkering down.
Final game of the season a few years ago at Kent. You know, you've got the restaurant there, which is also the library, isn't it? These two old members there.
We don't go in the restaurant anymore, apparently, at Kent.
Do we not?
No. No, they bring out a bag.
All right.
Will Davis is in from the Pink Lane bowls outside off stump, steps forward, Beddingham lets it go through, and there's no run. That's
like
just
Leicestershire last year,
hearsay.
then.
It's hearsay. But that's what I'm told is the case.
Well, these two old guys, well, I hope you winter well. And the other guy said, well, I don't know if I shall be here next season. He said, what is that? He said, well, I don't know if I'll make it through another winter. And I was thinking, oh.
Cheery soul.
Yeah.
Davis runs away from us and bowls. Beddingham gets a short ball, little short-armed ball that he puts away to the mid-wicket boundary. Four bounces a couple of times before crossing the ropes down there. But yeah, a little bit floaty again from Dave. When he's in this sort of mood, if you like, it's only sort of mid to late 70s at the very best, and does rather sit up.
The ball nearly ended up in the groundsman's bucket. There's a blue bucket just off the field there. It bounced off the rope and nearly landed in there. It's probably taken a little bit of scuffing off the tarmac just in front of the scoreboard as well.
Davis needs to back up Scriven if he possibly can. Is in, bowl short, pulled for, bang. Well, asked for it. In fact, it's gone the distance. I'm not sure whether it was going to land over the ropes. It did.
I never saw that after it left the bat.
Exactly the same ball from Davis, and Beddingham, having had a nice sighter that dropped just short of the ropes, absolutely tucked into that one. Exactly the same delivery, and just hit it that little bit further in exactly the same place.
Where's Sol Buddinger these days?
Sol Buddinger is he's been left out the last couple of games. He's just struggled a little bit. Red ball.
He's done well with the bat against Durham. He's got a couple of. Did he get 100 in a half century?
Davis turns, runs in and bowls. Better line and length, but a little bit too late, unfortunately, on off stump. Beddingham is forward, pushing it out into the offside, and there's no run.
He got 64 in his first class debut last year at Grace Road, and then 51 in the draw this year in June there.
Yeah, his only century came in the One Day Cup. Actually, at Kibworth, that game I was mentioning to Marcus North.
I saw him playing when he played for Notts against Durham in the One Day Cup at Grantham. Was it last year, Grantham? Last year.
Very quick hands, but does tend to go at it hard all the time. Forward on off stump goes Beddingham. Do a line and length delivery from Davis. Sun comes back out.
I'm wondering if he knows much about David Beddingham, because Sol Buddinger plays his cricket at Plumtree, which is in Nottingham, and that's where David Beddingham was for a few seasons when he came to Durham's attention. Plumtree Cricket Club, just to the south of Trent Bridge.
Davis turns, bustles in and bowls. Again, line and length. All 3 balls too late, effectively. 3 dot balls to finish the over, but a 4 and a 6 to Beddingham. He's on 11 off 15, and Durham 126 now for 3.
David Bellingham was actually, in this small world that these things can sometimes be, when he first came to Nottingham and he was playing for Plumtree, he was lodging with a colleague's sister. So our business correspondent, Ian, obviously based up here with Look North, his sister lives in Nottingham, and David Bellingham was staying with their family when he first arrived. And then the poor thing, he arrived here in Chester Street and went into a flat, and then everybody went into lockdown. So Scriven bowls here to Robinson. This is defended. So Scriven so far 2 for 25 from 8.1. 3 of them maidens, one of them a wicket maiden as well. The St George's flag on the centre of the pavilion looks fairly obvious against the steely grey skies of Chester Street. Warwickshire Somerset haven't started yet. It's raining. In comes the bowler. Robinson plays that up to mid-off. England, by the way, they're 110 for 2 now in 10.4 overs against Ireland. They had 50 on the board in 3.3 overs playing at Bristol. Reminds me of the day that Alex Hale smashed Durham all over the park at Trent Bridge. I think Nottinghamshire had 96 on the board in the power play in a T20. Including 1 over in which Durham used 3 different bowlers in the 1 over. It was a calamitous day. Scriven in, Robinson defends, ball runs up to mid-off. And I remember underestimating the gravity of the situation at the time when I said this is probably a record against Durham, not realising it was a world record at the time. Notts Middlesex, it's raining. They're at Trent Bridge, aren't they? Too far south, yeah. Warwickshire Somerset, it's raining. Hampshire 60 for 4 against Surrey. So Surrey have one of the 5 points they needed to be sure of the title in Division 1. Scriven to Robinson, who cuts at that one. A good diving stop at backward point there by Sam Evans. Lancashire are playing... Where have they gone? They've disappeared off my screen. In Canterbury against Kent, 111 for 4, having just had their bags of sandwiches delivered. Relegated Northants, 35 for 2 against Essex in Northampton. In Cardiff, Derbyshire, 106 for 1 against Glamorgan. Derbyshire haven't won a game this season in the Championship. Glamorgan have managed only the 1 win. Robinson looks to pull that down towards long leg and does so. He'll get a run there. And he's eventually off the mark. 10th delivery. So he finds Umar Amin, the Pakistan player, fielding down at long leg. Sussex 116 for 5 against Gloucestershire and Hove. And they have got going eventually in Leeds, but there wasn't much play. They were due to start at 20 to 1. And Worcestershire batting are 23 for 2 against bottom side Yorkshire. Last ball of this 30th over. Defended by Bedingham, and ball rolls back along the floor to the bowler, end of the over. So 30 overs gone. We should have been at this point this morning. So they're still 2 away from the amount of balls they should have bowled this morning. And we're now 10 minutes into the afternoon session. We have seen 1 wicket go as well. Jones, first ball of the session, bowled by Scriven for 37.
Scriven bowling really nicely straight for the most part and trying to get that little bit of wobble, making the batsman play pretty much every delivery in that over. Davis, again, Cox stands up to the stumps for Davis, as he has to really. Give the bowler another weapon, needs a couple more. Davis is in past umpire Longley and bowls forward. Leaning forward is Robinson, slightly closed bat face, pushing the delivery out to Hill, who's at mid-on. Oh, the Leicestershire player obviously well swathed in sweaters, and no doubt plenty on underneath their whites as well. Davis getting lots of encouragement from his fellow boxes. Turns. runs in and bowls slightly short of a length. Robinson stands up tall, plays firmly off stump out into the offside, but Evans can feel to his right in the covers. He does. Patel keeping up a fairly constant stream of encouragement from first slip. Harry Swindles too, vocal, as you'd expect of a wicketkeeper, albeit not one with the gloves on. Davis is in, bang in the air, punching it away through the offside is Robinson. It was a sort of touchable height, but he found the gap between the fielders. It's Umar Amin who puts in the slide on the cover boundary, drags it back, and Evans, who'd followed him to the Toblerone triangle, the foam triangle that adorns the boundary rope, gets his throw away. Robinson picks up 3, moves on to 4, 130 for 3. Seen a couple of shots in the air, maybe doesn't quite come on as much as a batsman in the early stage of his innings thinks it's going to. Just takes a good few deliveries to adjust to the pace in the pitch, or lack thereof. In goes Davis, turned by Bedingham, but only as far as mid-on, where Hill is the fielder.
You dreaming of the warmth of Spain again, are you?
Yes, it's not so far away. Next week this time, all being well. Davis runs in and bowls. A little bit of extra bounce though, or, well, anyway, just enough to make Bedingham think twice about his shot. It's the top part of the bat, blocks it out into the offside.
I was talking to somebody last week who's going on holiday near where you live, and they hadn't been there before, so they're asking me if I knew anything about it. I just warned them about one or two of the locals.
Just watch out for cyclists.
Watch out for cyclists, yeah.
Davis is in and bowls fuller this time,
Oh,
driven by Bedingham, and there's a chase back for Lewis Hill, who's going to lose his cap. Drags it in about 8 yards inside the ropes. Sees that it was always going to be 2. Doesn't bother hurling the ball back in, just underarms it to Chris Wright.
If it had been dry, that would have gone for 4, wouldn't it? But it just shows the lack of pace in the outfield at the minute.
132 for 3.
A few weeks ago, that would have just bounced its way to the boundary. I say a few weeks ago, that would have been June. It's been raining ever since.
I think we've been reasonably lucky. Wisdom does a table does a page, doesn't it, about overs lost each year.
Yeah, but don't they only count the county championship?
Yes, I think, yeah. I believe so.
So is that in a current edition of Wisdom magazine, is it?
No.
In the almanac.
In the almanac, yeah.
Next ball is bowled. Start of a new over. Played to the covers. No run there from Robinson. Well, I remember in 2012, I kept a note, and I say it was about 1,200 overs lost, and then one of my Yorkshire colleagues claimed Yorkshire had lost the most overs in the 2012 season, and they said they'd lost 1,100. And when I looked in Wisden, it had Durham down as losing fewer than I had down, but they were only counting the county championship, I think. I think that year Durham were badly impacted in the T20 and the one-day stuff as well. Sun's out again. Scriven balls. Robinson cuts. That's a lovely shot. That's away past point for 4. Hits the front of the vacant Castle stand. And I'm looking there to the north there, Richard, and I think a band of naughty weather's just missed us. Heading over towards Gateshead, Newcastle, maybe?
It looks that way. Heading out to the North Sea,
Yeah,
hopefully.
Robinson's on 8 now with that 4. 136 for 3, Durham. Here on the BBC. Final game of the season. In comes Scriven and bowls, and the ball trickles back up to the bowler's end. Durham started the campaign this year, I think it was the 6th of April. Yes, it was, down in Hove.
Too early to go to Sussex, isn't it? You want midsummer.
Where were you that week? You didn't have a game, did you? No, yes, you were. You were at Leeds, you won.
I was going to say, yeah.
I remember the night before the match started, and I was walking along the seafront at Hove, and it was blowing a hoolie off the English Channel, and it was raining, and it was miserable and cold. Bowler comes in, and this is defended, and it runs up to mid-off. No run there. And it was a bit mixed for the first 2 or 3 days. And the final day at Hove, it finished about lunchtime, and Adrian Harms dropped me off at Gatwick Airport so I could get the train back up to London, and it was really hot. And I thought, oh, this is nice. Hopefully we're going to have some decent weather. But then following away game at Cardiff, it was cold and wet, and half the match was lost. And so the theme continued well into the spring. Driven by Robinson. Slightly over pitch from Scriven, just wide of off stump, but he's met that nicely at the middle of the bat through the covers for 4. I think the Leicestershire photographer's out there. Yeah, sitting on a little trolley. He's had a good view with his long lens of the last 2 boundaries. 140 for 3. So 3 dot balls in this over, but there's been a couple of boundaries as well. And this is the 32nd over, so they're half an hour behind where they should be in terms of overs bowled. Well, 20 minutes, sorry, because it was 10 past 1 when they started. Scriven in. Robinson back into the crease. Plays out with a straight back to the bowler. End of the over, 140 for 3.
Blue around now. It's probably going to be like that most of the afternoon. Davis contemplative on what his future holds. Looks around him. 2 slips. No gully now. So bit of cover on the leg side boundary. Deep square, Swindles. And he's also got a long leg, very wide in front of the castle stand. Davis is in full toss. That is off-driven. Barely even had to move his feet there. David Beddingham just waited for it, floated up, full toss low, and stroked it away through very straight mid-off for 4. Not great. From Davis, none for 42 from 7.1 for him now. With Wright having bowled the number of overs that he has, not too many options for Lewis Hill. As we go back to Josh Hill, his number of overs might be limited a little bit as well by his youth. In goes Davis and bowls. That one is drifting towards middle and leg, turned by Beddingham out towards mid-wicket. Scriven is the fielder. To say Umar Amin can bowl some sort of gentle seamers. Did pick up a wicket in his first spell for Leicestershire. Hasn't bowled very much at all. And of course there's Louis Kim, but otherwise the cupboard is fairly bare. In fact, it's very bare. Davis is in and bowls straight, and Beddingham is forward, playing it back up the pitch to Davis, who Davis is a Stafford boy. He's a Coventry supporter, Coventry City supporter, and Leicestershire were invited on Saturday to go around the pitch at half-time at Leicester City.
Oh, yeah.
And did, and were suitably applauded. But Davo had his Coventry City shirt on underneath his Leicestershire top, and took great delight in lifting it from time to time to the cameras. In he goes and bowls straight, and Davis reaches down as it trickles back towards him and deflects the ball deliberately on to the stumps. But Robinson knew what he was about, had his bat back down in his crease. A couple of the Leicestershire players, of course, were committed City supporters, Leicester City supporters, that is, and knew all the chants and so on and so forth. Thoroughly enjoyed their walk around. Davis is in, deflecting it off just outside off stump with an angled bat is David Beddingham, just wide of backward point. Umar Amin has to jog back 10 yards or so. Beddingham walks a single, moves on to 18.
Going to get underway at Edgbaston. Warwickshire against Somerset in about 40 minutes after the mopping up has gone on there. There's another pitch inspection at Nottinghamshire. They haven't got going there yet.
Gully goes in now for Robinson. Short deep square comes up to mid-wicket as Davis is in. Robinson drives pleasantly, but only as far as right at mid-off, then rehearses a big hit over long gone. Basically, had to rein himself in there, Ollie Robinson, but he did. End of the over, 145 for 3. We've had 33 overs. It's past 1:30. Leicestershire may not be too concerned.
Do you have a half past or not?
No. There's some sort of something happens at between 1 and 2, but next one is at 2.
Right. I don't know what it is that happens. There's a lot confusing me at the minute.
It is just the start. One field.
Mm-hmm. Start of a new over from Scriven. This is his 11th. That is a dot ball bowling to Beddingham. It's gone up to mid-off.
So good, mate. That's Harry Swindles. 150 for 5. That's the usual way of it, isn't it? Add a few runs and 2 wickets.
They never had as many runs as you think they should.
Yeah, just a handful.
145 for 3. Scriven right arm over to Beddingham. Beddingham pushes this off towards point. I mentioned earlier, Beddingham got 100 at Leicestershire this year. 145, I think it was. That many numbers in his columns, yeah. 145 not out at Leicestershire. He's had 17 centuries. Got 138 at Derby this year. 1950s as well. .310 in the game at Derby in 2021 as this is pushed towards the covers. A diving stop from Will Davis. It's actually the first Durham player to score 300 or more in a game. He got a career best 257 and then 53 not out in the second innings. He's had 900th and 850s for Durham. Got 151 here against Glamorgan this year as well. Last year he got 191 against Leicestershire. The sun shines for the time being, and it's shining on him as well, because that's a beautiful shot. Nice square cut out through the covers for 4. Timed perfectly. Durham on to 149 for 3. In a run's time, they'll need another 100 for a batting point and a new club record for the most points in a season with the bat. Two balls left of the over. Beddingham turns this to mid-wicket. There's a diving stop there from Hull, I think that is. Stamford School, Josh Hull. Nice patch, isn't it, Stamford?
I lived there for 15 years.
Did you in Stamford?
Yes, yeah. And the boys both went to Stamford. My sons both went to Stamford School.
Mm.
Produced a few. Jerry Everson. Down at Kent. Another Stamford product. Zach Chappell.
Yeah, Zach Chappell was there, wasn't he? Scriven bowls. Beddingham plays this 2 min on, no run. End of the over.
Sean Moffat was at Stamford School, believe it or not.
And you've got Oakham at Rutland, haven't you?
Oakham, yeah.
What else is...
Alma mater to Stuart Broad,
yeah,
and a few others. Uppingham.
Yeah, Uppingham's where Ed Seaborn went.
Is it?
Yeah,
Right.
and he's the Gloucestershire commentator. And there's a comedian. A Cockney comedian went there.
Stephen Fry is probably its most famous alumnus.
That's Oakham Way as well, isn't it, Uppingham?
Yeah, it's just yes, it's only 15 miles, if that. Maybe a few less, actually, 10.
Of course, it's all been kicking off in Oakham with the arrival of a McDonald's. That was headlines a year or so ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's
Calm down again now.
right out of town.
Is it?
Yeah, it's kind of on the ring road, really.
Well, they were building lots of houses on what was a former RAF base, I think, weren't they?
Yeah, there's a few around there. There's a few around there. You probably heard Chris Wright is being reintroduced into the attack. Bowls very straight and clipped in the air, straight to mid-wicket. Well, goodness me, Robinson looking to clip that one away through mid-wicket. Didn't get on top of it, and he absolutely picked out Scriven. And once again, a Leicestershire player struck with their first delivery. Wright has bowled better balls than that day without taking a wicket, but Robinson obliged by picking out the fielder, and Scriven really could not fail to take it two-handed, more or less in front of his face at mid-wicket. Extraordinary.
Well, Durham have got themselves a little bit premature here, a bit similar to what they did in Bristol earlier this year when Graham Clark then came out and put a big total on. And he got another 100 recently as well, where a similar thing happened, bore down fairly cheaply. So they've actually lost 3 wickets. What we got there? $35 runs, something like that? 34 runs? Partnership there ends at 33. So yeah, 34 runs, 3 for 34.
Well, it's a real bonus for Leicestershire. And in comes Graham Clark, who got the Lazarus Award from your correspondent this morning, as in career revived. Chris Wright is now on to 47 wickets for the season. So still got that possibility of the big 5-0. Hoping for a few more slightly loose shots like that. Josh Hull starting to warm up as well down there at long leg. So I'm guessing he's going to come on and replace Tom Scriven shortly. 44 now for Wright from 10.1 overs. Another little burgle, says Harry Swindles, and that's kind of what it was a little bit, wasn't it? A little burgle. Wright is in, bowls. Clark is forward. Not a big stride. He's a tall man, the Cumbrian, but just reached for that and was careful, pushing it out into the offside. And turns and remarks his guard. Number 7 on his back. Another little burgle. Swindles have to do some commentary.
Like Cardiff's goal on Sunday, that was a burgle.
Against your lot, is it? Okay. In goes Wright and bowl squares up. Clark a little bit with that one. So it might still just be a little bit of shape from sort of middle to from leg and middle towards middle and right. And on the back foot, Clark. Thick outside part of the bat, drops it out into the offside.
Yeah, Cardiff came for a happy to defend for most of the match and then gifted a corner.
Wright is in down the leg side. Good take from Cox, diving away, obviously to his left behind the stumps, and two-handed take as Clark gestured at the ball as it went past his legs.
5 minutes from time, 0-0. Sunderland had tons of possession, but hadn't really found a cutting edge. And then one of the defenders tries to pass the ball back to the goalie and slices it out of play for a corner. Such was Cardiff's interest in the match. I didn't even think they'd send anybody up for the corner anyway. It ricocheted in. They won 1-0.
goes right and bowls and turned out towards square leg by Clark. That's going to get him off the mark. Scriven has to run around from mid-wicket. One is taken. That brings up the Durham 150, 34.5 overs, so still scoring at a decent lick. Although set back with the loss of those 3 relatively quick wickets after a partnership of 99 for the second wicket between Scott Borthwick and Michael Jones. Wright is in, bowls. Beddingham is careful in defence on the back foot. Knocks it out into the offside, and that is the end of a successful over for Chris Wright. 150 for Durham.
Rob Rush has joined us back from his jollies. These students who have all the year off during the summer. Have you been far?
Am I on? I can't. I'm not sure.
You need to turn yourself up a bit more, I think. There you are.
There we go.
Yeah.
There we go.
How's Fleet these days?
Fleet's all right. Junction 4 of the M3. You pointed out to me last time we were on comms.
Services, yeah.
Yeah, it's the biggest thing Fleet's known for.
Yeah, it's the only thing Fleet's known for.
Yeah, there we go.
Football team as well, don't it?
Fleet Town.
Yeah.
Yeah, had a decent 6 to 8 weeks. I think. I went back mid-June, I think. So it was midway through the Gloucestershire game.
Here's Josh Hull back into the attack then. Left arm over from the Lumley end. He's 6'7". He's a big lad. We had a Spanish lecturer at college who was 6'7" and he was called Mr. Small. Can you believe that? And he drove a Mini. I never knew how he got in his Mini.
I was going to say, how does he fit in there?
I don't know. He was huge. He used to clip his head on the door frame coming into the class. 150 for 4. You did manage to get a commentary, thanks to my chest infection. That still doesn't seem to have wanted to go away too much later.
You chose a good game to miss, Marty.
Yeah. Hull bounds in. Bowls. That's left alone by Clark.
I think, if I remember correctly, that was 3 records broken on that day. Alex Lee's highest ever list A score, David Bellingham fastest list A century, and Durham's highest ever list A.
No, just highest.
Score. Highest.
Yeah. Durham's highest one-day score.
Lee's, I think, had a new list A.
Lee's broke the record for the highest score by a Durham opener, I think it was, wasn't it?
He was two off his best, I think.
Right, and then Bellingham got the fastest 100 at Sussex. Yeah. Hull in. Driven by Clark, and he plays that nicely past point for 4. Short boundary, and the ground staff lining up to try and field that ball there.
Yeah, been a very good season for Graham Clark, who admitted he thought his time might have been up at the start of the season, but Ryan Campbell spoke to him and said he envisioned him having a part to play in his Red Bull side, and he's gone strength to strength from there.
Yeah. Clark this year, he got 128 in the win at Sussex, in the win v Sussex at home. That was a career best score, so that was the last home game. He drives at that one and it bobbles past the bowler, but there'll be no run. Prior to that, he got 109. Sorry, no, he didn't. He got where are we? 100 at Bristol. Straight 100. Got 92 at Leicester this year. Got run out by Ollie Robinson at Leicester, didn't he?
Oh, yeah, he missed
a mistake there from Robinson. And then Robinson, I think, had to buy redemptive drinks that night to apologise. But Bristol earlier in the year, Durham were 4 down quite early. Comes in, bowls, and played safely up to mid-off. So, I remember saying in commentary at the time, so this was in May, that Durham had just got a little bit, things had just run away with him. There were 149 for 4, and then he came in and he got 100. And Bastilleida got 65, they put 124. So 149 for 4. Today, they were 149 for 4.
History repeating itself.
Hull to Clark. He arrives at that one. There's a man on the point boundary. Now he'll get a single. And in the last match against Sussex, Where were they? Clark got 128 not out. That was his highest score. So when he came in, they were 265 for 5, I think it was, when he came in. So he put some runs on there. He put 207 on for the 6th wicket with Deleda, who made 103. So Durham could do with that again today.
I guess you could say they're in a little bit of cruise control last time against Sussex. They can't be quite in cruise control here, but looking to counteract this resistance by Leicestershire.
Right, looking for a 3rd wicket of the innings. Runs in and bowls very straight. Meets a very straight bat from Graham Clark. Pushed carefully back up the pitch past the veteran seamer.
Speaking of cruising, Mike, has there been any cruise ships in the Port of Sunderland recently that you've seen?
No, we don't get cruise liners in there.
You're not?
I think that I've only seen 1 or 2 over all the years. Been some big stuff coming in, and they're going out all over the world.
Right, turns, runs in and bowls. Again, good line, good length. Clark has to treat the delivery with respect. A lot less movement now, obviously, for, right? The ball is, 36.2 overs old.
Seems to be hooping around a lot this morning. I've seen Michael Jones somehow not be bowled by I think a seed would be the correct term, or a Jaffa, as some of us call it, which Marty hadn't heard of until earlier this year, until it was mentioned on
Jaffa, but I hadn't heard of seed.
Still can't believe that.
Right is in and bowled. A little bit short of length this time, but still on off stump, still that same line. Still Clark has to be careful. Watchful as he blocks it out into the offside. He heard the call of no from him. Instinctively. 6 to him off 13 now. Bettingham 22 off 31. Got a start against Davis with a 4 and then a 6. Exactly the same place. Consecutive deliveries.
That 6 caught us by surprise upstairs. We had no idea it was coming, and then we just look up and he's hoiked one.
Right is in. Bowls. Is it a call for sort of half call for leg before, but inside edge onto pad. It did rather loop up towards mid wicket. It would have said something about the resilience of the pad had it made it all the way to Tom Scriven. It bounced a long way short of Scriven. But I suppose you can have things as pads that are too springy in those terms. I think I'd rather risk that than that actually hurt if you hit on it. Right, leans forward into his run. Bowls on off stump, the inside edge there, as it might just have come back in towards Clark a little bit. He was looking to cover drive. Thick inside edge, saw the ball skew out towards mid wicket. This is what Wright and Scriven have done sort of so well, really, throughout the season. They've not only picked up wickets, they've also sort of given the captain a certain amount of control of the scoreboard. They haven't gone for too many, and the two go together, of course.
Mm.
One of the reasons they pick up so many wickets is that batsman gets a little bit angsty on the back foot. This time Clark is steering that just wide of Sam Evans at extra cover. Has to run across towards cover. By the time he does so, Clark has picked up 1. End of the over. Another good, accurate one from Chris Wright. 2 for 46 now for him from 12. Durham 156 for 4 from 37. Still 59 overs left to be bowled today.
What did you make of the decision at the toss? Do you believe it was the right call by Leicestershire, or would you have liked to see them have a bat first?
Probably the right call if there's going to get, obviously there's been a lot of runs scored here this year. It's late September. If there's going to be anything in it, probably will be early. So there wasn't much in it, but I could understand it.
As Holt continues, and Clark is just defending this off the back foot.
Plus, they're so short of bowling, self-evidently, that, they need all the assistance they can get, really. Could have picked Callum Parkinson to play against his county to be. I'm walking around like a. He's relatively diminutive as he wanders around with his big black Leicestershire anorak on.
Well, Ian and Clark is driving this one uppishly through the covers, and it'll run away for single. Moves himself to 8. That Parkinson donning the floppy hat as well.
Yes, it is. Yeah, sun hat. You'll get used to that next season.
He had a big woolly hat on earlier on, didn't he?
Yes, a bobble hat. There isn't much hair.
It doesn't seem to run through the family, does it?
Has he not quite done the bucket hat yet? Are we going through stages?
No, we have bucket hats.
They
sold a load during the one-day cup. They're not bad, actually.
As Ian and Bedingham defends this one off the back foot. Yeah, they did a fair few numbers up here as well.
Yeah, they ordered it.
You can get one. You can get hold of one for ages.
Yeah, I ordered a couple, so I bought one for me and one for my daughter, but mine's too big, and in turn hers is too big, so I've been using hers, but mine blows off my head. But they're quite heavy. They're reversible.
Is that down to the weather you get on the Roca Riviera?
Probably, but they I think they ordered 100 and then they sold like hotcakes, so they ordered another couple of 100 in. I think they've gone as well. The year of the bucket hat.
Well, in and Bedingham plays this one out to deep point. It's what Durham have made teams do, kind of the ability to rotate strike, pick up singles, and also hit boundaries quite fluently. Having the teams having to send a man back out onto the boundary quite early, and then you're able to just pick up more singles. Only 2 men back so far, but the ability to go through the gears quite quickly and make it kind of look a little bit effortless. In what's been a very successful season, as they'll be back amongst the so-called big boys in Division 1 next year. Ian and Clark drives this one more a bit of a flash towards deep point.
Net weather suggests it should be generally quite a nice afternoon, 15, 16 degrees, winds between 12 and 24 miles an hour from the south. Possibility of the odd bit of a shower around about 3 to 4. But we have got lucky because Michael Ventris has emailed. He says, "Hi Marty, I'm glad it's okay at Chester Street because it's pouring down at Fishburn." Fishburn is to the southeast of us, down in County Durham, between the A1 and the A19.
Well, that 15 degrees fits when your 20 is plenty.
Yeah.
Hull is in, back of a length, and Bedingham is pulling this one past square leg, and it's a very good tumbling stop to prevent the boundary. He's come up a bit limping, the fielder. Yeah, it seems to maybe knees stuck in the ground and rolled over. That brings us to the end of the 38th, 100 Durham, 160 for 4.
If Scriven would pick up an injury, Leicestershire really would be in serious trouble, but fortunately, the young all-rounder, though, is still sort of hobbling around a little bit.
And hopefully it's just
testing it.
Hopefully it's just a case of just a slight impact, one that goes away with time.
I know it's probably not going to matter at all, but had Leicestershire got up, Richard, would they have been in a position to hold their own?
It's a good question. We did a little straw poll before the one-day cup final. Would you rather have the trophy, the one-day trophy, or get promoted? And it was unanimous that they would rather have the trophy on the basis that if they did go up, the Foxes, they might struggle a little bit in the first division. Chris Wright is in and bowls to Bedingham, who's playing a bit in front of his pad as he reaches out to that one on off stump, fends it out into the offside. Evans is the fielder.
Who's Callum Parkinson sitting with in the stand there?
When I was seeing where he is, I'm not whereabouts is he?
Next to the Durham School.
Yes, so to the right,
banner?
To the right of it, low down.
Right at the front, the big Durham School banner in the empty stand.
Wright is in and bowls outside off stump. Bit of wit this time and able to reach out to it, Bedingham, and drive it out towards deep extra cover. Armin has to run across from the cover boundary to field. Does so, and 2 are taken. Shall I have to put the binoculars?
I can't quite make out who it is.
It's not Scott Steele, is it? I don't think so. Who's been obviously released.
Unless I spotted Scott Steele. Well, whoever it is in a
Not sure.
Leicestershire top, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what. He
Yeah.
probably still have a load of kit, but in goes right and bowls. Careful, is Bedingham defending out into the offside, and there is no run. Who else wasn't selected? It could be Bodinger with a big black woolly cap on. He's got dyed yellow hair at the moment as Salt.
Looks like he's got a pair of cycling glasses on as well.
So there's not much of him we can actually see eventually, is there?
Well, I'm just wondering if it's chilly there because Callum Parkinson's sitting with his arm around his mate there.
Logically, it'd be Bodinger. In goes right and bowls again, very straight. And Bodinger, you see, it's your fault. Bedingham leans forward and blocks it out towards mid-on.
What's Scott Steele going to do? Have you heard anything?
No, occasionally you see a little Instagram from him popping up somewhere, usually somewhere pleasant. But
he have the world at his feet about 3 or 4 years ago here at Durham in white ball cricket. Then
hasn't quite happened for him, unfortunately. Another former Durham player, right, is in and bowls, turned to mid-wicket this time by betting. Matt Salisbury again, he's been so unlucky where you found that with injury. Had a really good spell in the sort of second part of the season, particularly in the One Day Cup, played a really big role in that. Was just starting to get into it in the Championship as well. And he got injured just before the One Day Cup final, so missed that, had to sit it out. Took part in the celebrations, of course, rightly so, because as I say, played a big part in helping Leicestershire to get there. But at the moment, he is injured. Right is in and defended back to him. End of the over. 162 4.
England 176 for 2 after 20 overs against Ireland. That's a 50-over match in Bristol. They had 50 on the board in 3.3 overs, and I think a few people were suggesting, who were covering that game, that they could be heading for 500 runs. But
I think they matched the best ever power play England have had in ODI cricket, which is 107. They did it against Scotland back in 2018. I think they matched it today.
They matched it today?
Yeah, matched it.
Bit of a delay here before the next over starts.
It's change of angle, I believe, coming around the wicket instead of over.
Hull is going to come left arm round, so he's going to start his run up, looking like he's going to come past the right shoulder of the umpire, and then gradually he's angled all the way across to left arm round, bowling to Clark, who leaves the first ball alone, collected by the keeper between first and second slip. Yeah, an umpire's eye on that. It would have been a one-day wide, it would have been.
Hampshire 73 for 5 down at the Ageas Bowl.
They can't get relegated though, can they? Who's the relegation battle between
Kent and Middlesex?
Yeah.
1 point separated them at start of play.
Northants are already down.
Indeed.
This is played by Clark down towards third man. Fielder comes round to mop up just in front of the County Durham stand. 2 runs there, fielded by Will Davis. Fielder in the gully, couldn't quite get across to it. Is that Evans in there? Is it?
I think it might be Swindles.
Murray Swindles, yeah. The 2 o'clock news is on BBC Radio Newcastle. All around the wicket from the Lumley end. That's gone down the leg side, taken by the keeper. Little waft there from Graham Clark. £164 for 4, so Leicestershire have a bowling point. A couple more wickets, they'll have another. Providing they get them in 110 overs and there's not a massive partnership. Come down to third man. For 4. And they don't appear to be coming for a cricket update. Right, well, there you are then. Right, well, in that case, they'll not, in the new regime we're in, the next one will be 20 to 4 and then 20 to 6.
Oh, they changed your update times.
Yeah. Shared programming on an afternoon now. 168 for 4. All coming in round the wicket still. Balls to Clark. Clark digs out a Yorker just wide of off stump. Steers it off towards the covers. 1 run. Talking about Callum Parkinson sitting in the stands. A little earlier on, his brother, Matt, who's on loan, taking his final game for Durham on loan from Lancashire, has just come walking past our. In fact, actually, that
He's back up he's back up on the balcony now. He's just come back from a net session.
Yeah.
Marcus North making his way round.
Sunshine in front of the stand. So Matt's going off to Kent. Callum's coming here. Last ball of the over. And Beddingham goes for a quick single, just pushing that up to mid on for 1.
There's been a lot of them today. It's what seems to be a bit of a staple, just a push and run. Just an easy way to get him in. Mentioned the Roke Riviera weather a few minutes ago. Didn't it used to be called the Blockyard or something like that, Marty?
Down west. Yeah, on the marina, it's where they made all the pit props for all the pits. And then when the pits all closed down, that shut down. And then they reclaimed all the land and built about 300 houses. So it was indeed the Blockyard. 170 for 4. Blue skies now. It's a very pleasant afternoon now.
It is indeed. I don't think we'll be having a light issue.
No, not now. Well, not for a while anyway.
I don't think your Death Star cloud is going to be hanging around anytime soon. It seems to have parted, as it will be right to continue. Very long spell as he's in now to Beddingham, who drives him back up the track, but I think arm in the follow through to stop the run from right.
Did you have an update there, Richard?
Yes, all done. Did you?
No.
The implication of that is that they forgot you.
We were sat waiting very patiently, and
it's the new way of the world now. I think this week's a learning curve.
Right in again and defended by Beddingham into the leg side.
I think we ought to try that camera in the cake soon. Just gentle hint there.
Sending it the levels of subtlety. I don't.
If you can find some plastic forks or knives that won't snap, then be my guest.
I think the good lady has already cut it in.
Has she?
In pieces. Where's it go? Oh, there it is.
It's not behind
she
you.
hasn't actually.
Right is in, and Beddingham again to mid wicket for no run.
It smells nice.
I wonder if it came courtesy of the Lumo train or the LNER train. Oh, it's stuck. Oh, it's going to be crumbs everywhere now, isn't it? Oh, half the icing's disappeared.
It smells fantastic, doesn't it? Yeah. We'll see what we can find. Knives wise.
Right in, and there's a big shout for LBW against Beddingham. It's not been given by the umpire. So this is a very universal shout from bowler and keeper alike, and the slip Gordon.
I think Wright was a bit late going up for that.
I'm just wondering if there was an inside edge there, because it looked like it hit him in the pads, but it didn't look like it was doing too much to me. Could that elastic band that you've got there, Richard, be stretched to the point where it becomes so taut it could slice through a cake?
An interesting piece of physics, possibly.
I know you go through like a long range of list, Marty, that you talk about on Commentary this season. I wasn't expecting that one to be on the list, as Wright is in again and Beddingham is defending this one.
Tell you what, while you're commenting, I'll pop upstairs because there is a selection up there, isn't there, in the press box?
Okay.
Implements.
You just have to pray that they don't snap, as Sam finds out very regularly.
Yeah. You can easily snap 2 or 3 forks.
he goes through on average about.
That's my rule, you know.
Sam goes through about a fork every lunchtime.
I don't know if there's any serviettes up there as well, maybe.
Right, looking to finish the over. He does, and it's another maiden just driven up to mid on 170 for 4, and that is his second maiden of the day. 14 overs, 2 wickets and 48 runs. It's been very controlled from him since the lunch interval.
Just turn your mic down slightly, just over modern a bit there. Yeah. Stuart Mangers emailed, what kind of player skills will Durham be anxious to attract to face the top division next season? Well, they've signed Colin Ackerman, who's an all-rounder. He's currently away with the Netherlands along with Pasteleda, head of the World Cup. They've signed Callum Parkinson, who's sitting in the stands watching this one today. They are looking to go down the route of an overseas fast bowler, somebody who can come for the entire season.
He has returned. We have implements.
Oh, thermoplastic knives and forks.
Looks like there's going to be a change in bowling.
I think that's Budinger, who's 12th man. He's just come running out the stands with a helmet there for the keeper, and now he's jogging off again. Got a black woolly hat on. Black body warmer. He's gone for segments rather than straight slices. Interesting. Start of a new over as Davis replaces Hull from the end. 1 run to Clark up to towards mid on.
Oh, no, they might have a slice.
Well, hang on. Let's get it. Need something to put it on. I'm not a big fan of cakes, to be honest with you, so stick it on a bit of paper or something. That is a big piece, isn't it? Was it dates? Parky, can you eat that or not? No. Next ball is played back to the bowler by Beddingham.
Surrey have their second bowling point, having Hampshire 6 down, so only 3 more required.
Oh, that's quite strong, that.
For Div 1 success for them.
Bit of cinnamon. Is there cinnamon in there? There's a turmeric I can taste. Cardamom. Davis bowls played by Beddingham off the legs out through mid wicket. 1 run. Sun is shining. It's a breezy day, and this huge patch of low pressure drifting in off the Atlantic. I was watching the weather forecast last night, and it was still quite a way offshore, but it said it would gather momentum once the jet stream mixed up with it later today, tomorrow. Playing across the line there, possibly outside the line of off stump. They're appealing for LBW.
Looked to be high as well.
A little bit too high. Clark on strike. The thing is, when they didn't name these storms, when they just said there's going to be a bit of windy weather coming in, you just thought it's going to be a bit windy. Now they give them these names.
We'd had Storm Magnus.
This is actually Storm Magnus.
This is Storm Magnus coming this week, yeah. We've had Nigel and Lee last week. Hurricane Lee sounds odd. Hurricane Nigel, not quite so. Driven by Clark over pitch, and that's away through the covers for 4 to the Castle stand. Nicely played. He moves on to 21. Or is he already? Yeah, they were 21 from 27 balls, 176 for 4. As our news reader pointed out last week, Hurricane Lee is indeed a weather system and not an overseas player who Durham have signed for the remainder of the season.
Sounds like a boxer or something.
Yeah.
But Davis is giving the captain lots of problems here, Lewis Hill, because he's going around the park rather.
As you mentioned, the change bowling kind of not being as strict.
Last ball of the over, and Clark guides that down towards Bacon.
Very
third
delicate.
man. You get 2. Ball being chased down there by Harry Swindles. And that is the end of the over. So he moves on to 23. He's already gone on 170 before. Right, so I'm going to have a try a bit of this. I'm going to move my microphone out the road.
It's completely delicious.
Let's have a smell.
What did you call the lady? The muffin lady?
Yeah.
She's from Scotland, from Edinburgh.
Yeah.
Have we inherited the Test match special tradition of having cake?
It is to be encouraged at all times.
There's some crunchy bits in it.
The muffin worshipper, not the muffin lady.
Crunchy bits of nuts, what do you think?
Walnuts.
Walnuts.
Completely delicious. Thank you very much.
Density-wise, it's quite heavy. It weighs a lot, doesn't it, for a slice of cake?
Josh Holt, this is better. I think he might be better from this end with some breeze behind him from time to time, gusts behind him.
Change of ends, maybe a change of fortune. Bowled well, but not had much reward so far.
Hasn't really swung it as much as he can swing it. Seen him really get some good movement with the red ball. But he hasn't really so far in this game. Might just do better from this end. Right, got some good movement. Scriven will sort of move it from either end, really. Hull is in and bowls. Clipped straight through mid-wicket for 4. He needs a bit of cover at mid-wicket, I would suggest.
Tad too straight, kind of middle and leg, and for someone of David Bellingham's quality, he's not going to miss out on that. There's been a few deliveries. It's generally been very good from Leicestershire in the afternoon session, but there's just been a few that released the pressure a little bit, and that was definitely one of them. Just able to clip it through mid-wicket. He moves himself into the 30s.
Yeah, I think it's quite the right field. Holt turns. Runs in and bowls outside off stump, driven out into the covers, but straight to cover, where Evans is the fielder. No run. An economical player, Bedingham. Big man, doesn't try to overhit everything.
There we go, we're back.
Yeah, my QB started to this fairly battered old thing, and some of the connections are distinctly have to be jiggled from time to time.
England 205 for 3 in there.
20.
22 overs and 5 balls.
Good old.
So
10 and 8. Well, not
yeah.
far off.
I'm trying to remember what the record was against Australia. Was it 443? I think 443. That could be in danger.
Holt is in and bowls slightly short, straight and turned, waiting for it. Plenty of time there, betting towards mid-wicket. There is a sort of mid-wicket now. Scott Curry's out there.
12 man.
One of many. 12 men, 3 of them. Scott Curry, Callum Parkinson.
This is his final game of his loan spell from Hampshire, isn't he?
Yeah, there was some talk about that loan spell sort of being extended into next year for much of next year, but I have to say he hasn't done enough really to justify that. And the fact that he'd been left out in this probably says it all. In goes Hull and bowls mid-wicket. Will not get there. Curry, good effort. Oh, good work by Swindles on the boundary, sprinting along from deep square to deep mid-wicket, diving and making the stop and saving Hull 2 runs. Again, it was too straight. Again, clipped and timed really nicely by Bedingham, but good work by Swindles out there.
Yeah, very good timing. Because I completely missed the fact that England also have, that it's not 443, it's 498 against the Netherlands.
It was in Amstelveen, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was Josh Butler scored a century, I think. Dawid Malan had a century.
It was in that series where Baz Delay just smashed the window of the commentary box.
Yes, it was. Was it last year, I think?
Oh, is in and bowls onto off stump. Bedingham just leans forward, plays it firmly out to Tom Scriven.
And it was
mid-off.
481 for 6 against Australia. My apologies.
So what do you reckon about the cake then?
I think it's superb, frankly.
Have you put it on your
Rob's not going to try any?
I haven't had any yet. I'm saving myself.
The nutty bits are very nutty and biggy. full of nutty pickiness.
Put that in your cookbook.
Mm.
Yeah, last year. I think I was doing a work experience for Talksport.
I think Bryden Cars played in that one, didn't he?
Not too sure.
Hull is in and bowls. Beddingham on the off stump, just waits for it, box it out into the off.
I know England racked up a lot of replacement ball charges because they kept smacking them over the top of the stand at the other end and into the river. So I think they racked up something ridiculous in replacement charges. Yeah, I didn't think Cars had gone for that one.
No, they did. I just made it up. Right.
Yeah. Speaking of travels, are you looking forward to next year, Marty?
Next year?
Going to...
Don't know where I'm going on holiday yet.
Well, holiday and also going around the country, some different grounds. Ones you haven't been to for a while.
Oh, yeah.
Trip down to Costa del Southampton, potentially on the cards.
Comes with its drawbacks as well, doesn't it?
No, the ground's a bit of a pain to get to. It's out of the way of Southampton.
It's the worst ground to get to, isn't it?
No, maybe
near Southampton.
Out grounds.
Start of a new over from the Lumley end from Davis. This is played up to mid-off. So, the last time Durham were there was
it the 2016?
Yeah, it was the end. It was last week, 7 years ago, and they beat Hampshire, and to all intents and purposes, believed Hampshire had been relegated. And at the time, it was a shootout between them as to who would get the final relegation spot. And I think Worcestershire were playing Lancashire in Old Trafford. So those two weren't out of the picture either. So really fall round when Hampshire got relegated, and they didn't go down.
Ball change.
Yeah,
or
they're looking at the ball, aren't they?
Inquest, and he's been denied. We had many of them today. Or is that the first one?
I know, today.
Look at it.
Yeah. There was a couple of ball changes last week. About 30 overs in, something like that. It hasn't been that apparent. It hasn't been that obvious this year.
Last year was awful for it. Constant changing.
43.1 overs gone, and they've looked at the ball for the first time today. This is played by Clark up to mid-on. Last year, the leather was just softening and going out of shape.
Yeah.
I think they've had time to build up a supply of properly seasoned balls now, because of COVID, there was a lack of leather and materials, and so it was basically a just-in-time delivery process, whereas in the past, they would be able to store them in warehouses and let them mature.
Yeah.
That was what the owner of the company told me, anyway. This is played by Clark past square leg for 1 run.
What other grounds are difficult to get to? You mentioned the JS Pro. Is there any others that are a bit...
Everywhere is difficult if you don't live there.
Any ones that at the top of the...
Beckenham was
Beckenham's
a South London suburb.
Yeah, you've got to go down through Eltham and Bromley and then Beckenham. Yeah, that takes a while.
If only there was something simple like canals to get you there. I imagine that'd be very chilled for you, Martin.
Well, I'll tell you something about that in a minute. As the ball comes in and bowls to Beddingham, and he plays that back past the bowler, stopped behind the stumps, but he gets a single. He had that big Radio 2 in the park last week. Was it Victoria Park, Leicester?
It was, yes, and sitting on the balcony, I could hear every note.
Well,
except obviously on the Saturday when we were at Trent Bridge for the One Day Cup final.
A couple of lads who come in the Harbour View, they own a canal boat, and they had tickets for that, so they sailed their canal boat to Leicester, went to the gig, and were able to camp on the canal boat, having moored up next door or nearby.
Very impressive.
Oh, he's got an eye full of fly there. Just as he was coming into the ball, Davis, he suddenly stops and he's got his hands on his face. So, yes, Southampton's an awful place to get to.
It's only just off the motorway.
It is, but if you
it's a long drive, but
if you want to go into Southampton from there,
good luck.
It's the best part of an hour.
Good luck.
It's probably quicker to drive straight down the motorway to Portsmouth. The nearest train station is about a 45-minute walk away. This is played by Clark up to
What,
mid-on.
Southampton Central?
It is not designed for public
I
transport.
think
It's not-
it'd be Central that's closest to.
No, it's not.
Or is it Parkway?
No, it's a little provincial branch line. But Kevin James dropped me off one night at Eastleigh Airport, and I got the train from there into town to meet a colleague. Another time, he drove me into town and dropped me off, and it must have taken the best part of an hour. It's a good 45-minute drive, easy. Davison pulled by
Split the fielders that one
Clark, and
before.
it's gone away between long leg and
Deep square.
deep square leg for something flying in the face there. End of the over. So Durham approaching the 200 mark now, 190 for 4. These two came together with the score on 149 for 4. So
Done a decent steadying job after Leicestershire had taken that 3 for 34, I think it was, you mentioned. Obviously breaking the partnership of 99 between Jones and Borthwick was crucial just before lunch, and then picking up Jones straight after with the first ball, and Ollie Robinson, who can be very dangerous in situations like these. I think he was averaging about 63 before today.
which
Went
have
for
put on
just 12.
41, I think these two put on.
I was looking at the contrast. Hull and Davis, Hull 9 overs, none for 42. Davis 10 overs, none for 57. Compared to Wright and Scriven, who've picked up a couple of wickets apiece. And it is marked at the moment. Josh Hull is in outside off stump, slashed away by David Bedingham down to the wide third man boundary. Umar Amin puts in the chase, and the
Very good
side
stop.
manages to drag it back just inside the ropes in front of the gym over there and gets his throwaway 3 to Bedingham. He moves on to 38, 193 for 4.
Short and wide. It's not really. It's not what's needed.
It's not.
It's bread and butter to. We keep mentioning it, but it's bread and butter to someone like David Bedingham. You give him any width whatsoever, he's going to punish you.
What they've done well this season, for the most part, Leicestershire, is if they haven't been taken because they've kept some sort of control of the scoreboard, but they haven't done that today. Only sort of in patches, and it's only really been Wright and Scriven who've been able to do that. Hull is in bowls. Fuller this time looking to drive. Is Clark not really timing it back? It goes towards the young left arm. You don't necessarily expect that from Josh Hull. You're looking for him to sort of make inroads, maybe pick up a couple of wickets, but just at the moment the ball isn't really moving for him.
Kevin Ramsey's emailed about the man with the dog in the pushchair. He says, Did you know it's not even his dog? He collects it from a neighbour each day. I didn't know that. And why can't Parky have that piece of cake? Disagree with you, wouldn't it? Celiac.
Hull is in, bowls full, rather floats it up, just on off stump, maybe looking for the Yorker, but isn't getting it quite right.
I think also the fact Durham have scored considerably quicker than most other sides in all of the county championship this year. It's always difficult to bowl to a side that you know are going to put the pressure on you. They're going at 4.3 here. They pick up the quick singles to mid on and mid off, which seem to become a bit of a staple, which certainly other sides aren't able to do so.
It'd be interesting to see the run rates. It has been a noticeable thing this season. Now, whether that's a sort of, I take your point. I mean, Durham has scored it more quickly than most as Hull goes in and bowls short. Clark pulls out too deep mid wicket. There is a sweep. It didn't quite get it all, lost it slightly, so just a single on that occasion to Clark. But I'd say the run rate this season generally has been better. If that's the right word, better depends on your point of view, of course, but certainly it's been higher. Effective baseball. Players knowing that they're going to have to score more quickly to have any chance of getting involved at international level. Discuss, as they say. Hull turns, 2 balls to go in his 10th over. Runs in, bowls short to Bedingham, pulls it around the corner, straight to the man at that wide long leg position. Davis is down there in front of the Durham school banner. Castle stand.
It's something Ryan Campbell's always said, that he wants to play for wins. He wants to go for it, and that's how they've kind of wanted to play. I don't think it's any surprise Ben Stokes being a Durham player. Scott Borthwick obviously very good friends with him. Kind of, it's trickled down, and it's proven. The only hiccup Durham have really had this year have been the second innings down at Sussex, where it kind of ultimately led to them losing the game. But apart from that, it's not really gone wrong for them.
Hull is in bowls. Short pull down to fine leg for 50 partnership. Well, he's going to have to make a change here, Hill. What are his options?
5 balls.
Well batted, Graham Clark, who's got 33 of them. David Beddingham, who's got 17 of them. No extras in that 50-run partnership. Oh, no, can't be. Of course, Beddingham would have been in when Clark came in, of course, and probably were a few.
Yeah,
But Clark got the majority anyway.
These two have the ability, as kind of most down the order, again, something that Ryan Campbell has spoken to, is that if it's not one player who will get the majority runs, as it has been this season, it's been Alex Lees, who's turned out to be the leading run scorer. If it's not Lees, it can be Borthwick. If it's not Borthwick, it can be Beddingham, it can be Ollie Robinson, it can be Graham Clark. They've got multiple players who can punish poor bowling, and that's been part of the success story this year, just being able to pile on the runs. You know, they're going for a record in batting bonus points this year as Davis continues, and Beddingham, there's a half-hearted appeal for LBW, but it's turned around the corner. And that brings up Durham's 200 off 45 overs and 1 ball, just 50 runs away from a new team record of batting bonus points in a season. Mark 33 on strike to Davis. He's just playing this one to short cover. It's a fairly packed offside field now for Graham Clark. It's just a 1 slip in after starting with 3 in a gully. Very first over, we've got a slip, a backward point, a short extra cover, a regulation cover, mid on, mid off, short mid wicket, deep square leg and long leg in play as Leicestershire look to break open this partnership. Clark is driving just past short extra. It was in the air for a moment, but flat-footed, and it would have been a ridiculous catch. I don't think there was any real chance there for the fielder. England 248 for 3, coming up to the end of the 27th over down at Bristol against Ireland. Duckett 84 down there as Clark faces up and defends to short extra. Decent crowd in for the first day of the final game of the season. Obviously, Durham will be lifting the Division 2 trophy at the end of it. What's been a fantastic season for the North East outfit, heading back to Division 1. Davis in and Clark flicks him through mid-wicket, beats the man at short mid-wicket, won't run all the way to the fence. 2 fielders set off in pursuit. It's going to be mid-on who gets there first, and they'll comfortably come back for 3. Clark moves himself to 36 off 41. Very good, very healthy strike rate. Maybe a tad on the slow side for what he can do this year. Remember, he's scored a lot. He has scored quicker when needed. Beddingham takes guard. Defended to short extra. End of the over, 203 for 4 off 46. Still behind on the over rate from this morning. Run rate sits at 4.4 for the innings.
Still 50 overs left to be bowled today. Chances of getting them all? Not high. You're right. Slim, as Rob says. At the moment, it's as perfect weather as we've had all day. Very few clouds around, lots of blue sky. And Hill is having to go back to Scriven. Doesn't look like he's prepared. But is he going to give Kimber... Kimber's loosening up a bit, actually, in the gully. And this is where it turns square. He comes on, it turns it square. I doubt it, but you never know. Just give it a tweak, Louis Kimber. It's going to be Scriven. Then from the Finkel end comes running in and bowls. It's uncertain, rather jab at the ball from Clark, just outside off stump, plays it down off back foot into the ground, and then he's looking around, just making sure it's not going to bounce back towards his stumps. It doesn't. One or two shirt sleeves now, I can see, in the stand alongside. County stand.
It's a nice day now, isn't it?
If you're out the wind, it's lovely. As Scriven is in bowls, straight, and Clark just waiting for that one, playing slightly down the onside of the pitch, picked up by Hill at mid-on. Patel and Kimber having a discussion at slip and gully, that's pointing perhaps where Kimber is going to set his field. Saul Pudinger and Callum Parkinson finally leave the castle stand and walk around, drinks in hand. Scriven is in, bowls straight, and again, good line on off stump, and goes past the outside edge, I think, in the end. Still a little bit of something there for Scriven. He can get it. He's the most likely of the Leicestershire players to get something out of the older ball. He isn't so old yet, 46.3 overs. They could have to bowl another, 34 overs, best part thereof. With this ball, although it has been checked once, went through the gauge. Scriven is in and bowls. Clark again has to be respectful and is leaning forward in defence on off stump. No run. Different game when Scriven and Wright are bowling. And turns. Runs past umpire Lungley. Bowls. Clark is getting a delivery on middle and leg that he clips out towards the sweeper on the leg side boundary, who swindles. One is taken.
The train station closest to the Rose Bowl, says David, is Hedge End. That's it, yeah. It's about a 45-minute walk. It's a tenner in a taxi to Eastleigh, at least. It was in 2016, it's probably more now.
Scriven coming to the end of his 12th over is in outside off stump, slashed away in the air. Bit of a top edge, but well wide and above Kimber in the gully, and it goes down to the third man boundary for four. It was a little bit of a free hit, really. He would have been unlucky there. Clark, had he somehow steered it towards Kimber, threw his hands at it, got plenty of it, and it was a fairly safe slash, if there is such a thing. 37, Clark, 43, Beddingham, 208 now for 4.
In this division, there's 8 away games, isn't there? But in the first division, is there 5? Don't play everybody twice, do you?
I don't know. We haven't been in the first division for a long time.
I don't think everybody plays each other twice, so... Unless there's one team you only play once at home and one team you only play once away, I don't know. Can't remember how it works. How did it used to work in this division before? You didn't play everybody twice, did you? Oh. Remember?
Yeah, I don't know quite how they decided which team you were only going to play once. I remember we missed a trip to Lords once, or trip to play Middlesex, but it probably ended up at Radlett or Merchant Taylors or Oxbridge or someone.
Let's see a bit of spin then.
Yeah.
We've got a spinner sitting in the stands.
Yes. He has bowled this season. Not much. 2 overs for 7 runs. in the county championship.
What does he bowl?
Off spin.
I've got him down as a keeper. Bit of off spin. First ball is driven through the covers by Clark. Slides in and cuts it off. I think that's Swindell's out there, is it?
Yes.
2 runs. Sun's just gone in again now. So you're staying in Durham City this week, are you? Or?
In Chisler Street, actually.
Are you?
So, yeah.
Ah. The Church Mouse is nice, if that's where you are. It's not a bad little bold hole.
Ooh.
Riven through the covers. That was a full toss, and that smacked away for 4. I'm trying to think the first night here a couple of weeks ago when Sussex came up and Adrian Harms stayed in Lumley Castle.
Did he? I have stayed there.
He got quite a good deal.
It just depends on timing to a certain extent. Yeah, I've stayed there.
Ooh, I don't like the look of that. There's a big bank of naughty-looking cloud drifting in from the west.
It's going a fair weight, isn't it?
Yeah,
The wind is really
that
going
rains. That's going to take us off for a while, I would have thought. 214 for 4. Kimber bowls. Clark forwarded this one, just pushes it off towards the covers. It's quite tall, Lewis Kimber. This is his 23rd match. He's taken 4 wickets. Yeah. Best bowling 1 for 8.
Not with full tosses like that.
No,
got away with
he's
it.
got away with it though, because on the mid-off and it stopped. Floodlights might end up back on at this rate. There are a few people in t-shirts, aren't they? But they'll be going. Their jumpers will be going back on. Clark cuts. Should be 4. It is. It's gone down. Oh, that did nearly go in the bucket. It hit the bucket. There's the groundsmen have left some just off the field in front of the old scoreboard. There's a broom there and a blue bucket.
I think the bucket
and a wheelbarrow.
The earth,
yeah,
they sweep up, or the earth, the dust, really, isn't it?
He nearly put that in the bucket via the angled side of the wheelbarrow. 218 for 4. Clark's on 47. Kimber bowls. He drives. That's 51. And he's got there in 52 balls and 8 fours.
Well, Louis Kimber will hopefully bowl better overs than that.
I did say when Clark came in that he'd rescued Durham from a few sticky little situations earlier this year, at least 2 occasions where they've been 4 down and not had enough runs on the board, and he's doing it again here. So this season now then, he's had 2 centuries, and that's his 4th half century. Could have had 100 at Grace Road, but he was run out on 92 after a mix-up with Ollie Robinson. Looked destined for a century that days. Had 100 at Bristol, and then he also got 128 against Sussex in the win here last match. 222 for 4.
Scriven is in and bowls to Bedingham, just drifting on towards middle and leg, clipped away towards mid-wicket, put his full weight into the shot so Swindles can get round the field. Takes 1, moves on to 44. Foxy feel we waste the new ball every innings. Not sure Chris Wright would.
I think Wright and Scriven bowled all right today.
Yeah, Scriven is in and bowls. Oh, bounce and outside off stump, and Cox does very well standing up to the stumps to actually stop that one. But that one did a little bit, and Clark startled as it had reared past him outside off stump. Scriven again getting that little bit of something. It's there to be had. He usually finds it. But the quality of his bowling is sort of being exacerbated by the lack of quality of the sort of backup bowling. In goes Scriven and bowls, goes past the outside edge again. Cox takes off the bails, but Clark had gone nowhere. He remains on 51. He definitely has been the pick today, and he gets a pat on the rear from Lewis Hill. Great channel, says Rishi Patel, and it is. Scriven bowls on off stump, Clark forward, respectful, careful, and defence pushing it out into the covers. Evans picks it up. That bank of cloud Martin was telling you about builds that much more as it now comes over the ground. Coats are back on in the county stand. Scriven is in and bowled a little bit short, but there is again movement there for him. So on the back foot, Clark has to be careful. Locks it out into the offside. On the Great Dane. Why is Scriven known as the... Well, he's fair of hair, so... well, guessing. Has he got a slightly Scandinavian appearance? I don't know. I'll have to ask about that one. In goes Scriven and bowls onto the legs this time of Clark, who tried to work it away. Don't know whether he got anything on it. No, he didn't, says umpire Lungley, and raises his left knee to the scorers.
Maybe he's a fan of Jonas Vingegaard. He's Danish, isn't he?
Yep. Jumbo Visma.
Yeah, there's talk of them merging with... Is it Lochner or Soudal?
Well, they're already a kind of super team, aren't they, really? So they won every Grand Tour this year and a load of other stuff as well.
It's as boring as it used to be during Team Sky's domination, isn't it?
At least it was 3 different people, but
Yeah.
you can't help feeling they were bounced into giving the Tour to Cuss, wasn't they? The Tour of Spain, that is, the Vuelta.
Would have been a bit unfair to...
Oh, it would, but yeah.
Here's Kimber. Off the pads, nothing from the bowler. He just stands and rubs his nose while Charlotte first slip and the keeper make a noise.
It gives it away a bit, doesn't it?
Got a man at long arm. Mid-off's just not too deep. A little paddle around the corner. Cox dives across in anticipation and flies through the air like Superman. Ball runs down towards fine leg. Hull picks it up. They run 3. So 227 for 4 now. These two have put on 78 in 91 balls. Durham losing Robinson for 12 just after lunch and Jones for 37. Jones bowled by Tom Scriven, first ball of the afternoon, and then Wright came into the attack about 5 or 6 overs later and got a wicket with his first ball as Robinson pulled him to Scriven at mid-wicket. This next delivery is just defended and rolls short to Lewis Hill, skipper on the leg side, mid-wickety area. Bellingham on strike on 44. Little nudge from him. Oh, and Hill slips over and he should have stopped that, and he got wrong-footed, and as he tried to change direction, he fell over around about mid-on, and that allowed Durham to get a single they shouldn't have had, really.
The whole thing was a bit of a shambles, wasn't it? Because Kimber could have stopped it, but didn't because he thought Hill was going to, and then Hill slipped, and it had an end-of-term feel about it.
Well, Beddingham's now got more than 900 runs for the season, 908. Oh, good diving stop there in the colours. Who's that?
It's the great Scriven. Great Dane.
Yeah. Diving across to his right, snatched it one-handed with his right hand. Going down on the ball. Kimber bowls displayed back to him, just to his right by Clark, and that is the end of the 50th over. So 50 overs gone, Durham 238 for 4.
That was a better over from Scriven. There weren't any from Kimber. There weren't any full tosses in it as such. It wasn't threatening though, particularly, but at least it spells the seamers for a while. If he can keep getting a few of those and just go for a couple.
Oh, Middlesex have won the toss at Trent Bridge and they're going to bat first.
I must admit, I'm not quite sure whether which is it. Kent are the favourites to stay up and Middlesex likely to go down with North. Is it that way around? I ought to be keeping a closer eye on things as Scriven bustles in and bowls slightly short of a length to Beddingham on the back foot, blocks it out to mid on. No
There was only 1 point in it.
Is there not much in it? You might,
Middlesex
you might
98
well right.
points, Kent 99.
Do we want to go to Canterbury or, well, who knows? Could be Lords.
Yeah. Ponder, ponder.
Scriven kicks up his heels, runs in and bowls. Ooh, squares up Beddingham with a little outswinger, but it started leg, went towards leg middle and came off a thick outside edge as Beddingham looked to work it away, and then Beddingham indicates to Clark there's still some swing there for Scriven.
Somerset 19 for 3 against Warwickshire after 9 overs. Hampshire 108 for 6 against Surrey.
Somewhere else you'll be going, Taunton.
Well, I could be going everywhere and none of them. That depends what the fixtures list looks like.
Scriven is in, bowls straight on middle and off. Forward goes Clark. Back down the pitch goes the ball to Scriven.
Has crossed my mind that the ECB will announce they're going back to a conference system next year. Durham don't get into Division 1. I dreamt about that a few weeks ago. Lancashire 215 for 4 against Kent in Canterbury. So just the 1 point for Kent there so far today. Northants 113 for 4 against Essex in Northampton.
Scriven is in just outside off stump, so he can lean forward and angle the ball. Graham Clark out towards point. Evans has to run to his left to field. One is
Two teams who haven't won a game this season in Division 2, Derbyshire and Gloucestershire. Derbyshire are at Cardiff, where they are 182 for 1 against Glamorgan, and Gloucestershire at Hove, where Sussex are 186 for 8.
Sussex have won again. They beat us.
They beat Durham as well, opening match of the season.
In goes Scriven, and he starts to appeal, but a little inside edge, I suspect, onto the pad of Beddingham that runs down to fine leg. Indeed it was. And to the boundary it goes for 4, and that brings up the 50 for David Beddingham. Well batted. It's come off 67 balls, includes 6 4s and 1 6. Yet another.
How many is that now for him? Got that many numbers next to his name on my stats.
It is his
20th. He's got 1700s and 2050s.
Scriven is in, balls to him. He's turning that one down into the long leg area this time, really. Comfortable stop, went more or less straight to the fielder down there, Will Davis. He's got a very good conversion rate, hasn't he, this season, Beddingham? He's just got the 1 half century to go with his 4 centuries, so that's his 2nd of the season.
He's got 900s for Durham and now 950s. Got 145 not out at Leicestershire in June. 151 against Glamorgan a year earlier in the year.
It was like years ago that, and yet
it does and it doesn't. It was a lovely week, although there was a little bit of rain and bad light one night, but I took my foldy bike and there was one evening, it was a lovely night, and I cycled from my hotel down to Everard's Meadows, had tea there. It was a gorgeous night. The floodlights are going to need to be turned on here again now. It's got really gloomy. That big clouds virtually on top of us. Blue sky to the east, but to the west it's minging. This is played by Beddingham out through mid-wicket. I think the day after, I left Leicester and went across to my auntie's in Bromsgrove, and I got on the bike. It was a lovely Thursday afternoon, and cycled down through the Licky Hills to Tardbig and cycled down the canal to Stoke Prior. It was lovely. Beautiful views across the Great Malvern. This is played by Clark out through mid-wicket for one run, and I've hardly been on the bike since the beginning of July, really, because the weather just turned and was rotten.
Dave Bradley country, getting close to.
Not quite there, because he is in Great
Further,
Malvern,
yeah.
but I was way up near Bromsgrove looking back across the Malvern. But the canal goes down to Worcester, obviously. This is defended by Bellingham. There's about 36 locks over about 3.5 miles down the Licky incline.
BBC Radio Hereford must have ended Bradders' famous quiz that he does, or did, for ever so long.
Kimber in. Oh, that one pops on Bellingham a little bit. He cuts it, but he nearly came up chin high there. Next ball played out through mid-wicket for one, and there are the floodlights bursting into life again. Next delivery is a bit of a sort of medium pace half tracker. It's a raggy looking delivery, and it's dealt with by Clark as he pulls that away to the square leg boundary for 4. It wasn't the best of balls, was it?
3 overs for 25 for Louis Kimber. It's hard not to think that Leicester have picked the wrong side here. Made mistakes in selection, I would suggest. I know limited to a certain extent. They want to see more of Holm, that's fine. Davis, well, he probably justified his selection. He's bowled well in the last game, but he hasn't bowled well here. But without Ackerman's sort of backup spin, it is a risk to just go to Louis Kimber. Scriven carrying the torch almost single-handedly at the moment, goes in and bowls, and even he has dropped short onto the leg side and has been pulled to the county stand for a 1-bounce 4. Leicestershire going around the park here, 246 for 4, first bonus point now within reach for Durham, and I suspect on the evidence of the last half hour it won't be the last.
The 37th time that Beddingham's got the 50 in first class cricket. He's on 57.
Scriven beginning to look a little weary, goes in and bowls on off stump. Bedingham defends carefully, he remains on 57. Clark 60. Came together with a score on 149 for 4. Only Robinson had rather given it away, looking right straight to Scriven at mid-wicket. Might just have stopped him a touch, but the way he was cross with himself when he walked out probably told you the story. Since then, no joy, no real sniff of a chance from these two. Scriven is in, bowls outside off stump. Fuller trying to get a little bit of swing. Bedingham again is careful, just strokes it out to right at mid-off. No run. Dark over Chester Street now. Still plenty of blue up, but it's, as Martin said, it's leaving us now. It's being covered over way to the east. We're pleasant on the coast for a few minutes yet, as in goes Scriven. Bowls worked by Bedingham back down the pitch on the on side. Again, he hit it a little bit straighter than he wanted to, suggesting he had been squared up a touch. Surprised if Umar Amin gets up a few overs before too long. Where is Umar? He's out there in splendid isolation on the point boundary, a long way from his fellows. In goes Scriven and bowls on off stump forward. Goes batting, pretty much getting to the pitch of it, blocking it out to Evans in the covers. Hill casting shadows, but from the floodlights, no longer the sun.
David says we need Richard to get to the bottom of this nickname malarkey for Tom Scriven, Vera style.
The Great Dane, yeah. Well,
Hope he has his
I'll ask
land.
him. I'll ask
Hope
him
he has his
tonight.
Land Rover in Chesley Street as I am reading his nickname. Is Bobby Charlton?
Goes, what does it think? Goes Scriven and turning the bat face on it, batting and pushes it out to mid-wicket. End of Scriven's 15th over, 2 for 55. His figures. And yeah, well, the Louis Kimber experiment has been a short one. He's 3 overs for 25, and that's that. And he's going to go back to Josh Hull. Is Leicestershire's captain Lewis Hill now? It hasn't, frankly, got much alternative.
I tell you what, even with the lights on, this might start to be a bit iffy in a minute.
Yeah, it's dark, isn't it?
Doug says, good afternoon, Marty. Due to work commitments, I'm working in Edinburgh. I haven't been able to attend many games. Should get to a couple of days this week. When will Nottinghamshire come poaching again for Josh Hull?
Yeah, good question.
I must put on record what a wonderful Red Balls season this has been, plus a special mention to Graham Clark. What a transformation, thanks to Ryan Campbell giving him an opportunity, and he's flourished. Roll on next season. The Hampshire game could be interesting. And finally, good luck to Liam Travascus. Sorry to see him leave. Thanks for the great coverage, says Doug the Fulwell Mackham. We are cricket at yahoo.co.uk if you want to drop us a line on email. As Hull returns to the attack as if by planned magic. This one is turned away by Graham Clark out through mid-wicket. Fielder close in there, got a hand on that one. I think that's Hill, is it? No?
Evans at
Evans.
mid-wicket.
Might have hurt himself a little bit. 2 runs. So Durham are 2 away from a batting point and a record 50-point haul for the first time in the gloom of Chesley Street. If these floodlights weren't here, we wouldn't be talking to you now. All around the wicket, he comes in, he bowls. Clark drives, and it bobbles out to the covers. No run there. One minute past 3, and that is played to mid-off this time. No run there. Next ball played to mid-on by Clark. Partnership is 99 at the moment. From 117 balls. All around the wicket. Pulled by Clark down towards long leg for 1. That's the 100th partnership. 118 balls. 35 of them in that partnership from Bellingham. 63 from Clark. And 1 run away from the 50th batting point of the season. Beddingham on 57 as Hull comes in. Last ball of the over. Gone down the leg side, and Beddingham looked to hook it. He's played and missed. If he did get anything on it, it's been put down by the keeper anyway, but I don't think he did. Next ball is pushed out into the covers. Scriven turns, running away from us. Richard's back, so he can take over.
Bolts on just outside off stump, worked by Clark off the back foot towards point, brings up the 250 for Durham, which is a big moment, Martin.
It is. So that is the first time that Durham have reached 50 batting points in a season. They've managed 7 games this year, maximum points, 4 in a number of others. 100 partnerships come up for Beddingham and Clark as well. So 254, 54.2.
Scriven is in, bowls on off stump, forward goes Beddingham, defends it back down the pitch to the Leicestershire all-rounder. Number of overs bowled, not just in this match, but overall. Scriven came into the game having bowled 260 overs, which doesn't sound a lot, but obviously bowled throughout the One Day Cup as well, all 10 matches in that, so probably not far off 100 overs in that competition as well. Bowls outside off stump, drags it down a little bit, looking to force it away off the back foot, not timed by Beddingham. Runs out to Evans, no run. Right, well over 4 overs in the county championship now for the season. CJC right. Bowled at 168 overs, obviously now back in South Africa. In goes Scriven and bowls. Worked nicely off the back, but nice timing. Up towards mid-wicket by Beddingham. Picks up 1. Rahan Ahmed in the early part of the season. Hasn't played recently. Bowled 140 overs. Parkinson 117, ditto. Ackerman got 99 overs in for his 4 wickets, but yeah, they have a lot to think about for next season, Leicestershire, in terms of strengthening the bowling attack, bearing in mind they lose Wright and Parkinson. Scriven is in, bowls onto the legs, clipped out again to mid-wicket, and he's giving it everything, Scriven, but understandably just not quite as consistent as he was in terms of his lines and lengths. 15 overs he has bowled now, 16 overs, I beg your pardon. 3 maidens, 2 for 58. His figures. Worcestershire, meanwhile, well, they're quite a long way off bonus point position, although they have improved of late. 125 for 4 at Headingley against Yorkshire.
Ball coming round the wicket to bowl to Clark. Ball pushed off towards the covers to Harry Swindells. And Budinger and Parkinson walking around the boundary, looking like they're about to deliver some gold top milk and some red tops carrying their milkman's crates.
Do a bit, don't they? Yeah. Just hop
Mine's,
off one of
mine's
those
the
little
fully skimmed.
electric van.
Hull to Clark. Oh, there's I think there was bat in that. He's given up on the appeal. I think it was an inside edge under the knee roll there from Clark. Perhaps just behind the pad. That might have stung a bit. Had a guy knocking on our door last night, seeing if we'd be interested in having milk delivered to our house. And
Glass bottles on the...
yeah, and I said we already do. And as I was explaining this, he tripped over one of them that was empty on the step. And then I pointed out the dairy who deliver us. He said, "Oh, you wouldn't want us. We're 6p a pint more expensive than them." And off he went. Round the wicket comes the bowler. This is played by Clark towards point for one. They only deliver twice a week now, you know. When I was a kid, did the milk round once, and it was every morning.
Yeah.
Hundreds of gallons of milk on the van every day.
Wasn't just milk either, was it? You could get
Cream,
all
orange
sorts of
juice.
things,
Yeah.
yeah. Bread, some of them used to leave.
Yeah, it was good crack. Hull comes into bowl. Beddingham forward to that. Plays it out towards Swindell's short extra cover. Oh, he's misfielded. They're going to get a run. Good running. It was Henderson's farm down on bottom of Lizard Lane in Whitburn. If you got there first thing, you used to have to open the huge fridge, big padlock, and then get all the crates out ready to load up onto the van. Used to sit on the farm wall, and the pond was across the road. And at the height of the summer on a morning, about 5:30, 6 o'clock, everything was silent, and all the birds flying around and everything. It was gorgeous. Didn't do it in the winter, but it was a different kettle of fish in the winter. Shortish ball, pulled away by Clark out towards deep square leg, 1 run. Did you ever do a milk round?
I didn't know.
Did you do a paper round?
Paper? Oh, yes, yeah. I think, well, most people did a paper round at some stage, didn't they? You would have thought, but, well, perhaps not most people, but it was a way of earning.
Used to do the paper round on my BMX, and I used to pride myself on the fact I could bunny hop my way through most people's gates and get to their front door without having to put my feet down. Hull in, short one, and Beddingham looks to hook, and it's bounced out the keeper's gloves, and he's shaking his right hand furiously there. Don't think there was a connection on it again. End of the over. There was one night I got to the final door, and then, well, the final 2 or 3 doors, and realised all the papers I had left in my bag didn't tally with the houses that were in front of me. Took hours to retrace the route.
So you delivered them to the wrong...
Yeah, I was just absolutely daydreaming this particular day. Miles away. There was one house had the Chronicle, and the Chronicle was quite rare in Whitburn. There was only probably 2 or 3 Chronicles delivered in Whitburn, and they weren't in. And I was knocking on the door. And rather than just go back to the paper shop and say, "I've got the wrong paper," I just sat on their doorstep for hours until they came home from work.
Well, conscientious to the last.
Yes. Oh, daft to the last. 255 for 4. Damo says, just to say thanks for the season's commentary from you and your colleagues, Martin. A good season, silverware, and a head coach who's galvanised the players onwards and upwards until we get punished for not being Surrey again, he says.
And Middlesex, I'm sure there was some comment about the punishment or lack thereof given to Middlesex. Will Davis is back in the attack, replacing the weary Scriven. Can he do better this time? Goes in and bowls onto the legs of Graham Clark, who can just stay on the back foot, work it out through the vacant square leg down to the sweeper, Harry Swindles. Takes 1. 256 now for...
Well, it's not just the lack of punishment for Middlesex, it's the lack of punishment for Yorkshire as well.
Short straight mid-on. Kimber has been placed now as Davis is in, bowls outside off stump. Fullish, leaning forward, pushing the delivery out to mid-off is Beddingham.
I was reminded this week after Durham got relegated in 2016, it was the players and the supporters who were punished by decisions made in the boardroom, but also decisions made by the ECB, which got a lot of clubs into serious financial debt.
Davis is in, bowls again onto the legs of Beddingham, looking to work it away. I don't know if we got anything on that. A single is taken. He didn't. A leg by is signalled by umpire Langley. 2:57 for ball. No obvious threat being posed by the Leicestershire bowlers at the moment. It's comfortable for Messrs Beddingham and Clark. Davis is in, line and length. Better in those terms at least, and defended back down the pitch by Graham Clark. Kimber steps across from that short straight mid-on position to field. So big centuries for Duckett and... Did you say Crawley had made?
Crawley was on none the last time I looked.
Oh, okay.
Salt was out for 62, was he?
Okay. In goes Davis. Bowls over pitches. Middle and leg clipped out to deep mid-wicket for 1.
Duckett's made 107, Crawley 51, Salt for 61.
But it is raining in Bristol now.
Too far south. They've had a lot of weather there this year, haven't they?
Middlesex knots finally underway at Trent Bridge.
After this week, Dave Bracegirdle will be able to send his tracksuit to the dry cleaners.
In goes Davis, bowls straight, played down to that straight mid-on by Beddingham. Probably gets lots of them. 2:58 4 at the end of the 57th over, 39 remain.
If you see
it's tea time, so they've got to go to another 7 overs.
Well, that's going to be -5 or 6 by the time they get off, isn't it? Mervin's sitting down in the front here, front row with a white jacket on and the MCC bowler hat. Can you see him? Yeah. He's just sent an email. He says, "Good afternoon, Martin. I've been listening to the England game from Bristol where they've just had an antediluvian rainstorm. It comes Hull to start a new over. That hits the pad of Clark. I think an inside edge onto the pad. The camera angle's from behind for some reason. I don't know why. Antediluvian, I've never heard of that. The weather experts always have lots to say about our weather. Funny thing is, Durham is still playing. Speaks a lot for the lousy northeastern climate. Thanks to you all," says Mervyn.
Careful, Merv. Tomorrow's going to be...
Oh, well, it was Mervyn who... The email I read out at Leicester, can you remember?
Was it Merv or was it Bernard?
No, it was Mervyn.
Right,
yeah.
Who got that poor chap out.
Yeah. This is played up to mid-on. No run. He was batting well, and then as I was reading the email, he was out, that ball. Was it Lee's? I can't remember. Just the timing was absolutely top draw, wasn't it?
It was.
One or two people in the boxes on the top row of the pavilion. Hull comes in and bowls. Clark drops his short on the leg side, no run there. Members balcony's quite busy. Quite a lot of Durham fans down at Worcester last week, everywhere I went. All the restaurants, the pubs on an evening. Breakfast. There was about, must have been 20 people of a Durham persuasion in the restaurant having breakfast every morning. Nice to see. Hull bowls. Clark turns that into the air, but it's safe. It's gone off towards long leg for 1. Oh, he's coming back for a second. Throw comes in from Sam Evans to the keeper's end. And good running there from Clark. The official supporters club trip last week included 8 people, so I think they're on a minibus. Sadly, their numbers are dwindling as the years go by.
Was that the hotel at the ground or nearby?
They were nearby. They were up in town. .260 for 4. Clark has 71. That's gone down the leg side, taken by the keeper. Clark has an attempted waft at it, but doesn't connect. Car coming in towards the stadium now has got its lights on, and they're quite apparent in the trees there. First sort of vestiges of autumnal colour in the trees around the ground. The two just starting to go a little bit browny. Nights are drawing in. Had a good pass of the International Space Station on the Riviera last night, just after sunset. You could see it for miles going out over the North Sea. Pull in, short, pulled down towards fine leg by Clark for 1. Fielded by Umar Amin. A no ball is signalled. Don't think you'll see much in the way of the International Space Station or any stars tonight, because it's going to be clouding over like this.
The scorers awake. There we go. They acknowledge the signal.
You can hear the pied wagtails for the first time today. There's a few of them just flying towards the media centre. Last ball over the over from Hull. Turned by Beddingham away towards square leg along the ground. That is a single and the over. So 264 for 4, Durham, put in this morning by Leicestershire. They lost Lees for 6, Borthwick for 63 just before lunch, Jones for 37 just after, and Robinson for 12. Partnerships of 16. 99, 1 and 33.
And 115 now between these two. Davis none for 62 from 12 to continue from the Finkel end. Still with that short mid-on and mid-wicket bowls, again on the legs of Beddingham, who can work it away all day. Vacant acres on the leg side, down to the sweeper, takes 1.
Mervyn says it was him who sent the email. He said, I've done that trick 1,000 times. Folk never learn.
Maybe Mervyn can remember who it was as well, who the batter was. Davis is in outside, off stump, goes for the big booming cover drive, misses it. Cox takes it, whips off the bails, but Clark's back foot was firmly anchored. He looked surprised that he missed it. He was reaching for it a little bit, but and the bat was a long way from the pads. Ball didn't do anything particular. Cox has repaired the damage now, puts his gloves back on. Davis is in and bowls, and there's a stifled start of an appeal for leg before as it thumps into the pad. Rishi Patel squawk, began the squawk, stopped it, and sort of shrugs. Beginning to have that sort of feel about it for Leicestershire. 265 for 4. Davis is in and bowls to middle and leg, turned by Clark, but only as far as mid-wicket. Rehearses a lofted shot. Now umpire Lungley has turned to the sky and put out his right hand. Whether he got a spit or spot, you did mention a possible shower sort of mid-afternoon.
Can't see anything through the binoculars at the minute. The trick is to look through the bins to the blackness of the scoreboard.
Davis is in. Clark is working it down off his legs to long leg, where Hull is the fielder with the shortest boundary out there.
Helicopter going past.
One taken. Davis is in, bowl straight this time, and Whittingham just leans forward, blocks it back down the pitch to Will Davis. End of the over, 266 for 4. 59 overs now. So still 21 until the new ball for Leicestershire. That is a lot of overs. And Durham will be hoping to be somewhere around about 400 by then, if not more. Cox clears the passages, as they say.
It's a Bell 505 helicopter, and it's come all the way up from a little airbase at Chichester.
You see, that's now. If you want to go to the Aegeus Bowl, that's
the nearest.
Have a word with a pilot. Can you send him a message? He might be able to sort something out for you.
I flew over there a few weeks ago on my way to France, actually. Here's Hull, bowls, played by Clark into the covers, diving stop, no run. Yeah, took off from East Midlands Airport, going to Paris Orly, and we went right over the South Downs, came right over the edge of Southampton and Portsmouth, over the Isle of Wight, over Le Havre. Could see Goodwood Racetrack, the horse racing.
Glorious Goodwood, they call it.
Hull around the wicket, bowls, pulled by Clark, out towards deep mid-wicket, 4-1. Throw back in to the keeper's end from Will Davis. 267 for 4 here on the BBC. We're coming up, well, it's 25 past 3, and still got 36.4 overs to go, so that's another 4.4 to tea, so tea's going to be around about 25 to 4, which is around about the time they want me to do an update on the BBC North East Network today, as this is turned by Beddingham off towards long leg for 1. It's a massive spider weaving a web just outside our window. Hull comes round the wicket to Clark. He thumps that hard into the floor out towards deep mid-wicket. Again, Davis fields.
They've set up the field for short-pitched bowling with 3 out on the leg side.
Yeah.
But needs a bit more, probably, from the pitch for it to be effective for Hull. They rather broke him doing this at Worcester. In the game that they lost, they should have won.
Still another 20 overs after this one.
Yeah,
The new ball as well.
It's a tactic that rather smacks of desperation in these circumstances for me.
Beddingham is on 62 as he faces this delivery. Just flicks it away through mid-wicket for 1. 1 over, start again. 1 ball of the over to go. Dot ball at the start of it, and then it's been singles all the way through since then. The over rate says -3. I think it will change quite considerably after tea. They are at least 20 minutes behind still. dragged down into the ground by Clark. That's at least 6 overs adrift, I would say they are, if you think it's 3.7 minutes and over. I'm going 5.5, 6 overs behind here. That's played past point. I mean, dives, you can't get on it. Runs away towards the boundary, but it's not going to have the speed to get over the ropes. He fields it way down the far end of the ground in front of the Health Club. And Durham a run 3. That takes them to 274 for 4. And this partnership's now 125. Davis bowls again. Pushed up to mid-off, no run there. These sides met at the end of June in Leicester. Hot and windy on day one. Durham chose to bat. Davis bowls. It's a dot ball. And they made 517 for 6 before they declared. That was thanks to a career best 167 from Ollie Robinson, 101 from Alex Lees, and 92 from Graham Clark. Clark looks set for his second century of the season, only to be run out by Robinson when he was 8 shy. Having put a 5th wicket partnership together of 227. Opener Michael Jones also scored 78 in a first wicket stand with Alex Lees of 145. It's another dot ball played back towards the bowler. Now, it had been announced just a few days earlier the Leicestershire pair of Colin Ackerman and Callum Parkinson would be joining Durham at the end of the season. Ackerman marked the news with 146 in Leicestershire's first innings total of 422, while there were half centuries for Sol Buddinger, Peter Hanscom and Vian Mulder. Durham had a 95-run first innings lead and then declared their second innings on 343 for 4. As Davis bowls, this is pushed up to mid-off for 1 for Bellingham. So Leicestershire was set 439 to win in 89 overs. Having scored 101 in the first innings, Alex Lees made 145 in the second, as did David Bellingham, same score. Lees became the 6th Durham player to score a century in both innings of a first-class match, he and Bellingham putting on 243 for the 3rd wicket. So 2 big partnerships there. 255 for the 5th in the first innings, 243 for the 3rd in the second. Oh, now that's that leg side stumping. I think Cox thinks he's got Clark. Clark looked to slip over as he went to play that. He fell forwards, but he managed to keep his back foot in the crease. He was leaning forward on his hands there. Well, Durham plugged away on that occasion. They had Leicestershire 189 for 8, but they couldn't get their former player Peter Hanscom out. He was tenacious. He made 136 not out when bad light took the players off towards the end of the day, and then Durham's hopes of a win ended. One footnote from the game: Callum Parkinson out LBW for 2 to his twin brother Matt in the Foxes' second innings. So 2 big partnerships there. This one at the moment still has some way to go if it's to match that first innings 5th wicket stand of 255, because at the moment it's 126. T is about to rudely interrupt this as well.
Yeah, 3 overs away. I mean, we'll get 2 of them, it would appear. He's going to have a go from the Lumley end. He has bowled 9 overs, or first 9 first-class overs for the Foxes in the 3 games he's played, and he has 1 for 25. So he's up there in averages. If you take every over that has been bowled, it's very gentle dobbers, basically, really. He rolls his fingers across the seam, tries to get a little bit of movement, and does from time to time. I say, to pick up a wicket. He has a slip, Rishi Patel. He has a short extra, short cover, well, shortish extra. Louis Kimber jogs in and bowls down the leg side. It hits the pad, trickles down towards fine leg with Patel in hot pursuit. Picks it up, turns, throws, leg bye is signalled. 275 for 4. Partnership between Beddingham and Clark. 126 now for the 5th wicket. He's not interrupted too much. He might just improve the over rate slightly, because there's only 4 or 5 steps before he's in and bowls. Played back to him firmly by Clark, and then turns to Cox and has some sort of conversation or adjusting the back of his pads. They'll be old adversaries, Ben Cox and Graham Clark. In goes Umar, outside off stump, square driven off the front foot out towards the point boundary. Good work down there by the always excellent Scriven. Running across towards cover, picks up. Looks a little bit weary, jogs back into his position. Clark takes 1, moves on to 80. Will be eyeing a century after tea, if not before. Umar is in, bowls to Beddingham, who works it off the front foot, through point, again out to Scriven. This time the only running he has to do is towards the ball, i.e. it's running towards him. He doesn't have to run along the boundary. 1 is taken. Beddingham has been more circumspect in this session. He's on to 65 now. Both faced 98 deliveries. In goes Umar, bowls, and Clark is forward. In defence, pushing the ball back down the pitch on the on side. Rolls out to Chris Wright at mid-on. It is pretty gloomy out there. There's still a few patches of blue away to the east. Umar is in, bowls. Nice work by Cox down the leg side, picking it up and flicking off the bails, but Clark had kept his back foot carefully anchored. Cox repairs the damage. End of the over 2 now until tea. Durham 278 for 4, and they will feel pretty comfortable with the way things are at tea, I suspect. Davis to continue, 14 overs, none for 68. Come for 5 and over. No maidens. Probably tells its own story.
Here he comes. Ball played out towards the covers by Beddingham for 1. Diving stop. The majority of the fielders look rather muddied now. On that occasion it was Sam Evans. Even with the lights on, this looks really gloomy now, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. I'll get through to tea and they might take a measure as they go off, something like that, I would imagine.
Comes in and bowls. Oh, inside edge under the pads. That was an inside edge, surely. Seemed to hit the back leg than the front leg, but I think, well, too high would be my first thought, but I heard something there. I'm just wondering if what the crack is in Bristol, if they're going to get back on or not, or if heavy downpour causes early abandonment of the 3rd ODI. Wow. So England were 280 for 4 when it hoyed it down. The rain came from nowhere, it says. I bet it came from the sky. Next ball in. Played afterwards. Short extra cover, no run there. The rain came from nowhere. A 10-minute burst was enough to put an end to proceedings, so it's a disappointing way to end the summer. Well, the England international summer it might be. the proper summer, the county summer, has at least another 3 days to go. So why go anywhere else when you can be here with us on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Radio Leicester? Davis in. This is pushed away to mid-on. Dot ball. I'd seen a tweet from Damo saying England game abandoned too far south, but I thought he was taking the mick there, but no, it is. It's off. It's gone. Colin Smart says, hearing you mention the trip to France, I met an 81-year-old called John, whose father played for Durham many, many moons ago. In comes the bowler, and that is played to point no run there. So I met him at the ground this morning, who travelled from his home in central France to attend this match. There you go. We ended up, I got the train down to Poitiers and then went north for about an hour on a branch line to a place I had never heard of in the middle of absolutely nowhere, on the River Vienne, which was part of the Loire region. Davis bowls. That is blocked. And that is the end of that. So 1 over to go to tea.
It'll be over half an hour late.
Yeah.
32 minutes.
Coming up
like
at quarter to midnight. Right, I'm gonna turn this mic off because I'm gonna need to put another mic on to talk to teas.
Talk you through this final over before the break. Umar Amin will bowl it. He's going to be bowling to David Beddingham on 66. Beddingham just checks his guard from umpire Bailey. Looks like centre. Pretty much in line with the cut strip here. In goes Umar and bowls on off stump. It's played back past him. Hill has to scramble across to his right from mid-off. He gets his right hand to it, but doesn't stop the ball cleanly. Sort of helps it not on its way, but diagonally away, and he has to pick himself up and chase after it again. And as a consequence, Beddingham can pick up 1. Moves on to 67. Well, just jogs in and bowls straight back on off stump from Clark, back down the pitch to the former Pakistan international batter, playing some club cricket in the Nottingham area, known to Alfonso Thomas, one of Leicestershire's interim head coaches. Bowls on off stump this time, slightly angled, just outside, slightly angled bat from Clark, pushing it out through the equal point area. Hull has to run around to his left of field, and 1 is taken. 281 for 4. Came in once Peter Hanscom went back to Australia, to Victoria. Goes Umar and bowls again just outside off stump, this time pushed in front of square by Beddingham. Hull can field, and there's no run. Umar, long sleeved shirt, bearded, comes in and bowls. Punched back past him. Hill has got to go chasing after that. Down towards the long off boundary. Puts in the acceleration, slides, drags it back a yard or 2 inside the ropes. Picks himself up, gets ready to throw, then realises he's left the ball behind and has to step back to pick it up. Gets his throw away, but Beddingham picks up 3. He moves into the 70s. He'll take tea on 70. Clark has 1 ball to face on 81, 284 for Umar is in and bowls. Clark is carefully forward, pushing just wide of Hull in the covers and taking the single. End of the over and the end of a session in which Durham, after a couple of early blows, the losses of Michael Jones bowled by Tom Scriven, first ball after lunch for 37, and Ollie Robinson, who clipped right straight to Scriven at mid-wicket for 12, 149 for 4. Since then, however, they have thrived in the persons of David Beddingham and Graham Clark. Beddingham on 70, Clark on 82. They've taken the score to 285 for 4, a partnership so far worth, he says, doing his maths quickly, 136 for the 5th wicket. And it's a weary-looking Leicestershire side which leaves the field. They've looked short on bowling Scriven has been good. Wright has been his usual consistent self. Young Josh Hull didn't quite get the movement that he's looking for. Sometimes finds, and Will Davis ditto. And as a consequence, they have looked pretty toothless this afternoon, in the latter part of the afternoon. So Martin and I will be back with you in around about 15 minutes or so's time here up at Chester Street. Fingers crossed, actually, it's got a little bit lighter where the weather has been coming from. So we will certainly get a good session in after the tea interval. How many can Durham add? Can Leicestershire pick up a couple more wickets? Back with you soon here from Chester Street, but enjoy your cups of tea and pieces of cake for now.
Well, Vishwa, welcome to a wet and windy Worcestershire. How nice is it to have joined Durham?
Yeah, it's a good opportunity to me. It's my first time for the county cricket, so it's very different weather, different country, so I really excited to play here.
You've had a week or so to get settled in Chesley Street. How's that been? Tell us a bit about what you've been up to so far.
Yeah, we done 3-4 practice session. It's go very well. So I ball in the center wicket as well. So I'm ready to go.
Touching on the weather, it's been a bit wet and windy. How have you found that compared to being back in Sri Lanka?
These days same in Sri Lanka. It's rainy, so we can't control the weather. So hopefully it's good weather condition. If it's not raining, it's windy, it's very friendly to fast bowler, so we'll see how it's going.
This spell with Durham should have been 3 games. Obviously it's going to be now 2, today against Worcestershire and Leicestershire next week. Just tell us a bit about how this move came about to join Durham.
Yeah, we have another 2 games left, so already we are win champion, so have to finish like a champion, so everyone ready to go well, so looking forward to win these matches.
Your first spell in county cricket, how much are you looking forward to performing here in England and having a go at the English first class game?
So it's a very as I said earlier, it's a good opportunity to me, so I try my best in first match.
Left arm quick bowler, what can the Durham members expect to see from you over the next 2 games?
Yeah, we had a meeting yesterday as well, so from me they from me. So my swing, and they're looking for some wickets. Worcestershire have a lot of right-handers, so I'll look in some swing and take a wickets.
Just finally, happy memories at Durham 2016, that Sri Lanka 8-2 with 5 wickets you took against Durham's second team. Just take us back to that day, that week. What memories can you remember from that game?
Yeah, actually, it's a really good game for me. So it's my first time I played in England. So it's a nice game, it's a nice wicket. Actually, I don't have wicket in my first spell, and I came after 30 overs and maybe 30 overs. So in that time, maybe ball a bit old. So that time ball goes some reverse. I had some reverse swing. So I got the opportunity from that old ball, and I got 5 wickets in just 6 overs. I got 5 wickets. It's a really good match.
All the best, and look forward to seeing you in action over the next 2 games.
Thank you very much.
With the dawn of a new era on the horizon, it's time to awaken the sleeping lion. Time to rise and go to war. Hear our cries now, hear us roar. A team with great prospect has now come forth, who fight for our pride and who fight for the North. Together we march, success in our sight, achieving our goals and reaching new heights. Heroes of old and heroes of new, the brave and the bold, they bind us like glue. Stars will be born out on the wicket. Now begins a new chapter at Durham Cricket.
Get ready to travel back in time to the vibrant 80s era at Chesterley Eats. Join us for a weekend of incredible music, mouth-watering global cuisine, and non-stop family entertainment. Immerse yourself in the nostalgia of 80s classics that will keep you dancing all day long. Our talented local celebrity bands will take to the stage, bringing the spirit of the 80s back to life. Indulge your taste buds in a culinary adventure as we bring together a tantalizing selection of global flavors. From sizzling street food to delectable desserts, our hot food traders will satisfy every craving. Chesterley Eats is not just about food and music, it's a celebration for the whole family. Kids can meet their favourite mascots, participate in interactive activities, and create memories that will last a lifetime.
Yeah, my first Ashes memory, probably Alan Border wearing the 4X Castlemaine hat back in the 89 Ashes and celebrating the win. That was pretty cool. And then obviously Shane Warne doing the balcony with the stump was pretty awesome as well.
I was a big fan of Brett Lee and the way that he went about his cricket, so he would be up there.
Yeah, look, I think home at cricket is like in England. You kind of think the traditional You got Lords, you grow up and you've got the Ashes being played in England. I kind of remember that more than the Ashes played in Australia.
I mean, it's hot in Australia that time of year, I suppose, over the summer, so it's different cricket, where over in the UK the weather can chop and change quite a bit. I certainly enjoy the build-up in England a bit more.
Alex, on our long coach journeys to away games, who's someone in the team or dressing room that's going to liven things up on the long trip?
There's one man and one man only, and they sat with us on this couch, riding cars.
I like to bring the energy and make those journeys feel a little bit easier.
We rose from the dust of the coalfields.
A dream of bringing professional cricket.
30 years later, we stand together. With many successes on and off the field.
A trophy cabinet full of silverware.
A professional pathway for boys.
And girls in the north.
And community programmes that both enhance and transcend the sport in our region. But we want to achieve more.
We want to reach every corner of society.
A welcoming place for people of all backgrounds.
Supporting the community to which we belong.
We want to be at the forefront of inspiring generation.
Inspiring people to be better players.
Better people.
Better members of society.
We are working hard to welcome everybody.
Developing inclusive environments.
With a commitment to encourage
equity,
diversity,
and inclusion in everything we do.
We aim to make a positive change across cricket.
Our wider community.
We must be accountable.
Cricket is a game for everyone.
Our programmes are for everyone.
Seat Unique Riverside is for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, 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 for everyone. Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North and everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
We've always been good at designing niche products for consumers. So our thinking was if we can use the same design skills on products which have got more volume, we'll be more successful. The big issue was the plan to do it. We set a figure of a capacity to make 250,000 pieces a year. That's an ambitious target, that's our figure. So we then worked with the machinery designers to make the washing machines. Number one in this product, it's got to be reliable. A washing machine has a lot of hard work to do, and it's a very important part of most households. So reliability was a big issue. I think any new product, we've got to learn about it, and that's important. We've got to learn about it so we understand it inside out. And that's taken longer than we expected, but we've taken our time to make sure that it's right. There's a big appetite for buying British products, and rightly so, but we can't rely on that. We've got to make a product that competes with all the imports. And of course, remember, we've got our core business here of making domestic dehumidifiers and bottled water coolers and industrial dehumidifiers, so that takes our time, and we don't want to get this wrong. We've done 120,000 hours of testing washing machines here to make sure that it's absolutely reliable and does the job.
Welcome back to Chesley Street then. It's really gloomy at the minute. Quite warm though. We've got quite a bit of cloud sitting over us. Durham resuming after tea on 285 for 4. Couple of singles so far from this over. From Scriven, there's a third off the bat of Clark. 31.2 overs to go today. If the light holds. Just been round to the pavilion. It's quite warm actually out of the breeze. One or two thick winter coats on show. Scriven in again. This is turned away towards square leg by Benningham for 1. So the light could be the main factor here as to whether it will hold tonight or not, or add to the never-ending list of overs disappearing this year. Scriven balls again, and that's pushed off towards the cover area. Dot ball. So 4 from the over, 289 for 4 now. Durham have got 1 batting point so far. Leicestershire 1 bowling point. Leicestershire were hoping for snookers in the game between Worcestershire and Yorkshire in Leeds, which started late. They didn't get going till this afternoon. Worcestershire batting there, 164 for 4. So bottom side Yorkshire have 1 point from that game. That takes them to 90 this season.
So if Worcestershire get to 250 before the close, well, 300. No, can they get to 300 before they might? Just that would be that.
Yeah,
that would be that.
It's the hope you can't stand.
Yeah. Umar Amin is in, played in the air by David Bedingham, slightly leading edgy out towards shortish extra cover, dived across to his right, couldn't get his hand underneath the ball, bounced good foot, probably short of him, but it was in the air for a while. The fact that Umar's continuing after tea tells its own story, and he goes and bowls straight on off stump. Bedingham calmly plays it out to mid off. Louis Kimber is that shortish extra cover. Always a little bit of a sign of a team in trouble when fields get seriously funky. A couple of short mid wickets in the last over. Umar is in. That came out the back of his hand almost, and didn't do anything particular. Didn't bounce or seam or anything, and it was worked out to mid wicket by Bedingham. No run. It's gloomy out there at the moment. Clouds moving very quickly though. Umar is in and bowls onto off stump. Bedingham is forward, carefully poking the delivery out towards point. Josh Holt has to run across some cover to field. Does so. One is taken to 90 for 4. Need some sort of strangle perhaps down the leg side. A rush of blood from a batter perhaps. Umar is in, bowls, unlikely to get them with batters drawing in on their hundreds. That's worked by Clark out towards Hull in the covers. He's on 84, Bedingham 73. I'd be very keen to finish the season with a 3-figure score. Umar is in, Clark is looking to drive. It ends up sort of square driving it behind point down towards the wide third man boundary. Had almost overreached himself a bit and had to guide it as much as drive it down to Harry Swindles. One is taken, means Clark keeps the strike, moves on to 85. And they'll be hoping Durham on 291 for 4 to get in the sort of position where, given that Matthew Potts should be back, shouldn't he, tomorrow? Is there any reason why England wouldn't release him?
Not being told that they are available. Cars as well.
Now they're done, they should be.
This is a dot ball. I can't think. Nobody's mentioned that at all, actually.
They've released the guys to Surrey, haven't they? So now they're done, England, Ireland, then it seems to me there's no reason why Potts and Cass might, if they...
You'd have to have 2 nominated players then, wouldn't you, before the game? So I presume Bushnell might be one of them if it was to happen, but I've not been told anything. I'd have to check that out. Scriven balls. I will check that out at the end of this over. It's a long way back from Bristol in that weather, though.
Could be nice timing, but if Durham were to go on from here and get a really decent score, sort of 450, no reason why they shouldn't, then maybe they only need to bat once in this game.
291 for 4, 9 away from a second batting point. Ball played to short mid-wicket. There's 2 men in close there on that leg side. Durham have managed maximum batting points in 7 games this year. It's the first time they've done that. Still plenty of time to think they could get them in this as well.
Absolutely.
66.5 overs gone. 80 is the opportunity for Leicestershire to take the new ball. Scriven in. Defended by Clark. But who's going to bowl with him with a new ball?
Just thinking, with Scriven into his 18th over, probably only have 1 or 2 more, you would have thought. He'll have to. Because there's still another 11 overs away. It is still another 11 overs or so away. Right and Hull, perhaps.
This is edged down towards third man for 1 by Clark. Next ball comes in. That is the end of the over. $292 for 4.
Mark, this holds reasonably respectably. 3 overs, none for 10. He's going to continue from the Lumley end. Jogs in and bowl. Finds a thick inside edge there of Clark's bat as he looks to drive. Might just have moved back in a fraction. Scriven the ball following him. Just wants a break, I would imagine. Out there, deep square. When it's taken. Is in, bowls, forward goes Beddingham, looking to drive, not really putting any weight into the shot, playing it firmly out to mid-off. There's no run. Is in, and bowl shot, pulled around the corner, might go all the way. Evans is going to get there, in fact. He pulled it from outside off stump, but it was the length he pulled on. And 2 taken. Getting them on to 75, 295 for 4. Goes Umar down the leg side, taken by Cox, who, having taken it down the leg side, whips off the bails or shoots out his right hand, gauntleted right hand, and thumps it into the leg stump. And again, Beddingham had gone nowhere. Jogs in and bowls. Stays a bit low perhaps, and on the back foot, Beddingham slightly risky. Digs it out rather, plays it out towards mid-on. Goes fairly slowly so Rishi Patel can run across from mid-wicket to field. Goes Umar, bowls on off stump this time and pushed out into the offside by Beddingham. Remains 75, 295 for, so partnership now 146 for the fifth wicket.
Out gradually, slowly passing through. Plane having just taken off to the west of us, heading south. Scriven is it's actually the air ambulance heading south. Scriven in right arm over from the Finkel end. The sun's trying to poke through, I think. That's a dot ball. Got a bit of a sort of orangey glow now at ground level. Scriven turns. And bowls. Clark plays the ball up to mid-on, where it is picked up in the end by Lewis Hill, the skipper. He gives the ball a bit of a polish. I think he's shouting to Josh Hull that he might be coming on to bowl next.
He indeed does come the sun.
I went round to the members' balcony earlier during tea briefly. Morton Barrow was actually quite warm. Scriven in, bowls towards middle and leg. That's played up to Hill again, dot ball.
Just 172 for 4.
Comes up to the stumps and bowls again, and that's right on off stump, played away on the bounce by Clark to mid-off. Next ball is played up to mid-on. No run. It's been a maiden so far. One delivery to go in this over. Final ball of the over, and that's gone off the keeper. And ricochets away to backward square leg for a bye.
Right, -4. Changed these days during the intervals. Not sure quite what it was at lunch, but probably wasn't far off that then. So the 3 overs of Kimber actually took quite a long time to bowl because they go for 28 in the end, and Umar's getting through them at a reasonable rate of knots. Bowled as tidily as anybody, frankly. 4 overs, none for 13 as he jogs in and bowls straight, turned by Clark to mid-wicket where Patel is the fielder. No slips now. Umar has slipped a bit, so Lewis Hill is bringing his bowler a handful of sawdust from the pile over down there at the Lumley end of the ground. The material that is used for the sight screen, so to speak, as Umar is in. Bowls outside off stump, guided by Clark out to deep point. Takes one. Looking a little bit worse for wear now. When the pitch is sort of cut alongside one side of the square, there is a stand there with blue-grey seats that has to be covered up. And as I say, that white material probably past its best, whatever it is. In goes Umar and bowls outside off stump. Off the front foot worked by Beddingham, but only as far as Hull, who's having to squint now. He's got his cap pulled right down over his eyes, looking sort of pretty much to the west. Josh Hull. Umar is in forward. In defence goes Beddingham. Takes a step down the wicket, but knew there was no chance of a single. Two to come. Umar in, bowls, driven. But waits, says Beddingham, as he sees it's going more or less straight to Hull in the covers again. Sometimes there's a sort of period of almost acquiescence between the sides when a side needs to improve its over rate, when they get somebody on and they say, oh, go on, then work them through quickly. And they don't try and whack it around all over the place. Worked by Beddingham out to mid-wicket on that occasion. Umar has his hands on his head. He knows he was playing across the line, but he had a lot of time. Had he missed it, he could have probably gone back and played it again. Got something on it.
I'm just going to check that nominated player thing.
Yeah, sure. 297 for 4. Durham closing in on that second batting bonus point. I've already passed 50 with the first for the first time. Every prospect of at least 2 more, you would have thought. Maybe 3 or 4. Sun comes out again as Davis. 15 overs, none for 69 is in. Bowls down the leg side. That is going to go down to fine leg for 4. Did he get something on it? Was it pad? It was a sort of thigh pad. That brings up the 300 for Durham, 301 to be precise. 70.1 overs. Warm applause from the Durham faithful. Batting has been a huge strength. Well, all their cricket has been very strong this season, but batting in particular has given them such a fine base. Also brings up the 150 partnership. In goes Davis, and it's driven back to mid off right. Sprawls across to his right. It bounces off his knee a longer way, almost across to Hill, coming across from mid on to field. So just the one is taken by Clark and moves on to 89. Beddingham has 75, 302 for 4. In absolutely no trouble at all, these two. It's Davis, very short hair, short back and sides he has at the moment, is in and bowled. A little bit short, worked on the back foot by Beddingham, but only as far as Hill at mid-on. You heard the rapping call of no. Martin's back with info.
Yeah.
Nominated players?
Not for Leicestershire, because Ryan Ahmed's
Yeah.
with England, is he? But apparently Potts is likely to return at the expense of Paul Coghlan, who's been nominated.
Davis is in on off stump, pushed out into the offside, no run. So just the one.
Yeah.
So Potts rather than Potts and Cast, but well, Leicestershire know what damage he did at the Upton Steel County ground, and weather permitting, he'll be looking to do something similar here. It's working out very nicely for Durham one way or another, being put into bat. In those terms, in goes Davis and bowl straight on off stump, defended by Beddingham out into the offside. So Potts might come back in, probably will come back in for Coghlan. Strengthens the Durham seam attack. With respect to Paul Coghlan. That's a sort of pace you really need to make a difference. Davis is in, off stump, defended by Beddingham.
Might be making their way back tonight then, mightn't they? I wonder if they could catch the late night flight from Bristol.
Bristol to, is there one to
Yeah.
Newcastle Airport?
I flew down to Bristol in May and the plane was 3 hours delayed in Newcastle Airport. It was meant to take off at 9:30. They were claiming there was an incident on a previous flight that night. Never have applied for compensation, actually. But
who operates those sort of flights?
It's EasyJet, that one.
Was it?
Yeah. By the time they took off, landed in Bristol at about 1:30 in the morning or something, I think it was. I'm in Bowling here. Over on there, it's raining, isn't it? Just across the back of Chesley Street, I reckon. Look at that cloud there. I think that's raining. That might be here in a minute, or it might just miss us. Can you see the lines coming off the cloud just round the back of the pavilion?
Yeah.
Clark pushes this to the cover area.
That was a proper aeroplane. It wasn't a propeller job.
When?
Down to Bristol.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Slower ball, driven, stopped, short extra cover. Good bit of fielding that, actually, from Lewis Kimber, diving down to his left, got a hand on it. I reckon it's definitely raining in Birtley, just a couple of miles away from us. Certainly in Washington services. Drive from Clark's gone out towards deep mid-wicket. I don't really think that's where he was aiming to put that. Bit of a leading inside edge. Cricket weather predicted a little bit of precipitation, didn't it, this afternoon? 2.28 millimetres of showers around about now. This is played by Beddingham off to the point boundary.
Apparently, one of the reasons that the ODI had to be abandoned was that the ground staff in Bristol let water get onto the wicket.
Ah.
Oh dear.
Amen in. Played over to the covers by Clark. He looks a bit disappointed that he didn't time that there. It was a bit of a cutter. He's looked to drive and it's not come well off the bat and gone out into the cover area. End of the over. So Durham 304 for 4. And this partnership is 155. They were 149 for 4. 2 runs off that over. 24 left tonight if the weather plays ball. It is not raining here, but it definitely looks like it's raining just beyond the ground to the north. And there's a Death Star cloud just drifting in over us now.
Davis started 17th over, is in and bowls outside off stump, just worked by Beddingham out towards backward point. There is no backward point. It's a long run in for Sam Evans. Throws over the stumps. Nice throw from Evans, right over the top of the stumps, but comfortable single. David Beddingham on to 77 now. Still a little bit of sun though as well. Davis casting a clear shadow, much clearer than that from the floodlights, which are still on. Davis is in and bowls. Flipped in the air, over mid-wicket, over wide, mid-on for 4. It was in the air for a long time. Clark got plenty of it, unlike Ollie Robinson, who picked out mid-wicket, played a similar sort of shot to Chris Wright shortly after lunch. As the sun comes blazing out now. Rain away to the sort of north, but blazing sunshine. Here at the riverside. Davis, 2 short mid-wickets, is in to Clark, who's driving away through point. There is just a sweeper running across from point boundary. Evans is about 15 yards inside the ropes out there, gets his throwaway, 1 is taken. Clark on to 95 then now. A man perfectly capable of going to 100 with a maximum. But he's not on strike. It's going to be Beddingham who is on strike on 77 as Davis turns. Runs in and bowls. Just helps it down towards fine leg, and I think that's going to go all the way. It is going to go all the way. Poor ball. Oh no, good work by Hull. Got there. Running around from wide long leg to fine leg. Put down his right hand. Long reach. And just stopped it as it was running towards the ropes. And
that boundary just tapers away downhill slightly there, so just gave him that little extra yard or so to get round and cut it off.
Just a couple then for Beddingham. Moves on to 77. Davis turns, still leaking runs, and as he has done once or twice, certainly once before, stops his run as he almost gets to the crease, as though he's run into some sort of flying object. Coughs. This is the ball from hand to hand. Yes, Davo. The encouraging call. Davis turns, jogs in and bowls very straight, and Beddingham treats the delivery with respect, plays it firmly out to mid-on. Louis Kimber about to, if his warm-up is anything to be believed, another couple of overs before the new ball.
This cloud that's drifted across us now, a huge black cloud, and just to the north, it's absolutely chucking it down, just to the other side of the main road in the park by the looks of things. Yet it hasn't landed on us.
Davis is in, bowls, on driven, but without any real firmness or aggressive intent by Beddingham. End of the over. 77 he finishes on. David Beddingham, that over, that is. 73 overs have been bowled, 312 for 4, still 7 before the new ball. Both these batsmen will be hoping to have reached 100 by then. Clark definitely will, if he faces any deliveries, you would have thought. Beddingham probably will.
If you've got any washing on the line in Fatfield, get it in now. And Burnmoor. In bowls, that's played by Clark out into the covers. He's got a bit of a reminiscence about his bowling style of Paul Collingwood, hasn't he? And Darren Stevens, medium pace cutters. And Clark keeps finding Hull in the covers.
Wish he was, no disrespect to him, I wish he was Darren Stevens.
Former Leicestershire man, wasn't he, before Kent? A little drop down towards backward point, picked up by Tom Scriven. I think we might have dodged a bullet here, Richard.
Yep, it's drifting away now.
It's amazing how many times that happens. Clark defends, the ball rolls off towards point, no run there, picked up by Lewis Kimber. We are down in a bowl on the riverbank here, but the amount of times we see the weather skirt around the north of the ground and miss us. Oh, it's come through Hull. He was wrong-footed as he fell backwards as the ball was driven at him by Clark. 1 run. Clark moves on to 96, looking for his 4th first-class century. Got one in 2017, and then the other 2 have come this year. Just wasn't considered for red ball cricket for a number of seasons. Ball turned by Beddingham down towards long leg for 1. Until this season, Graham Clark hadn't played a game in the county championship. He played in the opening match at Sussex. Hadn't played since the penultimate game at Northants in 2021. He made 42 in his next game, Sussex, this year. His highest score, career best, 128 in the win against Sussex here 3 weeks ago. Got 82 against Gloucestershire at home, 92 at Leicester, 100 at Bristol, 80 against Glamorgan at home as well. Scriven starts a new over, 314 for 4. Beddingham plays the ball upfield. And to Lewis Hill, the Leicestershire skipper, who's fielding at mid-on. The cloud to the north of us is so dark, as loads of gulls have just suddenly flown up from the trees on the riverbank just in front of Lumley Castle, and they are really bright against the blackness of the sky. Absolutely dodged the bullet there. Scriven in. Beddingham plays it. They've brought in a silly mid-on who's standing between the non-striking batsman Graham Clark and the track. It's just a foot or so off the track on the leg side. About 3 or 4 yards in front of the crease. The crease line anyway. So Clark is at the edge of the strip to the right of him. Beddingham. And it'll drop down towards short third man. He's going to come back for 2. Throw comes to the bowler's end. The bowler is not happy. He grabs the ball, hurls it at the stumps at his end, hits them, but he's hurt his hand as well in retrieving that ball. Clark got back to his crease. $316 for 4, this partnership 176. Over pitch, driven back past the bowler, and that should go for 4. There's a chase on, but it's going to reach the sponge before Hill can get there. Davis is just a bit fed up now. Dive to try and stop that one going past him. And away it went to the boundary, so he's taken none for 82 in 17.4 overs. It's a long day in the field for him today. What really nice blue skies and fluffy white clouds to the west of us now. Comes in and bowls. That is pushed up to mid-off. No run. Last ball of the 18th over for Davis. 320 for 4. Durham put in this morning by a Leicestershire side. When it comes to the bowling attack, fairly weakened, you'd think. Loss of Ackerman for one thing. They've left Callum Parkinson out as well. Turn through mid-wicket by Beddingham. And he gets 1 run. Takes him on to 85. And he keeps strike. So Clark can't get on strike at the minute. He's been on 96 for 2 or 3 overs now.
It is going to be Kimber who's going to try and squeeze in a couple of quick, relatively, his point of view, cheap overs for the new ball, which is now 5 overs away. It's going to be bowling to David Beddingham on 85. He's going to go round the wicket to Beddingham with 3 men out on the leg side. Tosses that one up. Beddingham is forward and off stump and pushes the ball out into the offside. No run. Gets up again as Kimber outside off stump, dabbed by Beddingham behind square on the offside, but only as far as Josh Hull. Hull hasn't got a sweater on out there, so maybe it's got a little bit warmer. Wind notwithstanding. In goes Kimber, back goes Beddingham, forces it out off the back foot into the gap in the offside, out to the sweeper. Takes 1. That dark cloud that has had the rain in it is now away to the east, and lots of blue sky coming over again. Beginning to think we might get all these overs in. After all, Kimber is in. Back goes Clark. Sorry, Martin, you ought to really see him through to his ton if you want.
He's on 96. He cuts. The ball bounces away off towards deep point for one. Useless Durham Stats has tweeted, Graham Clark has reached a career high 775 runs for a first-class season. And his previous best, 769 in 2017. Indeed, it was. He got 460 in 2018. Played 12 matches in both of those seasons, 17 and 18. And then restricted to just 4 games in 2019. 3 in 21. His first year in the first team in the Championship and first-class cricket was 2015 when he played 3 matches and scored 65. In 2016 he scored 170 and 769. So this year he's going along very nicely. And just like Alex Lee's, his best season with the bat. .796 runs he's on at the minute. That means changed ends, the ball driven back past him. So he replaces Davis, who looked fed up at the end of his last over. Ball pushed away by Clark off towards point for one. Takes him on to 98. Bettingham on strike on 86. 2017, Graham Clark, 769 runs, 650s and 100. No ball delivered there. Thought he hadn't bowled that. Bettingham stepped forward as if to play, and then the bowler had blocked my line of view, and I thought that doesn't look like it's gone into the keeper's gloves, but he hadn't actually let go of the ball. He now wants some sawders put in a foot mark. Ball is guided down to third man by Bettingham, which brings Clark on to strike. He's 2 away from the 4th century of his first-class career, his 3rd this year. Was out for 92 against Leicestershire at Grace Road in June. Run out agonisingly by Ollie Robinson. I'm in bowls. Clark forward defends.
He's never going to get a better chance to get it, really, than against, I mean, him, but he'd still be a little bit nervous, you would have thought.
Pushes that, the point sets off for a single, and no is the cry from David Bettingham. Ball had not gone too far from the wicket, really. I mean, where's that gone? Thumped it down into the ground and back to the bowler. So he's been in the 90s for a few overs now. Bettingham will be on strike at the start of the next, with the score on 325 for 4.
Definitely are a few nerves out there. Clark, all his experience notwithstanding. Bettingham, who was sort of in the 60s, I think, when Clark got into the 90s, is now on 87.
I think he was on 68.
Kimber's going to bowl to David Bettingham. In he goes, tosses it up. Bettingham slaps it back out through very straight mid off for 4. Holt didn't look to be too far away from that, but he's not the quickest over the ground. The young giant couldn't get across to his right to cut it off. Bettingham into the 90s now.
He's also approaching 1,000 runs this year. 954, I think.
Kimber is in, bowls to him. He goes back, just turns it out towards mid-wicket. Hill fields, no run.
Clark needs 3 more runs for 800 this season, and Beddingham is on 954.
Kimber drops short, so he doesn't try and overhit it. Dave Beddingham just goes back and plays it calmly through the vacant square leg out towards deep backward square. Jogs 1, brings Clark back down on strike on 98. Will he get it in this over?
He's faced 148 balls and hit 10 fours so far for his 98. Kimber, right arm round. Clark turns this out through mid-wicket. He'll get 1. The wait continues. Beddingham on 92. Could still catch him and get the 100 first. Kimber, right arm round. Beddingham plays the ball out to deep mid-wicket for 1. 332 for 4. 1 ball left of this over. Clark is on 99.
Hill is he going to bring the field in? He didn't last year. He has now. He has brought the field in now.
Kimber bowls. Clark whips it away for 4, and that's his 100, his 3rd of the season. He punches the air. He gets a cuddle off David Beddingham. A career well and truly resurrected in red ball cricket. 103 runs from 150 balls, 11 fours. Excellent work. I said when he came in, he needed to do what he did at Bristol and what he did against Sussex and just restore a bit of calm after Durham will fall down fairly cheaply, and he's done it. And this partnership as well, that moves up towards 200, 187 it is now. Start of a new over.
Amin is in. Beddingham plays it firmly back down the pitch to him. Get him to within a blow, and then get Martin back on for Beddingham as well. I suspect that Clark has had to concentrate sort of early on, in particular, as Umar is in very wide outside off stump. Beddingham strokes it out to the sweeper on the offside. Jogs 1. It's as probably the easiest he's made in terms of the quality of the bowling he's faced, Graham Clark. But all you can do is make runs against the bowling that's out there, and he's done that without taking any real risks. Batted very, very sensibly indeed. Umar is in, bowls 2 in, just outside off stump, just that dabs it down towards third man, who jogs in to meet the ball, underarms the ball, back to the bowler via Louis Kimber. Rishi Patel it is down there at third man. 338 for 4. Umar is in, outside off stump, and it's as well gentle club stuff really, just pushed by Beddingham. Out again down towards backward point. Rishi Patel comes into field. 1 is taken. Beddingham on to 95. Clark 104. Will he look to cut loose now? Will he look to see off the new ball as and when? Oh, he's going to cut loose. There's your answer. And it's the same sort of delivery, just about on off stump, maybe just outside, probably a little bit too full, and whacks it across the line out towards the long gone boundary, wide-ish long gone boundary for 4.
Josh Sloan says Graham Clark's probably the most underrated English batsman this year, scarily consistent and clinical. And Scott Eastby says in white and red ball, mate.
Is in and bowls, and that one goes the same way, except it goes aerial 6 into the stand. Well, Clark was very circumspect in going to his 3 figures, but now he's got there. He's showing what the bowling is all about.
Partnership 200.
Yeah, as Martin says, brings up the double century partnership, and Durham in the late afternoon sunshine here in Chester Street now asking in every respect.
$270 balls for the 200.
1 more until the new ball, which will, you assume, be taken immediately.
Bettingham on strike as Kimber bowls. This is pushed sort of leg cut style off towards the point boundary for 1. And that's the 350 up. So that's what, 52 batting points now for Durham. Next ball flicked away by Clark through the leg side. Are they going to get maximum batting points for an 8th time this season?
Should do on this evidence. Jeepers.
Bettingham on 96.
Chance of doing it tonight.
Goes back into his crease and defends. He's looking to record his 1800 in first-class cricket. It would be his 10th for Durham. The ball, Bettingham cuts. Ball rolls off towards the point boundary for 1. You were talking about his conversion rate earlier, weren't you? Bettingham this year.
It's been very good.
So 150 and 4 hundredths. So this could be 150 and 5 hundredths in a moment or two. Clark on 115 plays this to mid-wicket, no run there. Kimber in. Played past square leg by Clark for 1. End of the over, and the new ball is now available, is that right? Yes.
It is right, yep.
And I think they'll probably take it and get Chris right back into the attack. But of course, it is brought onto the field by, looks like Buddinge, the Leicestershire 12th man. And he kicks the other ball off the field with a right foot volley. Straight past the keeper, top of the net.
It is not glinting in the sun,
No.
the older ball. It is a battered old thing. Rather like myself. It's going to be right. So it is going to be the new ball straight away, and the umpire holds it up to the scorers, gives it a little wave in his left hand. So make a note of the score at 80 overs, 353 for 4. It needs 3 wickets for his 50 this season. May not get another chance. Durham may only bat once in this match. You never know. That'll be the ambition though now. Have every chance of achieving it. 353 for 4. Be on strike, so I'll start the over just in case. Right is in 2. Clark outside off stump, slapped away, didn't quite get it or had to reach for it. It was a bit of a drag down from right. It's a long chase around the boundary for Sam Evans. Clark comes back for 3, make sure he gets Bettingham on strike. Bettingham will be hoping for a delivery just like that. Short and wide.
So he's looking for his 5th century of the season, his 10th for Durham. Wright comes in and bowls. Oh, he's chopped it down into the ground, and that's a bit of a Chinese cut. It's come right off the bottom corner of the bat. Almost sent the keeper the wrong way. It was a long way outside the line of off stump. Keeper set off to his right and then was suddenly diving across to his left to stop that one racing away for 4.
Well, it was the short and wide delivery he wanted. Just didn't. It was too wide. I don't think it did well to get anything on it, reaching for it.
One slip in and a gully. There's nobody down 3rd man area. No one at fine leg. Right from the Finkel end, he comes in and bowls. Played away by Bettingham just past the gully across towards point for 1. Have the over back, Richard.
Josh Holt warming up down there at long leg.
Captain Cook says some job Ryan Campbell's done this year. The change of approach has benefited the players no end.
Being positive in all things. Right turns. Right Sunshine comes in bowls, swings. Middle towards off. Bullish. Driven off the back foot by Clark, but only as far as Scriven at middle.
Clark's accelerated past the 800 runs for the season mark. He's now on 818 and Beddingham on 961. Ollie Robinson's got 931. Alex Lee's 1,347.
Right is in. Bowls. Oh, there's a shout for leg before. Hit him outside the line. No, it didn't. It didn't. He has been given. Clark goes leg before. Did come back in to him a little bit, but I thought maybe he was just outside. We will have a look at the would do if the replay, or at least the NV play site was working, which it isn't quite at the moment. At least I've got the circle, but well batted. Very well batted by Graham Clark. Another century to him, his 5th in his first-class career. And he has done an awful lot more than steady the Durham ship.
Another 200-plus stand for Durham against Leicestershire this season. That's the 3rd. Clark heads off. He can be proud. He's gone for 119. Not quite his highest score, but when he went out there hours ago now, Durham were 149 for 4 in the 35th over. He leaves with them 357 for 5 in the 81st. But the new ball has brought a wicket. 5 deliveries in.
Partnership 208 then.
Yeah.
For the 5th wicket. Chris Wright picks up his 3rd wicket of the day and moves on to 48 now for the season.
And how many has he got against Durham now? 1. That's his 51st. Johnny Bushnell, the new man.
The replay that was up on the screen before give another verdict on the decision. Maybe going on to hit, but just thought might just hit him outside the line. Here we go. Let's have a look-see while Mr. Bushnell is looking around the field. Yeah, might have been a bit high as well. In goes Wright and bowls to Bushnell, who's solidly behind that one, pushing it out to mid, on, off stump. But nice shape to the delivery from Chris Wright. Look at him. Yeah, back pad, maybe. Yeah, fair enough. Just about. Graham Clark didn't look too unhappy as he went off. You wouldn't probably when you just scored a very fine century. Can Beddingham do likewise?
So Clark put on 227 for the 5th wicket at Grace Road with Ollie Robinson. And Alex Lees and David Beddingham put 243 on for the 3rd wicket in the 2nd innings there. Josh Hull to the attack. Bowling to Beddingham. Beddingham gets behind that one and plays it up to mid-off, no run there. There's been tons going on in the last few minutes. All these little milestones, centuries, partnerships, points, new ball, wicket. Filled half a page.
We sort of past 200. Ball.
Is that it then?
No.
No.
You don't get anything for your 200s these days.
Oh yeah, forgot about that.
You've got to get to 300. That'll be tomorrow morning.
Another wicket here, and Leicestershire open, close the gap. All in. Is the ball turned off to square leg by Beddingham for 1. Got brilliant sunshine again here now. All that horrible manky stuff's disappearing towards the Roca Riviera, so I hope we haven't got anything on the line. And it's blue, it's clear skies now. It's lovely sunny night. The floodlights have been turned off again.
I think we're going to get the lot, which means another 14.4 overs. Finish probably somewhere around about 6 o'clock.
Yeah, England game against Ireland abandoned after water apparently got onto the wicket after a violent storm. That's angled across Bushnell and left alone. What I read was it said the rain came out of nowhere. That happened when Durham were there at Bristol this year. There were loads of children on the outfield during lunch or tea one day playing, and then suddenly all these screams and howls, and when I looked out the window thinking, what's going on? They were all racing for cover and just oomph. Drifts in off the Bristol Channel just to the northwest of the ground. Bushnell forward to this, plays it off to mid-off. You don't see it coming. Bushnell on strike. All bowls, that's left, it's gone down the leg side. No need to go anywhere near that one. David Bedingham last year got 664 runs. Year before, he finished with more than 1,000. First player to get 500, 600, 700, and 800 and 900 in 2021, and then got pipped. I think Tom Haynes got over the line. Actually, Jake Libby, Worcestershire player. Well then, Bushnell turns it to mid-wicket. In fact, it's gone past square leg for one. He ended up with 1,029 runs in 2021. He's on 99 now. That single from Bushnell was at the end of the over, so he keeps strike. Bedingham at the moment, this season has 961 championship runs. Right to Bushnell. Bushnell turns it out through mid-wicket, and a shout of catch, it never got off the floor. It is fielded by Harry Swindells. So Bedingham on strike again on 154 deliveries so far for his 99, strike rate of 64.3. Looking to reach his 18th century. Won't come with that delivery, it's just popped off on the offside, no run there. And it would be his 10th for Durham. Joined the club in 2020. It's from Cape Province, played for Western Province in South Africa. Right comes in and bowls. Bedingham looks to cut and finds Amin in the covers. He got 145 in the game at Grace Road. Right, starts his run up. In past the umpire, he bowls. And that is fired in short on the leg side. Tumbling stop. I think from Will Davis. Short mid-wicket. 2 balls left of the over. Bedingham still on strike. Right to Bedingham. Bedingham plays it out into the covers. There's the 100. in 158 balls eventually. His 5th of the season. 9 4s and 1 6. His 10th century for Durham and his 18th in first-class cricket. $361 for 5, Durham. Bushnell forward to that one, plays into the ground, it's stopped in the gully. And that is the end of the over. 83 overs gone, 361 for 5. Rushell is in from the Lumley end, bowls outside off stump, carved away by bedding down to the man on the point boundary, looking into the setting sun. Harry Swindle's down there. His cap pulled firmly down over his eyes. 361 for 5. Bushnell onto a couple. Scoreboard's the wrong way around, I think, isn't it? It's Bushnell facing now, isn't it? Yeah. There we go. Well, looking for his first wicket of the day is in. Oh, that's a good delivery. He's peeling for leg, well, probably pitched outside leg. And might well have gone on to hit the stumps. In the circumstances, it doesn't mean anything. Young Hull just might be getting a little bit of swing with the new ball. Hopefully we'll be getting a little bit of swing with the new ball. None for 71 from 15 overs. Just over. Let's have a look at that one. Yeah, pitched outside leg. I'm going to do a little update for the BBC, so I'll just turn mine back off a sec. No problem. In goes Hull and bowls. Bushnell is forward, pushing the delivery from off stump out into the offside. Scriven fields in the covers. There's no run. Looks like Worcestershire. The overs again, they started late there, so I don't know how many overs left to be bowled today. They might just get to one batting bonus point before the end of the day. Looks like Leicestershire will still be in the hunt tonight, theoretically. In goes Hull, bowls full, and leaning forward, Bushnell blocks the delivery out into the offside. Brett D'Oliveira and Kashif Ali putting together a really big stand for their 5th wicket. Over there. 67 for 4 they were at one stage, now 214 for 4. D'Oliveira 64 not out. The skipper, Kashif Ali, 86 not out of just 125 deliveries. Against the Yorkies at Headingley. Matt Milton's back in the side there, ahead of Leicestershire's former player Ben Mike. In goes Hull, bowls, and again there's an appeal for leg before, but very wooden sound. He thought he'd got it through there, Hull, and Cox behind the stumps, but thick inside edge, and Pad sees the ball bounce out into the leg side. Durham, if they get through to the close without losing another wicket, certainly, even if they lose another wicket or two, they'll feel it's been a pretty solid day. But this is better from Josh Hull. 16th over of the day coming to an end. In he goes.
bowls. Bushnell gets a full delivery on leg stump that he clips away nicely through mid wicket. I think it's going to go the distance. It is going to go all the way. No, it isn't. It's going to pull up a good couple of yards short of the ropes down there. Throw comes back in from Chris Wright, who did rather labour after that. So 3 runs. In fact, did he run 4 in the end there? He might well have run 4, John Bushnell. I think he did. So Wright's pursuit, laboured as it was also in vain, which won't make him feel any better at all. End of the over, 366 for 5. That was cruel. Temptation for Wright must be just to kick it over the rope. He walks back. Now he's going to have to bowl. He's going to be exhausted. 16 overs, but his figures are pretty good in the circumstances. 16 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 54. Comes off a thick inside edge from Beddingham, off middle and leg out towards long leg. Hull gets his throw away, single taken. Beddingham on to 102. He would like to get past 1,000 in this innings if he possibly can, because he might not get another chance. Cricketers will tell you they don't know their own stats, but most of them actually do. In goes Wright and bowls. Bushnell outside off stump. Pushes the delivery defensively out towards extra cover, where Umar is the fielder. 6-7 for 5. Scriven walks back with Wright towards his mark, and he starts to swing his arms a little bit, but probably just to try to keep loose, really. Probably will have to come back on at some stage. Wright is in. Bowls. Oh, lovely delivery, as you would hope with the new ball that bounces a little bit and swings a little bit and goes past the outside edge. The top part of Bushnell's bat, a little bit too good. Hill is signalling to Hull. I think he was going to make a change. In goes Wright. Oh, that one swings as well from just outside leg towards leg, but it's too full and Bushnell can punch it away out towards the long gone boundary. Hill gets back and just drags it back a yard inside the rope, slips as he picks himself up. Bushnell picks up 2, moves on to 8. Beautiful evening here now.
It is. It's just gorgeous, isn't it now? Wind's dropped a bit. The flags are still fluttering on the pavilion, but they're not as hefty as they were.
Might be a cool night, though. As Wright is in, Bushnell is playing forward, turning the back face on the ball, pushing it out to mid-wicket.
You're going to get some polythene on your roses. Stop them getting frostbite.
Gets up a little bit. A solitary gull wheels over the ground. See a few of those when he gets down to hove. Chris Wright pushes the hair back from his brow. Runs in and bowls outside off stump. A little bit of a drag down. Bushnell lets it go through, then rehearses the slap away through the offside. End of the over, 369 for 5. 11 overs left to be bowled tonight.
So that's around about 40 minutes-ish, 45 minutes, would you say?
Given it's these two bowling.
Yeah. It's the over rate now. Is it, that's a -1?
Yeah, they got...
Yeah, it was -4.
They got those 8 overs in from
Yeah.
Umar, and Kimber's second sort of little spell of 2 or 3 was a bit better.
In fact, no wickets fell for such a long time probably helped as well, actually. Hull coming in, left arm over from the Lumley end. Beddingham plays this out of deep mid wicket for 1.
Beddingham and Clark were quite sort of content just to milk it, weren't they? And not take too many risks. So otherwise, I suspect Clark would have been laying into the likes of Umar before he got to the 3 figures.
Good progress made by Durham today after being put in. 370 for 5. The weather tomorrow afternoon doesn't look the best. Somebody said they'd be bringing a brolly. I said, you put that out, you'd probably be blown into the North Sea. Hull in bowls. Played to wide mid-off, no run. See what the weather is going to do tomorrow here. It's the wind that's going to be the big factor. Very, very gusty. Gale force winds, weather warnings in place. Cloud cover tomorrow, 100% all day. So it's not going to rain until about 4 in the afternoon. Then it's going to get gusty tomorrow evening. 45-mile-an-hour gusts. This is played back to the bowler, so maybe it's just shifting slightly northwest of where they originally thought it was going to go.
Well, if you can get Potts roaring in with a 45 mph gusts behind him, could be a handful.
He's coming back apparently. Nominated player, which we weren't aware of at the start of the day's play. Full balls, Bushnell blocks. Right, it's got a weather warning. It's got a yellow exclamation mark tomorrow. Yellow warning for wind. Across most of the country, actually, there's only really from the Wash down to the Dorset and east across towards Kent. That's the only bit of the country where there isn't a weather warning. There's a big yellow splodge right across the rest of the country, all the way from Cornwall up through Wales, the Midlands, the North, and Scotland and Ireland. This is played back by Bushnell. Storm Agnes to bring a spell of strong and disruptive winds through Wednesday into early Thursday. What to expect? Then it lists all the things to expect. There could be some structural damage. Road, rail, air and ferry services may be affected. Windy. Bushnell plays this towards the covers no run. And of the over. 370 for 5.
10 to go. Should get 400 by the close. You would think. Maintain the run rate at 4.3. They definitely will. Pick up another 1 or 2 before the close.
The Met Office is suggesting the rain might come by about 2 tomorrow afternoon rather than 4.
Starts his 18th over, goes in and what a delivery, bounce and movement away from the bat. And Beddingham might have 103 to his name, but nothing he could do with that one. And indicates with his right hand how much movement there was. Must just sort of shrug to himself. Well, a little bit too good. Right, just turns. Back to his mark, runs away from us, bowls, and again good movement, but it was a little bit straighter, so Beddingham can get on top and work it away towards deep mid wicket. Swindle's running across, just loses his footing as he fielded that one, and as a consequence Beddingham is able to return for a second, moves on to 105, 372, 5. Worcester 2-2-2 for 5, drawing in on that first batting bonus point. Looks like they're going to get a couple unless the rain really does kick in there. In goes right bowls outside off stump. Bedingham looking to drive, checks the shot. Umar or Umi, as Ben Cox congratulatory calls him. Moves across to his right to make the stop. It's casting long shadows as the shadow from the pavilion starts to sort of creep towards the square now. Right is in outside off stump, nicely steered out to the sweeper. Off the back foot by David Bedingham for a single. Everybody puts their hands over their eyes as the throw comes in from Evans. Out of the setting sun, Scriven starts to do a few warm-up deliveries. Get the body moving again. He'll be weary if the end of the season, I would imagine. Two slips and a gully as he comes in to John Bushnell, who edges just wide of second slip and is going to go down to the third man boundary for 4. Third slip might have been in the game there. Might just have bounced short, but I don't think so. Reaching out to his right, Louis Kimber couldn't get there. It runs down to the boundary. 4. Bushnell into double figures. Playing just his, I think, third game of the season. It's just his 4th first-class innings of the season. Highest previous score, 27. Good experience against a bowler of rights. Experience and class with a new ball in his hand. He might be weary, Chris Wright. He might be getting on, but he's still a handful with a new ball. In he goes and bowls to Bushnell, who's pushing that one off the legs, and it goes through Swindles at mid-wicket. That was poor. And Swindles probably getting a little weary out there himself. Usually he's behind the stumps with the gloves on if he's playing. That one went straight through him. To turn and run after it. Get his throw away. Bushnell keeps the strike with that single. Unexpected single. Moves on to 13. 378. 5-9 overs remain. Today.
Just over half an hour then. 34 minutes it should be, give or take. It's all being replaced here. Is it Scriven coming back?
Yes, it is, yeah.
Bright sunshine at the far end of the ground. Shadows to our left, off the pavilion roof. Scriven it is, into the attack. Bushnell forward to this one, pushes it up to mid-off no run there. 21 years old, Johnny Bushnell. This is his 7th match. He's made 259 runs at an average of 32. Debut was in a draw against Worcestershire and Chester Street last year. Came through the age group here. Inside edge under the pad and away down towards backward square leg. Product of Durham School as well, Johnny Bushnell. Debut last year against Worcestershire, made 66. In the minor counties for Northumberland a couple of years ago, and he's played for Hartlepool in the North Yorkshire South Durham League and Sacriston, just up the road from here. Bedingham, meanwhile, plays this from Scriven back up to mid-on. The wind's got up again now. Seems to have just slightly changed direction. Just started to hear that outside again. The pavilion is in the shadows. Went round to see the Reverend Ron at tea time, and he had 2 coats on, sitting on the members' balcony. A thick
2 coats?
Thick padded coat, and a thinner coat underneath. It's chilly up there in the shadows. Bellingham plays this ball from Scriven out into the covers. No run there. Rob Rush's back alongside. You've been doing updates for
VCV Reporters Network. I'm doing the map reports.
Network, yeah.
Currently sitting at just over 600 words for the day's play.
And what's it meant to be?
It's between 500 and 700.
Right.
So I'm within my limits.
So you got your final score to add in, and
final score.
And what Bellingham ends up on.
Yeah. And then it's a separate email off for quotes.
This is on the leg. Stump played away by Bellingham up to mid-on.
I wonder who'll be speaking for Leicestershire at the end of the day. They looked as if they could be in it when they dismissed Alex Lees quite early on, and then
It's not at a bad time. I see 2 for 64.
No,
Wright's taken 3 for 65. I'd be targeting him, I think.
it's just been as Richard mentioned, just the change bowling's not quite off at the same impetus, the same threat that these two have. Louis Kimber's been taken for a fair few runs.
Scriven bowls, played down the field by Bellingham. It's a misfield at mid-on, and he'll get a single there. Attempted diving stop, just ran away. There's the Leicestershire team bus just arriving back at the ground. I can't remember which team it is. I think it's is it the Worcestershire team bus driver who helps with the fielding practices on a morning? It's one of them.
You know more than me. Speaking of Worcestershire, last I checked, they were 217 for 4 against Yorkshire. So they need to get to 300 in order to secure their spot alongside Durham as the 2 sides up from Division 2, and would end Leicestershire's very faint promotion hopes. I think Brett D'Oliveira and someone else just shared a 150 stand as well. It will be Josh Hull to in, and Bellingham flicks this towards deep square for a single. Allowed him in forward that they've just lost a 5th. Down at Headingley. I need to readjust to that. I've been down south for too long. I keep saying up at places. I remember everywhere's pretty much south now from here.
Hector Capoletti, 52 batting points. That's astonishing.
I don't think they're quite done yet either.
No. Vinny says that cloud dropped its load between Testo's roundabout and the George Washington golf course when I was on my way home. It looked like it was heading that way.
Bushnell sees Bellingham shot and plays the exact same, just a dab out to deep backward square. He's on 15 now.
No ball.
Well, I wonder why he did that. Caught me off guard.
Yeah, when the umpire sticks his arm out like that.
I got that as I looked around at you and I was like, "What do you?" I thought you were cueing me to speak or something.
Useless Durham Stats has been back on Twitter. I can't verify any of their stats or most of them anyway.
It's a brilliant account. It's well worth followers. Hull is in, and Bellingham is driving past the man at Gully. That should run away to the boundary, and it will. So he moves on to 112.
It's gone the vacant 3rd man in front of the Health Club. Eustace Durham Stats. Graham Clark has a real trouble with Chris compared to other forenames.
I love these ones.
He's been dismissed 7 times by Chris. Jordan 4 Wright 2. Chris Wright. Morris 1.
I love these.
No other name getting him more than 3 times. 4 of those have LBW.
It's the same with like Matthew Potts. He likes facing batters with a certain forename. I think that I can't remember which one it is, but he really enjoys playing against batters with a certain forename. He's got a few of them. As Hull is in again, and Bellingham is gliding this one down towards deep backward point for another single. 389 for 5, 11 away from a further batting point in the last few hours, as the game's kind of, maybe not the game, but the day certainly has run away from Leicestershire. Bedingham and Clark, as they have the ability to do, to take days away from opposition. They have done again today, and Clark's 119 and Bedingham currently sitting on 113 at the non-strikers end as bustles in, and Bushnell again flicks him away down to long leg, and that'll just be a single. Can't quite. Is that Harry Swindles down there? I think it might be. Can't quite see.
It's actually too bright to see the numbers, isn't it?
Yeah.
21, who's that? Sam Evans.
I thought, yeah. I could tell.
I think because you said Swindell, so you're not having that one. Swindell's 28.
I got the two.
I don't know where Swindell's is. I can't see him.
No.
Oh, right. Yeah, he's actually off the field there in a minute.
Is in again, and Bedingham drives him to deep backward point along the carpet.
It's bizarre. You'd think when the sun is so bright, it would be easy to see the ball, but the brighter the field, it's harder to see the dark ball, which is totally and utterly counterintuitive, isn't it, really?
Division 1 News Surrey need to reach 300 in order to secure Division 1 after they claimed maximum bowling points against Hampshire. Lost an early wicket, though, Dom Sibley feathering to the keeper off Mohammed Abbas. As Hull in to complete his 18th over today. It's been a long day for him. It's full wind. Bushnell just about jams the bat down into mid-wicket. End of the 89th. Durham 391 for 5. Bedingham 114 not out. And Bushnell unbeaten on 16.
Seven overs to go then, just inside half an hour. So it is 5:30. That's when they're meant to finish. Still can't believe how that over rate only says
-1 now.
When they are.
Well, we were pretty much, I think,
25 minutes behind, aren't they?
Something, yeah.
Scriven started his 21st over bowling to Bedingham. Bedingham plays the ball up to mid-on, no run there. Now that rain's gone, this is a good drying day, this. Breeze has got up, sunny. The sun's catching a sign on the stand, and it's blazing back at us like a laser beam.
I wish I hadn't run out. I just looked at it stupidly and got a reflection in my eyesight now.
Next ball to Bedingham is defensive. It's played back to Scriven. Haven't given you the heads-to-heads with these two. Met 24 times in the county championship. Durham winning 4 and losing 12. There have been 8 draws, 4 of those in Leicester and 4 in Chesley Street, including last year's bore draw on a lifeless pitch in the April, and this year's high-scoring stalemate in the East Midlands. Bedingham looks to cut and gets a single as he plays the ball towards the point boundary.
Had another stat come in. Yeah. Ben Rain has 21 toms out of 213 wickets. Says Mr. Scriven will be quaking in his boots. 2 slips in play with the second new ball. Definitely looking for one more to pick up that second bowling bonus point. Try and end off the day on some sort of a positive note, which has kind of got away from them recently.
This is left by Bushnell, who's on 16. This partnership, by the way, is now 35.
Because they put 208 on for the...
Yeah.
Fifth one, because I wanted to check if it was a record partnership, but Robinson and Clark put on a bigger one down at Grace Road.
Yeah. 253, I think it was. I wrote it down.
Yeah, you have to update your notes for next year. You have to
227 they've gone on.
You have to put in all the different counties.
Mm-hmm. All is defended. Well, Durham played Notts last year, so I was going to say some of their squad might be the same next year, but they might not be. Oh, they are. They're all right, aren't they?
Yeah, they're fine now.
They buy 10 players every other month, so that might
Well,
change.
they're bringing in Josh Tongue from Worcestershire. I think they're bringing in a couple more as well.
It's 2016 since Durham have played the likes of Hampshire and Somerset and Surrey. I've played Essex recently in the Bob Willis Trophy.
More long drives for you.
All's played half into the covers. Well, they've played a lot of them in the One Day Cup, but most of the kids who play in the One Day Cup don't get anywhere near the county side. So, sun's gone in again. 6 overs to go. Might just need the floodlights on again for the last few minutes here. What is happening at...
What, with Peter Hanscom?
No, Kevin Hand's socks. Where are they again?
I think Kent picked up a wicket last ball of the day, so I think that they've got maximum bowling points today.
Middlesex 117 for 3, and it's raining again there. They had a late start, didn't get going till mid-afternoon, and it's raining again because it's too far south.
There we go. And then Kent have just picked up maximum bowling points today, which is kind of what they needed, as Hull is in again, and Benningham, with a flick of the wrists, is working him to long leg for a single.
Somerset 121 for 8 in Birmingham against Warwickshire. That was a late start because of rain. England made 280 for 4 in 31 overs, and then it rained, and that was that in Bristol against Ireland. Hampshire 219 all out in Southampton. Surrey 18 for 1. Lancashire have been bowled out.
Last ball of the day.
At the end of the day.
Last ball of the day brought a wicket for Kent.
327 all out at the end of the 96 overs.
This one's defended. It's an inside edge and classes onto Bushnell's plan. He's very fortunate it's not rolled back onto his stumps.
Relegated Northants 279 4-6 against Essex in Northampton. Derbyshire, who haven't won this season, 304 for 2 in Cardiff against Glamorgan, who have only won the 1.
I think Essex and Northampton were also a late start due to being too far south, as you would say.
Sussex 202 all out against Gloucestershire and Hove, who were 125 for 5. Gloucestershire haven't won a game. Sussex were in the promotion hunt a moment or two ago, and then they've only won 2.
This one is squirted away through the offside by Bushnell. They're going to come back for a very comfortable 2, moves himself to 18, 395 for 5.
So Worcestershire are 10 runs away from
their first batting point. And they only need to get to 300.
Yeah.
And then promotion is sealed for them.
So they're playing bottom side Yorkshire, who are 89 points on the board going into today. So they've picked up 1 bowling point now. So 90 points for them. 2 wins, 2 defeats, 9 draws for the Yorkies. One of their 2 defeats was against Durham here. The floodlights are coming on.
Hull slightly bowls back of a length, and this is defended by Bushnell for no run.
So Worcestershire, you would imagine, pick up the point tomorrow they need to get themselves up with Durham. I have mentioned over the years, whenever I go to Worcestershire, there's always some police incident. Couldn't believe last week's that really took the biscuit.
What, the unexploded?
Yeah, some guys were throwing magnets into the River Severn, magnet fishing they call it, or magnet trawling, and found some unexploded ordnance from World War II.
Always in, and Bushnell, drives this for no run.
They'd closed the bridge off to the ground, and then I think the game was off for rain, so I went to see what was going on.
I was going to say, was this
police tape everywhere?
Was this day 2 the washout day?
Yeah, probably. And down there 2 years ago, came out of the hotel one Friday night at the ground, police tape everywhere. There'd been a major incident. Some strange goings on in that city. Lots of pied wagtails have suddenly taken to the sky, fluttering around.
As Hull is in, and Bushnell drives this to mid-off, but for no run. 395 for 5. 5 overs left in the day.
I've got to do a bit for Radio Tees now, so I need to change my kit around, so I'll be back in a minute.
Coming back now. Whether it will just stop us having these last 5 overs.
I think we should be all right.
Hopefully. Hopefully.
Lights are back on.
I think the fact that Umar Amin is going to bowl with this, effectively with the new ball, which is only what?
11 overs.
Yeah. Probably tells you all you need to know about the state of Leicestershire's attack at the moment. Weary, battered.
Looking, try and get that 6th wicket, get that second bowling point, but it's not really looked likely for a while.
Hasn't. Umar is in from the Lumley end, worked off his legs by Beddingham. Should pick up a couple there as running in Josh Holt, who is, he looks distinctly washed out down there. It's
It's been a very long day for him. 21 overs, I think, 20 overs.
19 according to the board
There we go.
for Holt, but that is as many as certainly as many as he'll have bowled in a day before. Umar is in. Hit straight back over him by David Beddingham, and umpire Bailey looks for confirmation to umpire Longley. He isn't sure whether it carried. They're asking Hill, do you think it carried?
Brings up the 400 though. Another batting point for Durham.
And it's 4. It might just have been short or hit the
I think
the Tobler.
I think to the naked eye it looked just short.
Might pick it up for the umpires, but that is the 400, as Rob said. And the 4th batting bonus point.
Looking ahead to tomorrow, what do you think the plan would be from Durham's perspective? Just knock the runs and go declare?
Basically bat once and in goes Umar and bowls back over his head goes Beddingham, and I think that has gone the distance. Yes, it has. It was straight over Hill at mid-off, but it's probably about 30 feet over his head when it went over him.
He had a brief look over his head as if to go, where the hell's that gone?
And he's having to walk up the steps into the castle stand. He's clearly spotted the ball.
50 partnership as well between Beddingham and Bushnell.
Beddingham is cutting loose here against Umar. I mean, they're saying, no, we're not going to have this. We're not going to bowl now. Hill can't actually find it. It may have bounced out of this.
Is it bounced in towards the car park?
Could have done, but could do with a little bit of help there, I suspect.
Well, we've got square leg is running off towards the changing rooms. I imagine that might be to get
a new ball, the umpire.
A new ball.
A ball that is approximately 10 overs old, and the Leicestershire players, or one or two of them, I can see Sam Evans. It's the captain in there, boys. You've got to go and help, but everybody else has put their hands in their pockets and let him get on with it. Oh, looks like it has been spotted by...
It has.
Yeah.
It's been found.
Hill went more or less there, just didn't spot it, but they've got it now. So it might have taken a bit of a battering against the plastic and the corrugated, whatever the stand is made of. I'm not sure.
I mean, looking from Leicestershire point of view, kind of just the mid-afternoon kind of is where the game really changed after Graham Clark came to the crease.
They never had the depth in the bowling, unfortunately. Will Davis, who I understand is being released, Hart didn't really look to be in it, as a change seamer, did his best, but struggled. Young Josh Holt wasn't able to get movement, really, that he does rely on to a certain extent, as well as his pace. There hasn't been much bounce in it for him, and it was only right and Scriven, really. No spinner. Umar is in, and Beddingham hits him again, this time a bit thick inside edgy, and it's going to run out towards square leg for just 1. So, they needed a couple of strangles or something like that, but there just hasn't been the depth in the bowling as a consequence, and Durham are far too good a side to not exploit that fact, really, and they have done, in the persons of Beddingham and Clark in particular. 408 for 5. I think sometime tomorrow morning get to 500 and get Leicestershire in, bat only once, Potts back with the wind behind him. In goes Umar and bowls. Bushnell covers up, plays it back down the pitch to the Pakistan international batter. Emphasise batter, not bowler. He has actually bowled at international level. Check his figures.
Quick ESPN.
He has bowled a bit.
Quick search.
He goes, I remember looking him up earlier. He's got a few international wickets to his name, but not for a while has he graced the international scene. End of the over, 408 for 5. Umar 10 overs, none for 46 figures, well, kind of reflective of everybody else's, really, with the exception of Wright, who's been excellent, and Scriven, who's been very good as well.
As you mentioned, Durham too good a side to not exploit the lack of bowling depth, and especially a part timer who hasn't really bowled a lot this in his stint with Leicestershire. Just too good to
9 overs coming into this game.
Yeah, too much quality to not exploit that, and they've kind of. You say that mid-afternoon when Clark and Bedingham came together, they had the ability to take days away from sides, and they've done that today. Because from where it was, Ollie Robinson out for 12, 4 down, 149. You think the decision at the toss has been justified, and a few more wickets, and they're really in the game. But since that wicket, it has been one-way traffic for the North East outfit.
Here's Scriven in. First ball is defended. That cloud that's drifting towards us now, the front of it looks like an Irish setter's head. Do you think? With its long nose and its eye, mouth at the bottom. But I think that's going to hit us, and that's going to bring an end to the day's play. And that is why the pied wagtails and all the other birds are suddenly fluttering around.
It's too dark now for me.
Yeah, the wind's got up as well. So we might not see the remainder of these 3.5 overs as Scriven bowls this one. A bit of an in-swinger out the back of the hand to Bedingham. No run there.
It is very dark.
He's on 129, Bedingham, so when he gets to 137, that will be 1,000 runs for the season.
Yeah, he wants it, doesn't he? I mean, yeah, get there. Make sure you get it in this innings as well, because you're not going to get another.
Yeah. And what's that? 4 batting points now?
Mm-hmm.
So that's 53 for the season. Scriven in. Bedingham turns this down towards square leg on the boundary, 1 run.
So he needs another 7 runs. Is that, did you say 37?
Yeah.
Okay.
When did the 400 come up, did you see? Did you write it down or not?
No, I didn't, to be honest. Not really. 1 foot.
Just
make a note of. It was when probably Bedingham was slapping Umar back straight. And that's it, folks. That's it. It is too dark. They are coming off. 405.
I think that will be it for the night. I can't. They're past 5:30, so they can't come back on, can they?
I agree. So, how many? 92.3 overs. So we didn't really miss out on too much. 3 point. Somebody's asking below whether it's a declaration. No, I don't think so.
It's on account of the fact it's dark. It's midnight.
Yeah. Sun has set. That's what it's all about. 3.5 overs we've lost today. We can get them back tomorrow if somehow the weather conditions permit, but that is an unlikely prospect. Well, we're back to David Bedingham. You will get your chance in the morning to go past 1,000 first-class runs for the season. Just needs another 7. And well bowled, Chris Wright. Talking about setters, appears to be one on the some Labrador on the pitch.
Yeah, where's that come from?
Looks a friendly mutt, anyway.
The worry about this, of course, is we're just about to go around there for the close of play interviews. We're going to get dragged.
Might just get them in. But yeah, that was a chastening day for the Leicestershire attack. Well, the umpires are saying they're saying that's it. And their stumps are being drawn out of the pitch.
71 balls for this partnership of Bushnell, who has 18, and Bedingham on 130. It is worth 52. And it's looking like we'll be knocking it on the head for today, and we'll see it tomorrow. So,
just let me look at the Worcester score, because I think they've got a batting.
Yeah, they were getting a batting point. The last time I looked, they were 10 away from it. So
they are 255 for 5. So they have got their first batting bonus point. So 1 more will do it for Worcester. Leicestershire still need another 4 wickets to pick up maximum bowling bonus points, and they're only going to have 17.3 overs to get them. And they might, I suppose, still do that. But Worcester, with only 5 wickets down, will surely get to 300 tomorrow morning.
Right, we'll leave it there then. See you tomorrow. I think the umpires are going off. They're just making a note.
Yeah, they're sweeping
they're sweeping the field, aren't they? Right, we'll call it a day there. See you tomorrow.